Are we set? Okay. Good afternoon. Let's try it again. Good afternoon. All right, this is Georgia, right? 12th June, 1994. One day closer to victory against the New World Order. Well, first of all, we're going to have I always start and end all of our meetings with a prayer. If you would all stand, please. Dear and Heavenly Father, we trust that you will watch over these patriots this day, that you will protect them on their way home, that you will protect them during this meeting, that you will gird them with strength, that they might become firebrands for the Republic, that they might go to other people, they might speak to them, that they might understand the truth and the words that we discussed today. We hope that in your eyes we shall prosper, and that with your hand we shall rise up and once again become a great nation. We know full well that this is going to be a great work and a great deed, that we as brothers and sisters are going to have to march a long and cold road when the time comes. But we know, Lord, when we are through, that the prize is great and most assuredly just, that this nation is deserving only if its people work for that goal. And that great work will require great effort, great sacrifice when the time comes. We trust, Lord, that you will show us the shining path, that you will instill in our hearts an iron that we might forge this great nation once again to lead other nations in peace, to show them how a limited constitutional republic is to work in your eyes. For as long as we follow your banner, most assuredly freedom will reign. I say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. All right.
Now wait, don't sit down. We haven't said the Pledge of Allegiance. We always do this. When we do it, there's one thing that I would like you to do. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. One nation under God. Not one nation under God. One nation under God. There's no comma there. Okay? I know it's hard to work on. We're all conditioned in school, too. One nation under God, indivisible. If you would, please follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we'll fight for it. Well, as I said, it's the 12th, a long way into the clock. As all of you have probably seen some of what I've done in the past, much of what we've discussed is already in motion or in fruition in the enemy's camp. Most of what we discussed in the original American Peril tape and have discussed in private circles is now a common household word, or is known in the general media, or is even being spoken openly by our enemy amongst us. 2 years ago and 3 years ago, we had tried to inform people about the MJTF police, about FinCEN, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, about United Nations forces in the United States. All these things not only have been admitted to, but are being expounded upon as a good thing, that we must surrender our sovereignty as Americans, that we shall surrender this nation to the New World Order. Well, 2 years ago, they might have thought they could have gotten away with it. Your enemy is actually shaking a tad bit now. For we've been in all 50 states at one time or another. And trust me, I have seen this thousands of times over. You as patriots of the United States are not alone. From all walks of life, from all age groups, from all corners, from as far as the northern part of Michigan to the southern tip of Florida I've traveled. From the far eastern parts of the states, all the way to the Atlantic, to California, to Arizona, to Idaho, South Dakota. All of those states and more possess patriots in mass numbers. They are organized, they are moving, even as we speak, to come together as a common people against a common enemy. I personally will, if need be, fight and die to protect and defend the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I prefer to make the other side fight and die trying to take it away. And I plan on living to see the end of it so that when the time comes, we will be able to enforce a limited republic here in the United States. That republic, though, cannot stand without good people backing it. Too long, and we've seen this time and again, people have used the socialist committee concept, pointing to the right or the left in one big circle, and nobody taking responsibility, nobody understanding their obligation. Well, in order for the Constitution to stand, as all of our founding fathers said, it's only as good as the people who stand behind it. We hold a shining banner that all of the world could possess if our own politicians supported it. But when was the last time you've heard in any way, shape, or form any of our primary dignitaries espousing our form of government? Any time in the last year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? I see gray hair here, and I know that it's been a long time since we've heard of anybody looking forward to trying implementing and in fact demonstrating how our constitutional form of government should run, and also trying to take it to other people. We are a peaceful nation. In fact, we are great friends in time of peace, but as George Washington said, we are your worst enemy, your worst nightmare in times of war. The New World Order is most assuredly your enemy. If they have their way, they will take your homes, they will take the children that I see sitting here. I have 4, and I know they fully intend to take them from me also when the time comes. That they will take away the God-given rights that we are born with, that are unalienable, not inalienable, unalienable. Even if the document is burned today, even were it shredded and torn asunder, those rights are yours. They were granted to us by our Creator, not by other men. And assuredly, I have had many arguments with people, especially on call-in shows, trying to tell me all about how those were granted by men and that we really don't have unalienable rights. On several occasions. Well, for a fact, the Americas are awakening. The reason I say Americas, I'm going to pass this out. I have little things I can hand out as we go. From Quebec, if you would, please. From all of the provinces of Canada, we've had mail. Don't think that the American Peril Tape didn't just sit inside the United States. We've had people from Scotland, from Japan. One person said, why would a person from Japan want American Peril? Well, a lot of people overseas, in Australia, New Zealand, are also fed up with the New World Order. They're finished with it. They've suffered longer under the yoke than you have. Our brothers to the north in Canada have progressively watched their nation fall into the abyss. They are the reflection of our future. From socialized medicine to socialized transportation to a single resource for food, totally controlled by the state. And in reality, let me put something very bluntly here, also controlled by England. Your old nemesis, your old enemy, still standing again, once more before you. We may call it the New World Order, but it is in reality the monarchies, the principalities, and other nations that we have faced in the past that are seeking revenge and have a very long memory. The reason I would argue this, let me put it in simple terms that are pretty straightforward whenever anybody wants to debate it. Socialism, communism, fascism are all shadows of our form of government. How can you sell anything like that with this constitutional republic in place? We have been a very tough nut to crack when you think about it. 3 times they've created wars upon wars upon wars to try and alter us. And I watched television before I came up here. And I saw a reflection of 1939 and 1940 in what they are trying to do with Korea right now. Korea is the next effort, and is a fatal effort if need be, for them if necessary to alter our path. And the way to do it, if all else fails, is with violence. Now, in the past, they've used other campaigns. In fact, they've been very slick. They've been very smooth. You'll notice that they've always worked with the 3-step method: thesis, antithesis, synthesis. But you'll also notice something about your enemy most recently. Have you noticed how he's gotten rather nervous and he's moving faster? How he ignores his normal patterns, and in fact, my position is that he feels plastic. Traditionally, they would at least create the illusion of conflict, of A and B fighting against each other and coming up with C. Now, in their concern to get everything done quickly, they have thrown the facade away. And you'll notice that now they do not propose. They state that this is what they will do, that this is what you will do. and do not argue and do not debate. There's a reason. That fear that they're experiencing is being projected throughout their entire infrastructure because patriots as they stand are virtually all over the country moving in this direction now as a common people. We are running a race. Now, probably the best example I can think of is a shall we say, overfed predator who has been feeding on the herd for a long time and felt that he had all the time he needed to take care of the rest of the pack. Well, unfortunately, while he's been lazing, we've been moving. And so the beauty of it is that we're on the run. Now, just in the last few months, and I can say this, I think, quite reasonably, in the last few months they have finally perceived our existence. And so the lazed predator is now starting to move and rumble, but we are already on the run. We need not be a lap ahead of the enemy. We only need be 3 steps ahead to win. So even as things are developing, they are going to change, and we're going to have to change with them in order to stay 3 steps ahead. Now, the best example of that is, if I told you a year and a half ago when we said uncategorically the Brady Bill was a done deal, everybody said, well, it'll never happen in my lifetime. Cha-ching. The NAFTA treaty. Boy, wasn't that a close vote? It was neck and neck. Remember those the news programs, the interviews, and all the different editorials and articles? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. It's going to be 30 votes more than they needed. The illusion of competition, which did not exist. Now, so as these have taken place, we also saw, of course, the higher taxes. Everybody's familiar with that. The crime bill. Now, in talking to some of our people back east who already talked to the Schumer committee, the crime bill may already be finished and could be signed as early as the middle of next week. No changes were made. Nothing was taken out. And as soon as we can get more information on that, we're, of course, going to burst that out to the rest of the country. What that means is that whole categories of firearms will be illegal. Whatever you do have is all that you have in certain categories. And this includes, of course, standard battle rifles or militia arms. They're not really assault rifles. Anybody who's familiar with firearms knows that you have to have that second click in the selector in order to make them what they supposedly are, fully automatic weapons. They're not. Not that I wouldn't mind if you assault weapons right now, but the fact of the matter is that what we're looking at are laws that will restrict to an even greater extent the militia arms of the people. Why? Why is there such a great priority to disarm the American people right now? Let me ask you something simple here. You've all seen the health care plan, and I don't have to use my words. You all watched him on television show you the card. That is a national ID card, national death sentence mechanism. 1, nobody will receive any treatment without the card, period. Number 2, well, if you don't have it, don't leave home without it. No business transactions, no activities, no participating in school, no health plan, no other health plan can substitute it. It is absolute tyranny because only the government controls it. And that is tyranny. Now, have they tried to get around this? Well, even as we speak, if you'll recall here 2 weeks ago, they proposed what? Well, it's not a different card, but taking this similar concept, and if this gentleman has a house loan with the government, if the young gentleman there has a school loan, he should have an ID card. We should punish him. And what they're trying to get everybody else to do, divide and conquer, is convince everybody else that that man needs a card because he's borrowing your money. Well, what's good for the goose is good for the goosey, as we say. And once he gets the card, well, we can't discriminate. All he needs to do is go to court. We can't discriminate. So we'll go to court, and what they will justify is that, well, you're right, we can't discriminate against this man. You all have to have the card. That's how statutory law works today. And one way or another, the camel's nose is already in the door. Everybody should have paid attention. Wednesday, the health plan went through its first phase approval. So contrary to everybody's belief that we've stopped it, remember, once government proposes something they've never seen a law they didn't like. And one way or another, once in motion, they'll continue to push it. Now, will we get all of the original Hillerite Clintonista plan? Maybe not. But we will get enough of it that it will do great damage to us. In Canada, where I'm from, or where I'm on the edge of right now, not from, thank you, Lord, where we are on the border, Canadians come across to buy their food, Canadians come across to buy their gasoline. Even though it's only a tank full of gas, they save a tremendous amount of money. So whenever possible, they come across and buy in the United States. Also, if they're a little gray-haired like the gentleman right here, or there's another gentleman in the back, and all of a sudden you found out tomorrow that you needed dialysis, which is still the best example because it's such a simple disease to deal with. If you needed dialysis and you're over 51 years old, you do not receive it. You are not user-friendly nor maintenance-friendly. Now, that would be a death sentence, were it not for the fact that because of the free American system that we have here, Canadians can come over with their limited resources and limited money and buy the service that's necessary to keep them alive. But what do you think is going to happen when all of a sudden our border goes like this because our medical plan cannot be used unless you have our medical card? It makes the death sentence stick, doesn't it? That and 386 other diseases that are involved that if you require treatment and you're over a certain age, you will not get. Now, for all of you that are younger, you better remember something. You're all coming around to that age eventually. It's okay when it's somebody else. All of a sudden when it's you, well, it's not fair. Well, they're counting on, again, dividing and conquering. I concentrate on this on a regular basis because this is the first point that they need. They need to get rid of the old people. Why do they need to get rid of the old people? Well, that's right. That's walking books. That's walking knowledge. When they rewrite history, when they refabricate history, when they reconstruct anything that has already been a living experience for this man and for that gentleman back there, or for that woman over there on the far side, then all of a sudden, you're going to have people like that and that and that standing up and saying, wait a minute, I was here when that happened. That's a crock of you-know-what. Well, they can't afford to have that because sometimes people still listen. And in fact, to be quite honest, I have shut off my TV at home. I would stress this, if my life depended on telling you it was on Wednesday at 7 o'clock in the evening on ABC, I'd be dead the next minute. Okay? I have no concept of what's actually on television and public broadcasting or private broadcasting at all. This is enough. Fighting for America is enough to keep me busy all by itself, trust me. And if you want to have if you want to be entertained, if you want to be educated, all you need to do is dig into the health of the nation and understand what it's about. The television is a propaganda mechanism. It should be shut off, and in fact, until such time as the general population does run it again, right now it's 3 small conglomerates. Oh, oops, that's right, they kicked one out, didn't they? Brought another one in, all because of football. It's 4, but it'll be 3. Okay, CBS is waning, isn't it? Well, those 3 conglomerates virtually control everything that you see, hear, and do with regard to television, with regard to knowledge. If they wish to be selective, delete, and modify things, we need only turn to Ted Turner and his most recent announcements. In fact, he got out of a Florida University paper. It's very interesting. The morphing of the screen. Everybody saw Terminator 2, didn't they? Remember Terminator 2 where you can make the critter do anything he wants? More recently, we've seen a movie come out called The Crow. Is everybody familiar with it? Bruce Lee's son just did it. He died during the filming of the movie. They released the movie, completed. Let me ask you something. How did they do that? Thank you very much. What they did, they took all the images they had from the earlier filming, brought them all together by computer, and morphed in the rest of the movie with the character not even there and, in fact, dead. Now, people say, well, what would that have to do with reality? It doesn't have anything to do with reality, does it? But if you can do that with The Crow, with a movie, then it's just a matter of time where if I have criminals who are videotaped, well, even if you weren't a criminal, eventually we can make you a criminal. You'll note, for instance, an example, and they're getting people into the cycle of this. Well, first of all, from the one hand, American Gladiators. Who would have believed they'd ever come up with a title like that, nor would they have introduced a program like that? Well, when you think about it, bread and circuses, old Rome, old Rome, and now old America, it was necessary to keep the people busy. Blood sports were very important. If you've ever read Iron Mountain, the proposal goes back to the 60s that they were actually going to be introducing something like that here. Well, could they really do it? Yes, I think they could. Wouldn't take much to take the foam pads off whatever toys they're playing and hack and chop on a few people. That might get boring after a while, so you throw in a patriot every once in a while you've captured on the streets. Of course, he was guilty of some other crime, and he gets to use a short sword, and they get to have armor, and they get to hack and chop on him for 15 minutes, and you can all rate it, videotape it, eat popcorn, slug a few beers, and go home and sleep at night, and get rid of the problem. Now, how would you create the criminal? Well, if you can morph a movie like The Crow, which was virtually millions of dollars, then it isn't that difficult for you to, with video courts, which you're all hearing about now, aren't you? Last week and the week before, Newsweek and People and several others were talking about the glories and wonders of being so lazy you won't get up off your dead butts and go to the courtroom. They're going to bring the courtroom to you. And they're going to show evidence. They're going to demonstrate evidence. How would you even know that the evidence was real? Video? Excuse me? Look at some of the wonders that we already have. Now, imagine me, this face, in a variety of other scenarios, and you can, I guess the imagination can do the rest. Needless to say, I don't think I'd be walking the streets for very long if they had their way. Now, that's just one perspective, and it's just one obvious action that's taking place. Well, Ted Turner, of course, has gone one step farther. He is going to completely recast original movies. He's going to go through all of the old archives and alter all of the old movies at his discretion. Humphrey Bogart won't be playing in Casablanca. And they can alter and politically correct any of the movies that are there from the past so that they are properly engineered for their needs in the future. They're butt cold serious about this. Both Jane Fonda and Ted Turner, what a combination. Hanoi Jane strikes again. Tom Hayden was no longer any good for her, and we know how Tom Hayden just lost his post, by the way. That's good. Unfortunately, Jane Fonda hasn't lost her life. That's perhaps to come. But unfortunately, as politics is fickle, she's found a new friend, and Ted Turner is the man. Ted Turner dumped his wife with, I think, 5 children, and then apologized to the world for the fact that he'd had those 5 children, because, of course, now he's a global eco freak. Do you realize what kind of an insult that'd be if I were his son or daughter? Dad, I'd come up and slap you silly. And I would. Because, again, it's interesting that as he has acquired wealth, he, of course, has settled into the New World Order quite comfortably. We like to call C-SPAN CFR span nowadays. Anybody watched it recently? About every day you get 3 CFR representatives. I challenge you to watch the bottom block of the screen when it says it gives the person's name and who they're representing. Now, there's a problem I have with that. It'd be one thing if you're talking to a government official, but you're not. Council on Foreign Relations sounds very impressive, doesn't it? You expect banners, marching parades, and things of that nature, and closed rooms, smoke-filled with lots of cigars, which they do have. But the Council on Foreign Relations is a private entity of internationalists whose primary mission is the destruction of the sovereignty of the United States, period. Nothing more, nothing less. One of their daughters, the Trilateral Commission, ooh, they use that commission thing again, gives it that air of power with lots of M's and duplicate letters. Well, the Trilateral Commission is nothing more than a private boys club doing the exact same thing. But you'll see them on CNN, you're going to see them even on ABC, NBC, and CBS on a regular basis now because they're in a mad dash to try and beat us. They're going to shove the New World Order down your throat one way or another, and in fact, most of it is, as they say, baffled with bull what? If you can't use fact, that's exactly what they're doing. It is futile to resist, you shall be absorbed. Everybody watches Star Trek, right? It's the Borg. You shall be absorbed, we shall get you all. Well, that's their concept, but a lot of us, like I said, have gotten away. Across the states, the militia, in fact, is doing exceptionally well. And in fact, I would say that between the militia, the Guard, the Reserve, and active military components, that we are in a very good situation that we were not in 2 years ago. Though we questioned, we felt we had good support. The nation as a whole is waking up, and the military has been our primary target to inform. Now let me ask you something. Many of you here probably have brothers and sisters in the military, or aunts or uncles, or grandfathers, or mothers or fathers. How many of you have actually sent something to them and asked them about what is going on in the military? I have been to every state, and what I have found time and again where I've talked to people, and I've told them, go to your relatives, give them a copy of anything that you've got. American Peril, Call to Arms, Vampire Killer 2000 is really good. Do you know how many times I've had people come back and say, Mark, I told my brother, and he first started to cry, and he said, I didn't think anybody knew. I didn't think anybody cared. I couldn't believe what he said. He went on for 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 hours about what he'd been involved in and where he'd been and what he'd seen. Because for him it was unbelievable, but who does he turn to? See, this is part of the beauty of the New World Order and what it does. It isolates, separates, and segregates. Now, there's a lot of people here my age and older, and I know that because I get a pretty good view of the crowd from here. And you'll all remember what they did during the Vietnam War. And that was not accidental. Vietnam was a social engineering mechanism. It had nothing to do with the war itself. It had everything to do with the separating elements of our society. And one of the most important was to isolate and separate the military from the people. Isn't it amazing how we've gone so far apart from what originally was? Because when we founded this nation, the military and the people were one and the same. George Washington said uncategorically, a standing army is the free society. And one of the most important was to isolate and separate the military from the people. Isn't it amazing how we've gone so far apart from what originally was? Because when we founded this nation, the military and the people were one and the same. George Washington said uncategorically, a standing army is the bane of a free nation. He was absolutely right, and he was a professional soldier. Think about that. This is a man who had made a career of the military. He was a militia commander before the war. He had fought in the French in the colonial wars against the Indians and against the French. In fact, he had some very major defeats during those actions. And even though he knew full well what he'd faced during the American Revolution, he warned the American people of what a professional military force would do. And the fact that it's not that they're evil incarnate by themselves, but that eventually tyranny would prevail in any nation. That because of the nature of men, and because of greed and avarice and arrogance, people would rise to the top that would use that force. Well, congratulations, the New World Order understood this before they got started. But what they had to do is drive more and more of the people into separate little pockets. The Army and the military forces being the best example. Now, ladies, this is no offense, but why do you think they let women into the military? You ever thought about that, really? Well, demoralize, but also isolate and segregate. I know many men and women who are married out of the military, but doesn't that close that and isolate that group? They marry within their own, they associate within their own, and they do not work with the population as a whole. With the CIA, with the Secret Service, they do the same thing. You can associate only with people in the company. By associating only with people in the company, no strange thoughts about that freedom thing get involved with the whole mechanism. You see how that works? They've been doing this for years with many groups. The sad part is, and I have this from personal experience with a friend of mine, that, in fact, I got into the business. And that's exactly what happened. He was not to associate. He's in computer programming. He was not to associate with anybody outside the intelligence field. Sure enough, a few years later, since he's only allowed to associate in the field, who does he marry? Another woman who's another intelligence analyst. What does that tell you? Keep it closed, keep it tight, keep it simple. They're both on the leash. There's no way that they're going to separate from the mainstream. So they've isolated us. Have they isolated us in other ways? Well, let's take a look at the states. And then let's take a look at regionalism. We've got a copy of the New States of America Constitution, by the way, back there. We put some out that we didn't see earlier. I got to congratulate the people who put this together, because this particular document is priceless. If you want to know where we're going and why it is they're doing what they're doing, understand that even Henry Kissinger stated that, gentlemen, the founding fathers have written the Constitution too well. They would have to go around it or subvert it. They couldn't go through it. Well, that's quite a compliment for men 200 years dead. Think about that, because that is an amazing feat in itself. They understood human nature. People have told me before, oh, things have changed dramatically in the United States. Oh, really, have they? The difference between that electricity and the lamp isn't much. Certainly you got rid of the horses, but you still have the horsepower in the car. We got a little bit more carpet, got a little fancier paint. But what has changed about human nature and people in general? Nothing. That doesn't mean the social engineers wouldn't like to take a lot away from us if they had their way. In fact, they'd prefer drones. Drones are much more desirable, and eventually get rid of us in favor, I'm sure, of something even more autonomous, like automated, like a robot, or at least an organic robot. Well, obviously we're not. And with the New States of America Constitution, now something that was brought forward as a reality back in 1976, not 1986, not in the 1990s. This thing's been around for 20 years. They're only 2 states away from winning a victory. Right now, Koernke is proposed in 5 different states of the Union. Ohio is halfway through, but we've stalled it temporarily. It went through the Senate and passed. If Ohio falls, they need but one more state, and this union, as far as the Constitution is concerned, is dissolved. Most people have not even perceived the threat because, again, we have so many things to be busied with that most people don't even know it's happening. That's right, bread and circuses, sports, etc. And also just life in general. I don't think anybody here is wealthier than they were 10 years ago. Maybe a few of you are, thank goodness, but most of us are fighting harder to get less and to make less. I've been all through the South. I know exactly what the economy's like across the country because I get to deal with it firsthand talking to the people who are running it. Parts of Mississippi and Alabama I went through 2 and 3 years ago are ghost towns today. You go through the east, it's the same way. Shops closed, businesses closed, factories closed. Where'd those factories go? When you're in Michigan, outside, they shipped them out of the country. Where did they go? Probably Japan, Indonesia, Micronesia. You're seeing them in Korea, again, where this little flare spot is. And what they're doing is they're destroying our industrial base. They understand exactly the long-term effects of that also. With the new States of America Constitution, for instance, it abolishes the 50 states and gives us the 10 regional governments. You've heard of that before probably from different works that we've done. But almost everything that's involved in the new States of America Constitution is privilege. In other words, at the discretion of the government, you have a right. In fact, it's not even right. It is simply listed as a privilege. At the discretion of the government, you shall have some form of religion. And if they don't like it, they will take it away. The right to jury trial, the last check and balance that's still working right now, is also a privilege which is granted by the judge and decided by the judge, not by the defendant. Now think about that. We have seen several cases, the likes of which the only reason the defendant survived is because even though the jury was manipulated, they could not hide the fact that they were trying to feed them, excuse me, a shit pie. They could put sugar on it, but it's still a shit pie. And with regard to it, as we saw with the Waco case, they set the jury, they limited the media to 4 people. You saw none of the trial covered on national news or even on local news. Why? Because even when they tried to totally control and fabricate everything, the 12 jurists that were there still could not have the wool pulled over their eyes that easily. And they could see and they could imagine themselves sitting in the defense seat waiting to be fried. Even though we are way down the road and many people are ill-educated in how our government works, they still remember a few words like our founding fathers, gentlemen, if we do not hang together, we most assuredly shall hang separately. And so sitting in the jurist box, that's literally it, sitting in the jurist box, if I get those S's right, it's very easy to imagine your daughter, your son, your grandfather sitting on the other side waiting for some judgment to be levied against them. And again, justice prevailed, but it won't for long. The enemy already is deep inside the heart of the nation in many areas. From education, which if they have their way, this Global 2000 project, and many of the women here might be familiar with it, many of the parents here might be familiar with it, Global 2000 and tracking will take away from your children the right and option that you had to choose a career. Think about that. This is right out of Orwell. By tracking with the Global 2000 program and lumping your children in particular groups and directing them without any options, they might not be able to have that job, or they might not be able to acquire a job that is well-paying or capable of supporting them. In fact, they'll require more and more support from the state, from the Fed, etc. Also, the option simply by the fact that through our opportunities with the freedom that we have, they are capable of choosing a lifestyle that they want. If they want to be a machinist, they can be a machinist. I've done a little bit of everything, and I've had a great time doing it, and I've done well. If I don't like it, I walked away from it. With the New World Order, that won't happen. You won't have that choice. If tomorrow you want to try and be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer, or a policeman, or a doctor, or whatever. Granted, you might fall flat on your face. Congratulations, that's part of the mysteries of freedom. It's called responsibility and opportunity. If you fail of your own volition. But at least you are given the opportunity and you have the capability to do so. That will all change and will all fade away into history. In fact, trust me on this, it will never have taken place with the New World Order. For all that we're doing now, even all that I am saying, will never have taken place. It can be changed. If you have but one side, and I've listened to people tell me all about the glories of the New World Order, if you have but one side, who do you negotiate with, and why should they negotiate? One government, one military, one regime, one mechanism, one, as they have said, and I always use their words, one iron fist is their machine. The iron fist. I've heard this a dozen times in England. We've heard this even out west from the governor of Colorado. They shall rule with the iron fist. We've heard them right here in Michigan, where we're from. I've seen it and had it on documentation and papers where they've talked about the fact that the MJTF police would be the velvet glove on the iron fist. Anybody ever get hit with an iron fist? Velvet glove make any difference? Still slaps you silly, doesn't it? Still leaves a scar. Well, they understand that also. They're very important. It's very important that they use the velvet whenever possible. As I said before, sugar on the shit pie. By doing this and creating this illusion, they can get you to take a bite, but they may not get you to swallow. Okay? We already know what we've got and what's in store for us. We understand what this program is all about, so we say with very simple terms, no. Ever tried using that word? It's been a while since you have, probably. No. We will not accept the New World Order. No. You shall not have my children. No. The weapons that I possess are mine. And the reason I have them is because that is coercive force. If it is good enough for the government, it most assuredly is good enough for all of you to have. Interesting point there. Who's the government? We the people. We. Now let me ask you something. Anybody see here a few weeks ago a very interesting piece, which was, we all saw it on the news, it was like Good Morning America, talking about those fanatics that are running all over the country. Did anybody see that, where they had these little books? You know what little book they were talking about? Pocket constitutions. Those fanatics with the pocket constitutions that say, we the people. Well, most people are ignorant nowadays and they haven't read the Constitution so long they don't even know what any of our documents start with, so they wouldn't have recognized it. Thank you. Could I borrow that, please? The reason I have to is because I keep giving mine away. Excellent. Thank you. This is one of the books that they were showing. Little pocket constitution. And heaven forbid every American should have this in his pocket. And as our lady here said, don't leave home without it. We don't. Well, the Constitution, interestingly enough, has to be attacked because, as Kissinger said, it was written too well. But what they stressed is that you'll find these people all over the nation, and they're using this thing. Well, yes, we've always used this thing. But if you're going to come up with this rag here and try and overshadow it, most assuredly you have to ridicule it. And didn't Washington, and didn't Jefferson, and didn't Franklin, and didn't every one of the Founding Fathers tell us this would happen? Then in our own ignorance, you know, when they asked, what type of government have you given us? And they said, oh, a republic, if you can keep it. So now this generation gets to decide whether or not they can keep this. When we are done and we win, we will. This young man right here, and some of the other youths that I see in the audience today, get to decide in their generation whether or not they shall keep it. For I guarantee you that in the war to come, and it will be a war, I will not hedge on this one, that in the war to come after we are victorious, that it will come again, that the wave shall face us once again, that they'll be back again because they hate us with a passion. Tyrants and slaves hate free men because misery loves company. That's why. If I can stand and say what I'm saying right now, I am a great threat to the regime. The worst part about it is this: I'm not the only one doing it. And that's why they're not sure how to respond yet. They haven't been used to this for a long time. Americans in general, from all parts of the nation, are standing up to and demanding that the government follow this. And this is their signpost. This is their guideline. They should have no other. I got into this, the interesting twisted debate that's usually used is, well, treaties are the same as laws. Treaties are the same as laws, so the UN has the same authority over us as the Constitution. Wrong. When the Constitution came about, does everybody remember there were 2 votes, weren't there? The first one formed the basic Constitution. When it went out to the states and to all the representatives, what did they say? Take it back, for it does not have the protection that is necessary to chain government, to ensure that government does not become an enemy of the people. And so when they came back with what? The Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights stated uncategorically that all other actions are restricted by that first, that the Constitution is the binding word. If a treaty is in violation of this document and the other guiding documents, it is null and void. That is my signpost. This is my guiding light. It gets into a little point here too. I notice I can stand it right here. You know how they match so well? You ever notice that? You know why? You ever notice how years ago here they decided to rule that you could burn the flag? Do you know why they let you burn the flag? Why they agreed to it? It had nothing to do with freedom of activities, freedom of expression. The flag behind me is a good flag. It doesn't have the gold fringe. This is a constitutional flag. Do we have a king or a queen in this country? Do we have a monarch? Do we have a dictatorship? Well, we do now. Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have worded that differently, yes. Yes, there's a dictatorship, but it's not our government, okay? When they agreed to let you burn this, the reason they let you burn it is because that wasn't their flag you were burning. In fact, what you're doing when you're burning the American flag is slapping yourself in the face silly, because that flag represents this Constitution. That is the only physical representation we have. You can take the president tomorrow if you want to, but don't do anything to this flag. This is my document. This is the only physical representation we have of this in the field. And that's why they laughed all the way back from the courtroom into their private chambers. Because when you burn that flag, you're only hurting yourself. Now, if you want to hurt somebody, if you want to do damage to the other side, do what they always used to do. Find an effigy of the enemy, put him up on a pole, and burn him. Okay? You'll find you go to court right away, though. Why? Because it's the same as threatening the king. Oh, I'm sorry, the same as threatening the king. Oops, I'm right. That's what this is all about. Now, if you burn the right flag, which we did find out something about too, a white field with 3 red stripes underneath it and 3 stars over top of it that are red. If you can find one of those, that is the flag that you should burn, because that is the representation of the central regime, and it is a flag that is hardly ever seen. If you take that flag out and burn it, I guarantee you will be put in jail, because you will be burning the proper effigy, and you'll be destroying the proper symbol of the enemy. But this is yours, not to be destroyed but to be cherished, just as this is yours, not to be destroyed but be held on to even with your last dying gasp, to ensure that we can hand it on to these kids. Everybody knows about that. At least you do now. The Constitution was, of course, a document that required a great deal of teething. I think everybody will recall that the Founding Fathers, when they came together, many were ministers. And I notice we've tried to take this more and more away from the people, and in fact, the regime is incredibly fearful of the fact that we might actually find God again. But the best example of it is the fact that when they were striving to try and come up with this solution called the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Founding Fathers would fast and pray for days. As they became more embroiled in government during the Revolution, especially in the first 2 years, they actually got away from that. And in our darkest hour, as Washington was fighting his rearguard action across the nation, literally, several of the members stood up and reminded them that, gentlemen, we have been amiss, for we have forgotten whose authority we are granted, and by whose authority this nation exists. And so they prayed and they fasted again. And of course, we all know the outcome. But they had to go back to their roots. They forgot, in the flurry of government, who it is and whose authority they were mustering under. Now, they worked it out, needless to say, and you can't say that we didn't have some contention afterwards with regard to certain points, and that we haven't lost some things with regard to the Constitution. The states' rights issue is still an issue today. It is in its later stages. Arguments, example, are regarding the militia of the state. Most recently, several state governments argued against sending troops to Desert Storm on the grounds that the National Guard belonged to who? The state. The Fed demonstrated to you their wiles and their manipulation in that they stated, no, we provided you with the weapons, we provided you with the equipment, those soldiers are ours. Well, most assuredly, what that was a demonstration of the flexing of the muscles of the New World Order and how they have wheedled their way in all the way down to state level. That's why we need the state's militia. That's why we need the militia at large, which you are all members of, by the way. The militia at large cannot be projected overseas. Its mission is to protect and defend the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, to protect your homes, to protect your freedom and your family. It can be made up of any and all individuals who are available at a moment's notice. That is, it's important that you take on that responsibility. That is why they have gone after the weapons, though, also, because if you perceive and realize this, you all understand this is your first liberty tooth. This. And the second are the weapons that you possess to back it up. Now, getting into the gun issue here, let me ask you something. When was the last time you saw two street gangs or drug gangs bayonet charge each other? Wasn't in yesterday's news? It wasn't, was it? Well, it's important to remember that, and in fact we've got this in several field manuals that were to be destroyed before anybody was to see them. In fact, they were very limited print. And all they did was validate what we've been arguing for the last couple of months, and several months actually, that the reason the gun laws are being written the way they are is to destroy our capability to formulate a militia as it properly should be organized. Why did they go after bayonet lugs in this latest restriction, along with many other military features? Well, as is stated in the one manual, if the force that you are facing does not have a martial arm, in other words, a weapon with martial features, bayonet lug, flash hider, magazine, etc., if they do not possess a uniform, if they do not have insignia, and if they do not have an order or command structure, you can do, and I'm using their words, you can do anything to them you wish. Because you are not subject to the protections of the laws of nations, and because, of course, the Geneva and Hague treaties do not apply. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to follow those all the time, but your enemy is very concerned about the color of law. And remember also, they have to twist the honor of the soldiers that originally swore to protect our Constitution. The way to do that is to alter in their minds and make it justifiable to do what they are going to do. See how that works? So that's why you do need a bayonet lug on the rifle. You do need a flash hider. You should have them. And any time it's challenged, it could be taken to court and has been taken to court successfully, defending your militia rights. The anti-gun people have come up with this several times. Well, there's no reason for having a gun. It's a people killer. You're right. Exactly. It is a people killer. Thank you. They kind of go stupid then because there's no other argument. Yes, it's a people killer. It's why firearms became a health care problem this last time around with the medical bill. Because firearms are definitely a health problem for tyrants. And so for that reason, of course, they've targeted them, and we may actually see one of the most devastating, deep, and all-encompassing actions to, first of all, take your magazines, take your weapons. You already know what's happening with your ammunition. And if at all possible, strip as much of it away from the people as they can. Example, arbitrary enforcement, real quick. Anybody notice how you're supposed to, if they pass this law, have your magazines for all of your weapons serial numbered? And you have to prove that you bought them before the ban. Now, has anybody ever been pulled over in a car along the road and tried to prove at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon that something they purchased was purchased 2 or 3 or 4 years ago or 6 years ago? Ever try it? So what do you think is going to happen? Arbitrary enforcement. It will be picked up and carried away. Now, in California, if they do that, for instance, and many of your states may already have this and you just don't know it, because of the new laws in California, if they confiscated your weapon, even if it wasn't a banned weapon, they do not return the weapon to the owner. Ah, cha-ching. That's how they take more weapons out of circulation, and they penalize you even if you're not guilty. So they would do this with magazines, ammunition, spare parts, equipment, etc. You might note that Clinton said just a few days ago, actually I think it was 6, 7 days ago, that he would like to see a ban on camouflage uniforms, equipment, and materiel. This is to be expected because what did I list here? Martial arms, uniform, rank, and a pecking order. By banning the uniforms, you are then what? Well, we used to call them brigands, pirates, terrorists is the new term, but that's what they're going to go with. And of course you will all be, that key phrase, criminals. How many times you heard them say, oh, we're not interested in the law-abiding firearms owner, we're only interested in criminals. And everybody goes, oh, they're not talking about me. Well, problem is, they are talking about you, you're just not using the right dictionary. Remember, when talking to the enemy, always use the same vocabulary. He's not lying, he's using the Cheshire Cat syndrome. You know, oh yes, I'm only interested in criminals, and you are one too. With regard to everything. Firearms in general, of course, if they have their way, will be banned. Handgun Control Incorporated has printed a vast amount of information that was leaked out about their 10-year agenda, which is not a 10-year agenda, I think, but a 2-year or 3-year agenda. This includes, of course, the banning of hunting. 4 people getting together to hunt is considered to be an illegal crowd. Camouflage, of course, would be illegal. Toy guns would be illegal. Civil War reenactments would be illegal. Revolutionary War reenactments would be illegal. And we've already seen a reflection of this, by the way, in Michigan. How many people here have heard of the Henry Ford Museum? Okay, that's in Michigan. It's fairly famous. Every year we used to have Civil War reenactments with live, blank fire. Well, that's not politically correct now. And so, of course, over the last 2 years, they've been phasing not only reenactments out, but now they don't even want the Civil War reenactors there themselves encamped. And they don't want the Revolutionary soldiers there encamped either, because that doesn't project the proper image they want for the New World Order's image of the past. That we didn't have the arms, that we didn't have the capabilities, that we didn't have the equipment. You see, all of that will cease to exist. You can rewrite history and gradually phase it out. If history is not preserved by the historians, who will preserve it? And that from a museum. And this policy is taking place all over the country. We've heard about it in the South. We've heard about it out West. So it's happening in many places. It is part of our culture. As I said before, the American people are some of the most generous people on the planet. But if you piss us off, we are your worst nightmare, and we will come and eat your lunch. And that's a fact. Many people have found out the hard way. Right now, I guess I could turn my attention to a little subject there that is kind of a twist of history against us. We went into Iraq, to take out Saddam Hussein and free the Iraqi people. That's right, we didn't free the Iraqi people. To free the oil for the oil conglomerates, yeah, that's basically what we did. We spent a vast amount of money. We spent a vast amount of resources and time. And when we were done, yeah, we did get Kuwait back. Well, we could have got Kuwait back anytime we wanted. But we didn't finish the job. After having created the condition, they could not allow 400,000 English-speaking, English-reading American soldiers to walk into a country where there were so many documents written in English that came from the United States on how to build nukes, that they could not afford to see those soldiers walk in. Because you know what my boys did? They did this. And that's what every American soldier's done in every war we've ever been in. Trust me, I've seen stuff that was carried back from World War II and World War I. The kitchen sink, Hitler's silverware, flags, bayonets, bathtubs, boats, anything you get their hands on walks back with us. Can you imagine trying to hide the fact that that whole war was fabricated when you have 400,000 of the best educated soldiers we've ever put in the field in that country? I don't think so. And that's why we had to stop at the border there. Well, I touched on it a little earlier, but Korea is becoming the same situation. Korea, as part of the international issue, is very important to understand. Why? Because the New World Order has now come full circle. Challenge you to think about this. East and West Germany, do they exist now? They're gone, aren't they? The wall's down. North and South Vietnam was the first of the Cold War experiences, long gone. Czechoslovakia, does it still exist? Very quietly in the back pages of your newspaper, a little article this big, you probably saw it, about that wide, about Czechoslovakia agreeing to separate. And they did. And it didn't even get any big headlines, and they didn't finally talk about it in Newsweek or Time until months after it happened. Why? They didn't want you to think about it. That's a card waiting to be played. But isn't Czechoslovakia important? I would think it is. I'm an historian. In fact, I've been a student of history for a long time. And what fascinates me is Czechoslovakia is one of the reasons we got World War II. That was one of the excuses for fighting World War II. I'd say that's pretty significant that country should be split asunder. Let's go a little farther south. Yugoslavia. Does it exist now? No. But what is it now? It's a series of 4 or 5 little nations. Macedonia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, Croatia. Okay? The one oddball card I couldn't understand was Yemen, north and south, because I said, well, that's really strange. They let that sit. Strangely enough, what happened at the beginning of this last week? North and South Yemen are now at war. They've been fighting a border skirmish for the last several days. And they are starting to become very serious. Now, North and South Yemen have Frog 7s, they're tactical nuclear delivery systems, but they're probably not nuked. They can still do a lot of damage, and they're going to shoot the snot out of each other. Well, what does this all do? I want you to pull out a map from 1914, prior to World War II, and I want you to compare it to the map that they have recreated in 1994. And you want to shudder when you take a look at it. You're going to realize that what you have is the entire monarchical Europe completely reestablished and rebordered as it was in 1914. Shades of World War I. To a T, they have done this. You need only look at maps that perhaps may have been purged from some of your libraries, but you can find on your own bookshelves. So why Korea? Korea is the pièce de résistance, the final phase in which they will symbolically take the American sovereignty from us, if they can, if we're stupid enough to give it away, and also close the chapter called the Cold War, which was fabricated with the very place they started, coming full circle from very beginning to very end. The Korean War never ended, by the way. It has always been fought. It is still being fought on the DMZ. Some men here may have been there at one time or another. Every year we lose 44 to 59 men to combat losses on the DMZ that are written off in other ways. We have men come back in parts and pieces because they've been involved in activities. The Koreans are very aggressive and very nationalistic and very proud of their position, and rightly so. Well, now they have to make a decision whether or not to use this card, because again, because of these awakenings all the way across on the other side of the globe, they have to keep the American people busy. Do you see this? Do you see this? Oops. Weren't paying attention, were you? And so by keeping us busy in Korea, burning up our military resources, sending our people overseas to a war that isn't necessary, they are going to create the conditions to consolidate the New World Order and one flag, the UN flag, as a sovereign flag over all the military forces that fight in the peninsula. And can they do it? Yes, they can, because the first thing that's going to be told everybody, well, aren't you patriotic? Aren't you supporting our boys? I support my soldiers 100%. I trained a lot of them. But I'm also not stupid, and I wouldn't send them off on frivolous or ignorant activities like this, knowing full well that they're fabricated, that they're manipulating us. We have to challenge that. We have to tell them no. Again, learn that word, no. Where can the Koreans go? I ask you, where's North Korea going to go? China? Excuse me? Let's watch this one and sit and laugh from a distance. China would deal with them in a heartbeat, wouldn't they? Yeah. South Korea? Trust me, they want to fight just as badly as the North does. I've seen them. Japan? Japan is begging for the capability to become nuclear. And if you'll notice, the big threat right now is that they're going to dump eggs on Japan. Eggs on Japan. Shouldn't we give Japan the same capability? Uh-oh. And now we go full circle to another old enemy who has never been defeated in 3,000 years, Japan. Japan's history is a legacy of victory upon victory upon victory, and never having seen its soil sullied by foreign invaders until some of the people in this room showed up in 1944 and 45. Do you think that after 3,000 years of written history that they would forget the fact that we came to town and ate their lunch? I don't think so. I wouldn't. So with that in mind, what are the mechanizations of the Korean activities? Well, first of all, and I'll remind you this because I listened to this on television before I came up to this podium, and again, it just sinks in very quickly. They don't care which side wins. And if you don't think so, you better go right back to Iraq and look at who's in power still in Iraq. Saddam Hussein is right where he was before he invaded Kuwait. If tomorrow the Korean War began and North Korea, with the help of China, won, we would be buying from North Korea, which would then become all of Korea, anything they would make within probably a week. The New World Order cares not who wins in this engagement, but rather whether or not Korea becomes a consolidated country as one and a conduit for economic resource in the region to become the next global threat against us. This will create the conduit that's needed to bond Japan and China together, because that's been a very big problem. Koreans do not necessarily like the Japanese for obvious reasons. They've been occupied for 50+ years at a time and more. Major military actions have been fought for decades in the Korean Peninsula over the last 1,000 years. It has also been, as I said before, the conduit for trade and commerce to bridge the gap between the two nations at many different times. And so a whole Korea means that the dragon called Asia becomes whole, with one of its little dragons coming to power, Central Korea. What other damage would it do? Well, in order for you to be successful at implementing things like this garbage here, this toilet paper called the New States of America Constitution, you have to keep the American people busy overseas. Shakespeare used it and said it well. Busy, giddy minds with foreign wars, and you can do anything you wish at home. How many times during the D-Day memorial that we had Bill Clinton, a man who was a coward during the Vietnam War, and would have been a coward during World War II also, by the way. Think about it. If he'd been around World War II, he'd have gone to Moscow or any place else he could have found, and would have been in Oxford. Well, wait a minute, Oxford was being bombed. He'd have gone someplace deeper in the country probably, or Canada. He's there, of course, honoring our soldiers. And he made a comment that was really bizarre. He said, because of you Americans, the American fighting man of World War II, communism was defeated. Eh? Excuse me? Wait a minute. Hello, hello, Jafar, hello. Don't you kind of wonder about that? Of course, that's playing on the fact that most people don't know history anymore. Who were we fighting in World War II? The Germans and the Japanese. Okay? We weren't fighting the Russians. But on the other hand, what you're trying to do is get that generation to fall in lockstep with the New World Order by patting them on the head and giving them a little pretzel. Most of you may not have heard of the little comment that was made by, or not comment, but action that took place, I believe it was in Italy. I have to check it. We still haven't got the full piece on it. The veterans that were on the podium with Clinton stood up and pushed him and his entire Secret Service element off the stage and out of the room. Yes. We didn't see that on prime time tonight, did we? But they were veterans with the same kind of gumption they had when they went to Anzio and D-Day. You'll notice every time they spoke this last week, the international effort, the international this, the international that. And of course, the American people has sacrificed at D-Day. And it was bad, but it was a nice historical event. Wouldn't you want to be remembering a historical event 50 years and help invade Korea? You and the other young men that are here, don't you want to be remembered on television later on down the road? That is if they remembered, of course. The whole idea was to create this air of, gee, I want to be part of that. Oh, it's like the Iraqi War. You know, during the Iraqi War, did you see any bodies? That was a pretty clean war. I'd like to go to a war like that. Didn't see any bodies, no blood, no guts, just lots of burned out vehicles. That makes it almost fun to go to war again. Then turn the tables when they want to try and get people involved in something, and we're not involved yet. Yugoslavia. 3 obligatory body pictures every week in People, in Time, in Newsweek. You got to tug at your heartstrings. You got to spend money there. You got to send your sons and daughters there. Isn't it amazing how the propaganda shifts depending upon the need? Well, D-Day, the international event, for instance, one of the most fascinating pictures I saw was a picture of a Canadian maple leaf with 4 prongs, as if the Canadians had landed at all 4 beaches, and there was no other symbol, just the Canadian maple leaf, like the Canadians were the only ones who invaded on D-Day. Which made me wonder, they only lost 300 people. What happened to all those other guys? Okay? Well, this is visions of things to come. First of all, lack of history, lack of knowledge, and definitely the use of past events to try and motivate the people in a specific way. I had people tell me 2 and 3 years ago in college, I worked at U of M, in school, that, oh, the American people could never be fooled by something like this. We're too smart for them nowadays, okay? I'll go right back to what they did when they invaded Kuwait. What was the most important issue on the newspaper headlines for 3 days why they invaded Kuwait? Anybody remember? Zsa Zsa Gabor slaps a cop. That was breaking headline news. It was on every nightly news service for 3 days straight. And there was this little blurb about some military thing going on in Kuwait right now. Now, you weigh that out and tell me which one's more important. I'll give you examples of other ones like that. Like when the kids were lost, that's another one. What about the Bobbitt story? Everybody knows that name. I don't have to explain it, do I? Okay? But was that earth-shattering national news? It was nothing. It was a local event. It has happened in other places, but they needed something like that to keep people busy, being very myopic. Concentrate on this dot and don't worry about the rest of the room. You see? That's right. Bread and circuses. Keep people busy. Don't watch this hand, watch this hand. Oops, I've got you by the short hairs. Well, that's exactly, oh, pardon the pun there. Anyway, we also had in Michigan, of course, another example of that. The infamous steel rod incident, remember, with our national skaters in the Olympics. What was happening while that was taking place? Thank you very much. Anything to fill the pages and keep people busy so they would not pay attention to reality. And we're right there in Detroit, and it was still like we were turning away from that thing as quickly as it happened and starting to, what was going, as soon as that happened, I had to do this. I'm sorry, I'm very skeptical. Whenever I see something as frivolous as that, I start looking around to see where the bullets are going to start flying from, because you know that something's in the wind. Like I told some of the young soldiers that unfortunately went over to Desert Storm, I said, you know what? The louder they scream peace, the sooner you better grab your hind end and dig a deeper hole. Because, as I said with Kuwait, was probably the best example. Just as they did that, we knew there was a major war coming because they said it was the end of history. No more significant events were going to take place. You notice how that disappeared from the headlines? They don't talk about that now? Where everything was going to float off into some warm, fuzzy tomorrow with nothing taking place, nothing happened to be too exciting. Needless to say, we know things have been very exciting ever since. There have been a series or a plethora of wars they've developed, and in fact they have 3 cards to play on right now with external activities. 1, Korea. 2, Yugoslavia, which has been set up quite well for us. 3, the African campaign somewhere in South or Central Africa. Rwanda was a warning to all of you. It had nothing to do with the government per se. The New World Order had orchestrated and set up the situation, and it's for you to see on television every night, again, buckets of bodies. Now, on the other hand, when they wanted you to get into something, they didn't show you jack as far as that goes. Like I said, sterile trucks, the death highway. Everybody saw those pictures of the death highway in Iraq, didn't they? Maybe one body was still left in the truck because the truck was probably burning when they came through to bury everybody that was there. But they made sure that that was a clean kill on television. On the other hand, when they needed to manipulate people now, of course, and we want you guys to all settle back in your chairs. Don't get uppity. Whatever you do, don't get uppity. We're going to show you stacks of bodies the way they have in Rwanda or in Croatia or Bosnia. Another thing about that with Yugoslavia, should we be involved in providing arms for any side there? No. Why? Well, let's go right back to the 1870s. A gentleman by the name of Bismarck, very adept at war, having fought 3 Franco-Prussian wars and kicking the snot out of the French, taking Alsace-Lorraine and hanging on to it for a period of time. He was also involved in many other global campaigns. When asked about the Balkans, which is the Yugoslavia that we know today, he stated, with regard to sending his troops, not all of the Balkans are worth the healthy bones of one Pomeranian musketeer. In other words, stay away. They won't necessarily win right away, but they will keep eating your lunch until there's no tomorrow. They'll pick you here, stab you there, find you wherever they have to, and like the Americans, they are hard to forget. They will keep fighting and fighting and fighting. And Bismarck was there. He didn't have to worry about planes. He didn't have to worry about trains. He didn't have to worry about ships. He was on the continent, sitting next to Yugoslavia where he could walk in, and he would not. He was a good student of history, and he understood the people he was dealing with and the ethnic picture overall. Do we also have any business telling these people what to do? Well, personally, I found that every time the United Nations gets involved, whoever it is that they have us side with usually would have been our enemy, and the other side would have been our friends. As is typically the case, anytime somebody has tried to promote our form of government, a constitutional republic, you will find, as I think probably the best example was Koernke during the 60s. The Koernke's government seceded from the Central Congo when the communists started to take over. Koernke was a very successful operation. They had their own agriculture, mining, rail service. They got along well. It was a wide spectrum of people that lived in that nation. Immediately, the United Nations turned its eyes upon Koernke and ignored the rest of the Congo debacle for a few years. Implementing virtual martial law and progressively invading the country, it no longer exists. There's an excellent tape called Koernke that I challenge everybody to watch to see what they are doing here and how they did it before. And again, the tape unfortunately was designed to try and gain aid for Koernke. It failed because unfortunately, even as they did it, the country fell. Now Africa's in the same boat again right now. We have 2 or 3 different factions in South Africa. Most assuredly, the communists have just taken over. I am oft fascinated by the propagandists when they crop photos or when they make things disappear. Probably the best example is a picture of Nelson Mandela standing with the party symbol behind him, which was erased in all American publications, but in Canadian publications was left intact, showing the hammer and sickle behind his head right here. He is a card-holding Communist Party member. Now the Zulus, on the other hand, which are now still a power faction, a power group inside the country, are predominantly Christian. Christian population groups in southern and central Africa have not fared well, and Koernke was the best example. They had a large inter-religious group, Muslim, Christian, and in fact even Jewish, and they fought quite well together against a common enemy, the United Nations, when the time came, because they understood that if they lost the nation, they'd lose their lives, and they did. South Africa is probably moving towards a similar situation, but unfortunately they're going to try and get us involved there also. And obviously the military actions are moving in that direction to keep that as an alternate card. Now what's important about South Africa? Does anybody realize it? What's the most important issue with South Africa? Not gold, not diamonds. 65% of the nuclear material that is used by all nations comes out of South Africa for reactor service. 65% of the mineable, fissionable material that can be used. That by itself makes that nation a priceless gem. And who is instrumental in this? England. The country keeps cropping up everywhere we've had problems. England would be able to reacquire a wealth that it lost because it lost its colonial frontiers. It is now putting its finger back in the pie through the United Nations, and as with Rhodesia, which became Zimbabwe, as with the Congo when it fell from Belgium, etc., they are implementing the same actions to turn the country into rubble and buy the product for little of nothing, which is what will happen. They'll get it for nothing. The people who rightfully own it will not receive anything for it when they're done. And their bleached bones will sit on the savannah for years to come. This is obviously going to take place. It will happen. Now, what can we do to stop this? Because everybody always says, Mark, you're always telling all about gloom and doom, but what do you do? Okay, what do we do? Well, on the international picture, there's very little that we can actually do to stop them completely. But that simple word no needs to be used more often by the people as a whole. Even now, they're trying to pull all the stops out with a propaganda machine to pull us into a war somewhere. Why do they need the war? They'll use a 1, 2, 3 punch on the United States to knock us down. An external conflict would tie up most of our regular military force. An internal conflict combined with an economic crisis would be ideal. How many people know we've been talking about the money change for years, haven't we? How many people have seen in the last week and 2 weeks extensive articles done by many of the major publications on the new money change coming? Why the money change? Well, as was talked about with the IRS here in the very beginning, and they are one of the linchpins of the New World Order, the illegal income tax, which is in violation of the Constitution and is one of the planks of the Communist Manifesto, one of the 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto. The income tax was designed to drain resources out of the country. This is a battle for free resource. Many people have told me before, well, they can't do it to us because there are so many of us. They may not be able to do it to us right away, and they knew they couldn't immediately when they originally perpetrated all of this. But what they could do is beat us down progressively to a point where we were easier to deal with. Example, how many people here bought ammunition a year ago? $60 a case for 30 caliber Russian, wasn't it? What's a case of 30 caliber Russian ammo right now? It's up to $600. On the East Coast, it's up to $700 right now. As little as $380 to $400 where we are. Now, can you go to the bank and invest money and make that kind of profit? Oh, thank you very much. You can't, can you? In fact, you'd love to be able to walk in with paper and make a profit like that on a regular basis. That's not the case here, though. Because unfortunately, if I sell it, I won't have it. If I don't have it, I might need it. So how can I afford to give it away? I can't sell it. But I could compensate for all the money I've spent if I bought 5 or 6 cases by selling only 1 case now. What they have done is they've created an economic imbalance here now. If you were trying to arm in the past, you could have bought 5 or 6 times what you need to purchase, what you need to have to purchase 1 case now. What is that a challenge? That's a challenge to the free resources that you had available at the time and have now. Now, that money that you could have spent before is going to have to be spent on 1 product instead of several. Instead of having the capability to buy not just ammunition, but to buy weapons, food, and equipment, you're now going to have to target more of your free resources into a limited channel, just to make sure you have what you need. This is how the enemy has worked for years. In fact, that's really how they attacked our economy. Right now, if they were to go with the money change under the original scheme, which was part of PL 100-690, which we've talked about before, and all it does is draw you a map. Thank you. It draws you a map. I'll have to worry about this now. That's okay. That's okay. With PL 100-690, it's a roadmap to show you where they were going with all their plans. And as I've said, it's a bridge, it's a door, or half a door, or half of a wall. The other half comes in with the crime bill. When they come together, it's like the Berlin Wall. It's up rock solid. Well, they had to create a national debt. That's what the wars were for that we've seen, especially Vietnam, and most assuredly Korea, and the next Korea might be the topping point. But we've gotten to the point with our national debt that we don't even pay the principal. We can't pay the principal anymore. This young man's grandsons, granddaughters, and great-grandsons are going to be paying the debt that's been created, and they still won't be able to finish it. Now, let me ask you something. Anybody here buy a new car last several years? If you did, if you didn't pay for it in 3 months, what happens? Or sooner, somebody comes and takes it, don't they? It's called repossession. It's an embarrassing situation, but it happens. Now, if you can't pay for that car and you can't pay the interest, somebody is going to come and take the car away. If you do not pay for your house, somebody is going to come and force you out of the house and take your house. Well, if the nation is in debt, and this nation cannot pay its debt, I will ask you, what does the nation have to give away in exchange for the fabricated debt that now exists? Sovereignty and land. What we stand on, they don't make any more of. Okay? Land is the key. They want, as a gentleman said in Virginia Beach, and it was a perfect analogy, what they want to do is put a piece of paper between you and your property. By having done so with taxes, 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 and more taxes, they have literally put a piece of a writ between you and the property that originally was yours and yours for life. We are virtually communist in this country right now because that, again, is one of the planks of the Communist Manifesto. Property rights do not exist in the Communist Manifesto. Property taxes to take the property from the people are essential. Ah, see? We're farther down the road than we think. Well, with the national debt, at one point in time, they are going to foreclose. And for the first time in our history, we can't pay it. That's why things have accelerated so quickly. A lot of people ask me, boy, Mark, they're being pretty bold. They're just going ahead and doing whatever they want, aren't they? Yes, they are. And they're going to continue to move even faster. In fact, I warn you of this. They are in such a panic that, in fact, I'm not sure they know which way to turn in many ways. I believe, first of all, and I will remind you, the Bilderberger meeting was last week. That's why Bill Clinton was in Europe, not just for the D-Day celebrations. He ascended through the different stations, and if you look at his itinerary, and we don't have it all yet, but if you look at the way he moved through Europe, He ascended through all of the different stations in meeting to come up to a single point where he, first of all, obviously reported situations and conditions, I am sure, and he received his marching orders as to what must be done in the United States. Bill Clinton is a Bilderberger, by the way. He was not just invited as a fellow traveler. He is a Bilderberger. It's in his references. As a Bilderberger, he was sitting in Oxford here. Did anybody see this? It was done live, and it was also covered by C-SPAN and CNN and recording. He sat to the right of the president of Oxford. And the president of Oxford said this, and I want to get it right, but I'll be paraphrasing a little bit. He said, of all the presidents that they have had, implying that they've been under their control, of all the presidents that we have had, for the first time, this man is truly our president. This from the president of Oxford and from that circle. What they were stating is the Queen's man. The Queen's man. That is monarchical England, the old enemy, back again and again and again. Another thing, everybody recall that just a short time ago in February, somebody else was knighted by the Queen after the fact? George Bush received his knightship from the Queen. They took care of that rather quickly, and he was also awarded for his activities in support of the Crown. Well, wait a minute, I thought he was our president. Whoops. You see? So the farther you go, and the more important it is for them to befuddle our minds and try to make us ignore history, the more we see that history is very relevant. And we have to look at our place in the timeline, which is what I challenge people to do constantly. Understand the fact that you are part of history. History isn't something over there on the wall that they charted. You are a walking, breathing legacy of many different actions, of many different nations and traits. You've come together, and at this point in time, as I said earlier, you are the deciding factor in the destiny of this nation now and the world. Because if we fall, the liberty light goes out. If we fall, the nation not only falls, but the ambitions and the hopes of millions of people all over the country. One of our friends, his wife's family are all Lebanese, second generation, American. 5 brothers. They have grandparents in Lebanon right now. They're Christian, not Muslim, but it wouldn't make any difference. With regard to that, they could either have the same position here. They stated, you know, Mark, actually we're talking to one of our other people, and we were standing there. He goes, you know, we could go to Lebanon and hide. I could go to Grandpa and Grandma's, and we could sit there, and we could lay in waiting, and we could ignore our citizenship. But if I do so, and they defeat the United States and they destroy us, then it is only a matter of time before the black tide of darkness descends upon that country too. So I will stay here, and I will keep my family here, and we shall fight. That from a person with only 2 generations in this country who understands the value of freedom. In fact, they cherish it greatly. An old Polish gentleman, I always refer to this, I don't care how many times I've repeated it, it's like he said, in 1940, he was in Poland. The Germans were coming from one way and the Russians were coming from the other. His grandfather organized the family, and they walked out of Poland down through to the Mediterranean and escaped. The Russians were trying from one direction, the Germans were trying from another. Poland was in between. Well, they got to the United States and settled in Chicago very quickly, and many of the relatives that came over volunteered to go back into the military as quickly as they became citizens here. And some of them weren't citizens, but volunteered for the U.S. military anyway. And they went back and they fought for the country. He said, but Mark, the problem is this. My grandfather had some place to run. There is no place left for us to run. So and he said, and he's 80 years old, by the way, now he's 81. He said, I'm 80 years old, and I shall stand and fight also. Well, if a gray-haired grandfather can stand and fight for this nation, sure as hell I'm going to have to stand up with him and do the same thing. Challenge all of you. Not that I'm putting gray-haired grandfathers down. Don't make a mistake about that. In fact, one of the things that is crucial here is Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Sis. There is going to come a time when we're going to go. A lot of you men have already been there once, one time or another, been in uniform, and may have even fought an enemy on a foreign battlefield. It is sad that we now perceive and in fact can conceive of that aggression taking place here, but it is realistic. But when the time comes, you people are going to have to be like iron. You're going to have to hug your husband, kiss your brother goodbye. You're going to have to send him out the door with a boot. Well, I don't mind if you come along. But we also need to have some people here to help take care of the families when the time comes. I'll take all the help I can get, and I won't refuse anything, trust me. But when that time comes, the soldiers also are going to have to do something, and that's steel their heart. That happened all through the South and the North in a war that we all remember. When that took place, you only look back once and go on down the road and do your job. Because that's the only thing you can do to preserve the nation. Is it a great risk? Wives, daughters, trust me, in our hearts and in our minds, you are constantly there. You are the reason we fight. You're also a fear that we have because we don't know when we leave what's going to happen to you. And so as you said, yes, you'll come with us, but if you stay behind, be like iron, fight, fight, and fight again. You will have to stand for the family and the household. If we fall in battle, it's important to remember that somebody record what we have done. That you teach the children that what we did was not a stupid or foolish sacrifice, but that we truly in our hearts stood for the nation, stand for the republic, and will fight and if need be die for our families. That is our job. You know, I'm pretty blessed because, of course, the last person I hugged wasn't my best friend, but my wife when I left. And as some of our people know, there was a great debate about coming here today, for instance. The situation is not what it was a year ago to travel the country now. Fortunately, my wife's got a big iron boot, and although she wanted to come along, I said, you better stay with the kids, and she kicked me out the door. So I'm blessed with the fact that I have a fantastic wife who's been very understanding and has put up with the fact that we've invested everything into this. In fact, I've put my heart, my soul, and my life into it. We could be standing off to the side. We could be standing off to the side, but if we did, wouldn't the black wave catch us wherever we tried to hide to? So being a realist and also being faithful to my pledge, which was to protect and defend the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, small enemies, both foreign and domestic, that I will stand. And when I do, if the need be fall, if I fall, the next question I ask is, who shall pick up the flag when I do? Will any of you? Yes or no? And I have nothing to fear. What are you going to threaten me with? Heaven? Lindsey Williams said that, and I use it all the time because it's true. We are fighting a righteous cause, by the way, and I truly believe that. And I can be salty with the rest of you. But I thoroughly believe in my heart, one of the things that people have asked, and I want to stress this, yes, pray. Please pray. Because it's the prayers of all of you that have kept me alive and kept me going for a long time. People say, how could they let you travel like this? Why would they let you go? Well, don't think that they haven't tried in different occasions. And don't think that there aren't people who wouldn't like to see me dead in a heartbeat. But there's a great spirit and a great hand that stands between them, I think. And I have a great faith in that. And I believe that in the long run, at one time or another, I'm going to get to stand before my Creator. And He also is, you know, we've argued this before with many good Christians. I will not argue with any Christian with a variation in faith here. But I will say this, that yes, I will do violence when violence is necessary. And that I know for a fact that I will stand before my Creator with a clean conscience, knowing that I've done everything in my power to try and come up with a peaceful solution to this. But that when the time comes, that I will use force, and that I must use force because it was granted to me by God to make the decision as to whether or not we would be free or slaves. And I, for one, am a free man, and I will stay free no matter what. Now, our enemy, and a real enemy, a very tangible enemy, is all over the nation. Before in the past, we've talked about foreign movements, foreign troops, what their capabilities are, what could they be doing, Mark, why would they be here? Well, I think almost all of you have seen some of the photographs now which are about as tangible as you're going to get short of walking up and banging on the hull of a T-72 or banging on the hull of a Russian truck sitting in Mississippi or Alabama or sitting in Florida. The numbers are staggering. The numbers are there. The resources are there. In Alabama, in Louisiana, in Mississippi, in Florida, in Montana, as a matter of fact, I want to pass this around. And again, I trust all you people, so I think I'll get it back. We have the patriots from across the nation who have accumulated a tremendous amount of information, but this was the most fascinating, most recent photos that we have from the area. If armored personnel carriers with UN printed on the side isn't enough for you, I don't know what is. They've been debarked in Montana itself. Now, I'll pass these around. All the vehicles that are in these photographs are foreign. All the vehicles, as this intelligence report states, were dropped off in the United States. They did not leave the state of Montana, and they're now garrisoned in different parts of the state. And thank God we have good patriots like that all over the nation. In Florida, through an exercise which people tried to poo-poo called Agile Provider, not only Florida, but your state of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, North and South Carolina, also Virginia, and strangely enough, the state of Arkansas. What does that have to do with coastal states? We all know who's from Arkansas, though, don't we? Agile Provider, one of its activities was forced entry of private dwellings and forced entry of property. This is part of an ongoing program to try and incorporate more and more people into house-to-house search and seizure activities when they take place, not if. In fact, it's stated uncategorically with many different publications now that there is a need to disarm the American people. If you read regional papers, notice I didn't say national papers, I said regional papers, you will find that depending on how they tailor the story, they are very overt about their intentions to take the weapons from the American people. That is their first concern, because they can't get away with it. We have 80 million armed Americans, reliably. Now, I'm not trying to discourage you, but I want you all to be realistic here too. 6 out of 7 will surrender their weapons. 6 out of 7 Americans, despite what they say, will surrender their weapons. But don't be discouraged. I still use old Earth math, not New Age math. If you do some quick math there, that's 10 million plus combatants. They're hardcore, they're resolute, and even under the worst of conditions, they will not surrender what they have. No military force can field that many soldiers in one place at one time successfully. And as all of you know, we live here. A little different when you walk into my backyard. I don't plan on letting you go. In fact, I'm like an alligator. I'll hang on to your ass until I walk you right back out. Okay? That's right. Now, one of the things that's interesting about that is people have asked me about the Guard and the Reserve and the Army. I'll cover that very quickly. Most recent, and we've got vampire killers here, and again, make copies, buy copies, whatever you can do, make more, and give them to law enforcement, give them to soldiers, give them to anybody you can find, fire departments. A lot of fire departments are being armed now, aren't they? Some people go, huh? Yes, what they're doing is they're trying to arm and get armed as many people as they can so they can conscript them into operations. Well, we had a series of MPPW command operations 2 weeks ago, as a matter of fact, in Michigan at Fort Custer Military Reservation. And mystery of mysteries, a bunch of tapes and things appeared with the unit commanders and with some of the other soldiers. Well, the company commanders, by reports that are firsthand, actually had the men come together, read the documents, watch the tapes, and then the lieutenants and captains in charge said this, and this is word for word: when they come and give us an order to fire on American citizens to take their property, we shall turn and shoot the people who give the orders. Oh, thank God, too. And don't think it isn't going to happen either. I like the crusty, salty, my favorite kind of gunnery sergeant who stepped up to the podium when we were up in the central part of Michigan. He said, "Mark, you don't know how many friends you have out there in uniform." He's in charge of 200 men and that control a tremendous amount of firepower. They're into weapons maintenance, and they're all his. So you all know where he's going to go with that. Those are patriots. Those are men who remember what oath they swore and whose nation they're in and what nation they're a part of. Now the reserve, well, the reserve's being attacked in many ways, but the reserve will be federalized very quickly. Still, they breathe, they eat, they sleep with us. They're married to some of you. And they all realize something's wrong too. Many young captains, many majors, in some cases, I will allude to this, even general staff officers have talked with us. This is not a thing that's happening just with the lower ranks. There are many people concerned and understand full well that the storm is coming, and they must decide whether they will be Americans also. Trust me, most of them are going the right way. The active army, well, I'll tell you what you can do. They're sending a lot of troops to Korea. Okay? You can send a care package to Korea. You know that? In care of any soldier. Now, anybody who's been in the military knows that if you send something like this, after about 2 days, if you leave it in the bathroom especially, it's going to be dog-eared. Okay? It's going to be worn. There's going to be fingerprint marks over it and everything. Because when you're in a war zone or if you're in any kind of garrison situation, you're desperate for things to read. So if you could make this one of your efforts, anywhere overseas, in Somalia where there's still some troops there, which we did, by the way, Yugoslavia, Europe, Asia, and specifically Korea, in care of any soldier through an Army post office box, Navy post office, etc. Send them a care package. Put a comb in there, put some candy in there, and please don't put things that melt. Trust me, you hate it when that stuff comes out of the box. Yuck. I've had it happen myself. But, yes. Yes, the USO would give you points and locations, who to send to, in care of any soldier. But if you have a certain person that you can name, send it to them. Sometimes there is a list. Thank you. There is a list of the USO of people who are overseas. Huh? Well, let me explain to you how to eliminate that problem. First of all, let's be creative. The government does not mind pornography, but they do like intelligence. Okay? I mean, they like pornography, but they don't like good intelligence like this. So go out and get one of these cover jackets for one of these little porno flicks that are about $9 a piece. Take the pornography tape and go like that for the few dollars you have to spend. Take an American Apparel tape and stick it inside and close it. Now granted, the soldier will be disappointed. I guarantee this. But I almost guarantee that tape will go through. You want to know why? Because they don't mind if they get all kinds of pornography. They don't mind if if their mind's going that way. But they sure as heck mind if they're thinking. And that's what you want to do. And we've already dropped a lot of bombs off that way, so to speak. In other words, they go out. We don't know where they go. We aren't even sure if they're successful. But if you make a copy of the tape, it costs you what? $1.80, $2, $3, whatever you're going to do, plus shipping. Oh boy, another $2. $5 worth of insurance policy to preserve the Constitution. I'd say that's pretty cheap. And if you send literature, the thing to do is make it a big gobbledygook package. Chances are nobody wants to get into it. Throw in a T-shirt, spare T-shirts and underpants. Trust me, soldiers always like those things. In mediums or, like a little towards the large size. A T-shirt. There's a neat T-shirt right here. Like I said, here's a neat T-shirt to send over there. You think they'll wear it? Okay, send one of these over there. God bless the Republic, death of the New World Order. What are they going to do? Hang them for wearing an American flag and speaking their mind? Well, probably they'll try. But as you'll recall from Desert Storm, for instance, some of the American soldiers, Marines especially, were covered on film. And it was a live piece that was done on C-SPAN, and it's amazing it even got through, and it didn't last long. But they came up to this Marine with a camera, and the camera's going back and forth, and they come up to the guy and said, well, what are you here fighting for, young Marine? And of course they're expecting him to go, oh yeah, I'm here for the da-da-da-da. He looks around like this, and he's in a trench. He looks around and he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out an American flag with all the threads tattered off it because they forced him to take it off his uniform. He says, you see this? This is what I'm fighting for. And 2 Marines rushed in from the side and they started pointing at the flag. Yeah, that's what we're fighting for. The hell with this other garbage. That's what we're fighting for. Yeah. That's patriotism. They will wear the flag. Now, you've got to remember, they wouldn't let us wear our flag, but the British, the French, and the Italians all wore theirs. There were lieutenants who were sent around to take the flag down off vehicles every time they put an American flag up. But they wouldn't do that to the French, the British, to the Canadians, or anybody else. So obviously they knew who the New World Order threat was, didn't they? U.S., us, right here. Literature is important. Tapes are important. If you want to, again, it'll disappoint them a little, but if you want to, make audio tapes. Put a different jacket on the thing. Put it in a different box. ship it overseas. They plug it in. They're not going to like what they hear right away, but they'll listen to it because, again, they're a captive audience. Where are you going to go? What are you going to listen to? And eventually you're going to be curious. Well, wait a minute. That makes sense. That makes sense. Well, I've seen that. Well, I've seen that too. Oh, no. Now I understand. That creates something very dangerous. An armed and intelligent soldier. He knows what to do. Can't complain about that at all. What else can you send them? Why not send them something they're supposed to be fighting for? By the way, do you know where this one came from? Oh, yes, right. Thank you. This came from the GPO, Government Printing Office. Your government made these and were supposed to give them out for free because they were given as a grant, a gift to the American people. What happened is, when Clinton came into office, he declared that they were to charge for these. Now, mind you, they've already been paid for, so you're paying for them a second time when you get them, unfortunately. But still, they're worth it. It's right. They're worth it. It doesn't make a difference. But it's fascinating. Send something like this to them. It'll make them wonder, and they will read it. One of the things that I did, and you might want to do also, is if you go through here and find the Declaration of Independence, and most people have seen it, and there's some yellow in here already. I want you to go through and in your own mind take the Declaration of Independence and check off what you recognize as part of the tyranny of today. If you want to know what the guideline is for your enemy as far as what he's doing, why he's doing it, and how he's doing it, here it is. You will find, if you don't do it while thinking and just go through and check them off and then go back and pull the book away from you and open the page, you'll find that you'll see whole yellow sections of this book. This is the guideline they're using against you. And so for that reason, it's obvious that we have a cause to fight for. And this is enough right here. You don't need anything else. This is enough. I'm certainly armed with more. Now, very quickly, I'm going to pass this around because I know we're late in the hour here. This is another document. Some people said the MJTF doesn't exist. I've been fighting this tooth and nail for the last 3.5 years. People know that. Uphill battle all the way. Oh, there's no such thing as the MJTF police. What does that say right there? It says 22 MJTF police units in Michigan alone. And that is from the Michigan State Police. They can no longer hide it, so now they're going to try and divert the information. Interesting, isn't it? Yes. Oh, you are here now, Cherokee County too? Yep. Yes. Oh, yes, we would. We'll take it, if we can take it with us, it'd be great. If you can pass that around, you get a chance. There are several elements. Michigan is not the largest. There are many MJTF police units throughout the nation. They have been around for years. And they originally were incepted back in '89 when they were brought together. They are usurping more and more power. One of the ways that they're getting into your houses and your neighborhoods, by the way, is money. Your local township needs a little extra cash to buy some weapons. That's the one thing they're going for right now. We'll buy you MP5s. What you ought to do, if you got a good township police commissioner or a chief, or if you have a good sheriff, tell them, we don't want the weapons, we'd like the money. Just send us the cash. Then you go out and buy a snot load of all the neat weapons you really did need, and you can buy 10 times as much for the same amount of money rather than buying the MP5s. And trust me, you'll get all the AKs and MP5s later you need. It's not that hard. Trust me. They're being carried by all those other characters. Now, there's a packet that was given to me, which is excellent, and I would also like this back. And again, it's his original copy, too, or not original, but a copy of his first copy. The trucks we were discussing in Biloxi, we have aerial photographs of. There's a picture here of some of the trucks. They were chemical warfare, fuel trucks, and equipment. Also, command and control vehicles. There's the facility that they're near. Also, a very interesting picture here, because this thing was hell-bent for election heading down Florida's highways, and I don't doubt it. We've had other reports. T-72 tanks that were being transported. Now, at this time, as an update to what's happened down in Mississippi and in Louisiana, before I forget, this is my little lumber yard here. You'll notice I'm shifting for a minute. There are 14 ships anchored off New Orleans that have been photographed from the air by the Patriots there. They've got a little interesting service they use to identify threats like this, and they actually photograph them. There are 14 ships with armor on board, including armor that is being housed on the decks. Armored personnel carriers and main battle tanks. They have been shipping them in through the New Orleans ports and then up through the bayous to other sites, including the NASA site that's listed here that's photographed. And these 14 ships are debarking equipment now. The site that most people of you have heard about that originally was debarking all of the Russian trucks, 2,100 of them minimum. We think now there's a total of 2,400, and many of them are being shipped to other parts of the country. Of those, they are now expecting armor and armored vehicles of all types, including tanks, to be dropped off within the next week, possibly two. They've already been informed to expect heavier payloads and heavier pieces of equipment. Again, I will remind you, we have vast numbers of foreign troops. We have reports which are reliable firsthand of anywhere from 20 to 40,000 personnel in Florida at different sites. We have an additional 20 to 25,000 mixed personnel at Fort Polk, Louisiana, which is no longer a U.S. military facility. Fort Polk is United Nations Training Command, North America. It has been so since last fall and was publicly announced. Fortunately, we made an announcement about it before they did. So down in the area, people started to wake up because we had premonitions of this and what they would do. Fort Dix is also another facility that has been transferred over. Another interesting thing that's taking place right now, we want you to keep an eye on our aircraft. You'll see a lot of strange things flying in your skies right now, and most of them are not American. Out west in Oklahoma City, we have a brief report that's very accurate showing the construction of a transfer facility right off the airport. The original cover story is that that facility was supposed to be used to transport people like Manuel Noriega and a few other characters, a very small facility. It now can handle probably over 10,000 individuals at one time, has a docking port that can hook up to an existing aircraft pulling up right next to this prison off the runway, and could transport, of course, unlimited numbers of people. And you could house more than 10,000 if you stand them up. There's a variety of different detention camp projects that are going. So again, something we talked about, people have been trying to contest. In a pig's eye, it's happening now. Nobody can debate it. The only thing they can try to do now is divert our attention. Those operations are taking place everywhere from New York to Florida, from Florida, of course, to your own state here. We will be able to reproduce the packages to give you an idea of what's happening. Many of the good patriots have actually documented by mapping coordinate, giving us copies of the maps to identify the site, photographs of the site, and also nomenclature and information that was available there concerning who's involved, what agencies or military formations. For who are they going to put in the camps? Well, who's going to be a criminal? Us, U.S. Who's the perceived enemy, and how long have we been the perceived enemy? There are people here who are familiar with the 1933 Act, the 1933 documents signed by FDR, rescinding all of the trading with the enemy clauses except one, with regard to defining who the perceived enemy was, and that perceived enemy is the American people, as signed by the War Powers Act of about 1916, and still in power today. It has never left us. So obviously we're fighting somebody alien to this nation, and we're going to have to deal with that problem accordingly when the time comes. Now what we're going to do, I think we're going to take a break here very soon. Is that okay? Okay, what I think we're going to do, because we're not going to throw you all out. I'm sure everybody's getting a little restless. What I'd like to do is take a break. You all want to come back? Oh, okay. Thank you. We'll take 10 minutes. I hope there isn't too long a line out there, okay? Thank you. Are we ready? Everybody set? Yes? All right. Good. Well, very quickly, there were a few things. Of course, there were many questions that were asked while we were kind of walking off the side taking a break. I asked that anybody who could to either repeat the questions they asked, or if you have a question, please come up and ask, because, like I said, I have lumberyard syndrome. If you jog it once in a while, I'll find out where the 2x2s and the 4x4s are stored. It just takes time to move things around. We have a lot of information, and again, what I like to do with the question and answer is to make sure that you people find out what it is that you came here to ask about. So I certainly can talk about a lot of things, but there are many subjects. Yes, please. We'll start right from the front.
Okay, I talked to you about the black helicopters and the signs on the interstate and the lesser highways.
Yes. Okay, what the question was, asking about the black helicopters, which we have talked about quite a bit. Also the markings on the signs, which many people may or may not have seen. First of all, the black helicopter syndrome is, like the Black Plague, fell down upon us probably about the late part of 88, 89 when they first started to appear. In late 88, early 89, small numbers of these types of vehicles were identified and questioned by a lot of people. We knew what our normal paint configurations were for Air Guard, Air Reserve, regular Air Force, and even some foreign military formations. I've worked both as an intelligence analyst, 96B, and as a 97C counterintelligence coordinator. And I've also worked as a training officer for a good portion of the last 20 years at different times, in different capacities. And I'm very familiar with the units and forces and formations that we've had in the United States. I've trained with foreign forces. In fact, when I was at USAICS, U.S. Army Intelligence Center in schools, majority of the people that I worked with were foreign personnel. Many defectors, and also many people that we trained in limited numbers. Limited. Not battalions, not even company strength units. In most cases, now the company is only 120 people, by the way, or roughly 120. Normally, we would have liaison personnel who would manage these troops. They were brought in to train in our particular schools. We also do this at Fort Benning, Georgia, in the Carolinas. We've also have troops, foreign troops that have been trained in Texas, for instance. Well, Fort Devens, one of the other intelligence facilities, also trains foreign personnel in limited numbers. The largest contingent of West German personnel that we had at any given time never exceeded 20. And that was at USAICS for the entire facility, including all classes. And they were the largest class of the bunch, the largest group. So much so that they actually had a small embassy on the post, or a mock embassy. What we saw was a radical change in that we were seeing more and more conventional forces under arms operating inside the United States to condition us. We argued that back years ago, that would be the ulterior motive, and we are seeing it now more and more. Now, along with the foreign forces came this change in policy with regard to the marking of aircraft. Now, the black helicopters serve several purposes, but I will refer to one point, Orwell, 1984, the book. I challenge you all to go home and read it tonight, and then shudder once you're done. And I don't want you to just read the book. I want you to read the glossaries, the indexes, and everything else, because he talked about this. Why is Orwell important? Orwell was an insider. He was a member. Remember, he was educated. He was involved with Oxford, the same place that our present president was involved with. He was involved with the British Fabian Society, which are Fabian socialists, which are the type of socialists you're dealing with right now. The ones with the big smiley face with fangs. They don't really have a symbol. Well, with the helicopters, the objective behind black, and this is to give you an overview first of all, the reason for black is nondescript. Black is synonymous in this case with, again, aggression, with harbingers of evil, the death angel, etc. Helicopters, of course, you don't necessarily know where the pilot's looking, but if an aircraft is hovering over an area, the fear is that it's looking at you. And obviously, if you've been indoctrinated with the media, the concept is, well, it must be looking at me. Okay, so it creates an era of oppression. Orwell talked about this also, by the way, in the use of helicopters effectively. This is back in the 40s when helicopters were not predominant. Now, the change in the aircraft took place initially for one of two reasons. The aircraft are going to be used below their normal flying envelope. Anybody here who is a private pilot knows full well that there are specific limitations for minimal flying distances above both man-made and natural objects. You'll note that almost all of these aircraft are in direct violation of almost every federal aviation guideline that exists. We've had farmers that have had their cows buzzed, have their chickens scattered, they had their crops damaged. We've had them sit over houses no taller than the distance from my head to the top of this ceiling right here. Now, with those situations, normally what you do if you were Farmer Fred and you saw the helicopter go by and the cattle spread out to the wind and they're all dairy cows, you'd watch the helicopter as it goes by, look at the boom and see 69938. Pick up your phone, dial the Aviation Bureau, and say, hey, I just had Johnny Jet Jock buzz my cows and I've lost milk for 3 days. I want the forms. I want to find these people. I want money for what you've done. And they could do it legally. In fact, there was a whole program that was set up specifically. That's why the aircraft were marked inside the continental United States. We are not at war oh, well, maybe we are at war. Oops. See? Who is the perceived enemy? We are the perceived enemy. That's why the markings had to come off also for lack of intelligence collection. Remember that there are a wide number of aircraft being used. Many of you who are prior military will recognize that many of the aircraft are older variants on aircraft that we thought were retired. Example, predominantly the UH-1B, the old Baby Huey as we called it, remember, has been brought back out of the mothball fleet and the target fleets, which were located in Arizona, New Mexico, and also in Illinois. 3,000 aircraft were brought out of reserve, out of not our Army and Air Force reserve, but out of strategic reserve inventories, and transferred over for these operations to FinCEN, MJTF police, etc., and also UN forces. This did not give them state-of-the-art, but it gave them a lot of aircraft, which is what they needed, including Chinooks, etc., CH-47s, which are the big heavy lift aircraft some people are familiar with a rotor front and rear, capable of transporting roughly 64 to 67 people at a time. These aircraft were then deployed accordingly by region. Remember, you're dealing with a regional government, not with the U.S. government, and were assigned to the particular units. The letter that I passed around explaining, for instance, MJTF operations, as they will finally admit to, and I will remind you, that letter admits to only 22 formations. I guarantee, as a rule with intelligence, if they've admitted to that much, it's only because they can't hide those anymore, and there are far more out there that you haven't even seen yet, and that we don't even know about. The helicopters are then, of course, deployed. Probably some of the most interesting examples. Remember when the kids were lost up here in the Smoky Mountain Forest from Michigan? Y'all remember how they found them? They sent out black helicopters, didn't they? If you'll recall, and I'm from Michigan, not far from where those kids were brought back because they were from that area, from the Detroit metropolitan area. Before they would release them, they said that the children would not be released until they were debriefed by the government. Well, what kind of combat operations are these kids on? What is it that the pilots and the other individuals were so scared of that they were afraid these kids might talk about later? After all, they were 11, 12, and 13-year-olds, some a little older, and there were 2 adults. So obviously something else was going on. Well, to tie into that, remember the Smoky Mountain Forest isn't the Smoky Mountain Forest anymore. It's the Smoky Mountain International Biosphere. It says so on all the signs when you go in. It is under United Nations authority and control. And anytime you go into a national park, most people go whizzing by those brown and yellow signs that are cut out of wood. When you go into a national park, I challenge you to slow down and read what it says. Many of our national parks have become international biospheres because they've been transferred through the IMF to international authority to pay for your debt. And that's why they're no longer ours. Bottom line, you have to pay with it with something. They've been paying with U.S. property, specifically parklands, which are federal authority. Now, the black helicopters started showing up there. We've counted as many, to give you an idea, during their peak last year, with 4 observers that we trained. We trained people how to observe. 4 observers standing back to back. We had 3 columns in excess of 60 aircraft per column, with my convenient map of Michigan here, in the under the thumb area just north of Flint, Michigan, over here. Now, we've had many other aircraft sighted constantly. Some of them are involved, and I will say, again, not this many, are involved in marijuana interdiction. I could get off into a whole diatribe about that because I understand more about our history with regard to marijuana, a name which was made up and did not exist until it was needed. Originally, it was called weed. We all know of it as hemp. Remember what you made ropes out of? Many of you who were servicemen used it during the war. Hemp was also used to make something else, which is now very destructive. Whoops, I'm sorry, I got to pick that up. Paper. Strangely enough, the story was very accurately put together, and I do not doubt it for a minute. And this is why they have to have the helicopter interdiction to get rid of that evil weed, which is really one of its old nicknames. Marijuana, which was called hemp, was a cash crop. Not for drugs, but as a cash crop for the farmer to keep him afloat. If you couldn't grow anything else on your land and your land was garbage, you threw the seed on the ground and it'd grow by itself. Rather than going to the bank for a loan every year, you used hemp as a cash product like they did tobacco and many other crops to finance the rest of the farm. Didn't smoke it, all those guys probably did to a certain extent, but again, it's one of those crimes you got to question every once in a while. They didn't smoke it, but they did use it to keep the farm afloat. Well, just strangely enough, J.P. Morgan, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds had a lot of money invested in timberland that was not being used, nor would it be used. Why? Because we had more than enough lumber to keep all of our houses and construction going for hundreds of years to come. hemp was the #1 competitor in for the paper production. So what they did is they created a campaign to get rid of hemp by calling it marijuana, and we all know the whole process. We're familiar with some of the other history there about what was done. Well, at first it didn't dawn on me how important this was, but let me ask you something. Are you all familiar with the fact that this paper has a time bomb in it? You know that after a period of time, this paper will disintegrate on its own because of its acid content. There are particular enzymes in all the paper, in all your books, on every shelf that you have, unless they were made in the 20s or earlier, that guarantees that those books will disintegrate on their own. Now, at the time when this was done, what was the primary way that you preserved knowledge in the United States? Written paper and books. They destroyed the written word of the day and ensured that it was put on documental material that would not preserve the information. That is not an accident. That's virtually what Orwell was talking about, the memory hole. It served other purposes too, and not only that, but put a lot of coffers into the Morgan and J.P. Morgan and many others banks, and of course helped to finance the New World Order we see today. How does that involve the helicopters? Marijuana is their primary concern, in other words, hemp. Who would have believed, and I will say this also right now, I'm going to document this again, we're doing this constantly. So whenever you say that you found drugs in my house, I didn't. I have never used any drugs at all in my life. I've never even used marijuana, and I didn't have to worry about inhaling. I will say this also right now, I'm going to document this again, we're doing this constantly. So whenever you say that you found drugs in my house, I didn't. I have never used any drugs at all in my life. I've never even used marijuana, and I didn't have to worry about inhaling, okay? Okay? I'm not going to condemn everybody else for any actions or infractions as youth in the past, but let me ask you something. When I was younger, I do know for a fact marijuana cost 25 cents, 30 cents for a few pieces here and there, a little nickel bag, as they used to call it, right, of the evil weed. Who would believe that today 1 ounce of marijuana would be worth thousands of dollars? That the seed is worth thousands and tens of thousands of dollars. Now think about it. The farmers right now have been targeted as part of one of the New World Order's greatest enemies. How many people know how many farmers there are left in the United States? Not very many, are there? In fact, the Department of Agriculture is finally going to reduce its numbers because some of their farmers died. You know, each one has one farmer, each employee. That's how bad it's gotten. Well, what they did is they made sure that they undermined several different aspects of our community, and farmers were important because he who controls the food controls the nation. He who controls the water controls the food. So all this is tied in. No single event or activity is separate. The helicopters are in an eradication phase to make sure that that product never comes back. Ever. Not as a drug, but also not as a useful tool. And as long as that happens, we'll still have contentions over the forests, so the eco-freaks have something to argue about. If we didn't have to worry about that, and if we still had hemp in production, we wouldn't have to worry about plastics pollution either, would we? Because hemp accounted for 80% of our rope production in the United States. And it was also an exportable commodity that we sent to other countries as rope and as paper and as many other things. So it all ties in better. The helicopters serve that small purpose, very small, but for the most part, they're designed to also, in their initial phases, were designed to condition us and get us used to the helicopters in the air. Probably the best, give me a second. The best example of this, how many people have been watching, and again, I only caught it by accident, it's because, again, I haven't been watching television. How many people have been watching new television programs and have been paying attention to the background noise that they use? 5 different programs now that we've caught, because we just kind of flick on the TV, the background noises aren't the sounds of your regular city, like being in downtown Atlanta. If you were at a store, you'd hear beep, beep, map, 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 people noises. Instead, you hear the sound of helicopters in the background. Now, to challenge you on this, go to a gas station when you're pumping. If you ever do hear a helicopter and unusual plane sound, don't look at the helicopter. We always do. We're not dead to the world yet. Look around you and see how many people are looking up to see what it is. Yeah. So did it work? You see, conditioning, desensitizing. So when the time comes that the helicopters are used covertly, who will be paying attention? It's a part of everyday life. Like Orwell said, they will make it part of everyday life. And it has become that. And on television especially. And I notice this because I've worked with different productions and things before with radio, etc. And it's one thing you notice when you've been in radio because you use sound. Right? You ever use a piece of metal to make thunder? Boom, 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 right? These things stand out after a while. Their primary purpose, though, the black helicopters in the first phase, once they're implemented, and there's no doubt in my mind, we've seen activities like this before. The heavy lift helicopters are very important because they're needed for prisoner transport in the initial phase of any action that takes place. First, they'll be used for assault troop transport to get personnel into an area fast. The next phase, though, is that when you've gone block to block, house to house, door to door, what do you do with the prisoners that you collect? Well, if you try to move them by ground, I guarantee I'm going to try and get them back. So they decided very quickly that the logical way to deal with this is take your prisoners, plastic cuff them up, walk them into the chopper. You've got dog points on the ground, on the deck of the chopper. You run steel cable through that, put a padlock on the end, and everybody's there until you get to your destination. Very cost efficient, very cheap. Hustle everybody in, stand everybody down, have them sit down with their knees up in front of them, run their arms underneath their knees if you want to, and then cuff them that way, and then run the chain through or the cable through that way. They go up, and they cannot be rescued, and they are inside a detention facility very quickly and secure. Most recently, by the way, as a side note to this, in some of the house-to-house search and seizure operations, we have now a packet describing their rating of prisoners: black, gray, and white. Black priority prisoners, and it's not by race, black priority prisoners are individuals they consider to be high threat. Individuals who have been politically active, individuals who are identified to possess firearms, individuals, etc., etc., etc. Those people will be held automatically and will not be interrogated on site. They will be interrogated once they get to the detention facilities. Gray targets are questionable targets who are associated with the primary targets, the black targets. Gray targets will be interrogated on site by field interrogators and will be held in holding areas, which will be pre-designated. They could be as simple as simply 4 men with rifles on 4 sides, to portable caging areas made up of nothing but galvanized fence with some razor tape on the top, or just razor tape itself. Just the circular barbed wire that everybody sees in the movies. It can be walked out and expanded very quickly like an accordion. The third category are the white category prisoners, which in other words, people that they feel they can interrogate, who will cooperate with the site and hand things over. Basically, oh yeah, I want his piano. You mean there's a profit in it if I can turn this woman in? Oh, I get her piano, I get her stereo, I can get also her VCR, and probably her car too. That's how the booty system is set up right now. If you turn your neighbor in, you make bucks. You get a percentage of the profit. That's just like old Rome, that's just like the Middle Ages with the knights, that's just like Europe with communist Russia and Nazi Germany. Same thing. Huh? Which? Oh, the booty prize? Okay, we have packets. What we'll do is we can give you most of the information on that. They're doing that right now. In fact, one number to try, 1-800-ATF-GUNS. Uh-oh, you know that one. 1-800-ATF-GUNS. By the way, I call that number every chance I can get. You never know how insecure I feel when I'm on the road. And whenever I pass a payphone, I call, I hear their voice, I feel safe, and I hang up. On a regular basis. But I feel better. You don't know how warm that makes me feel to know that the ATF are there spying on us 24 hours a day. If you'll recall, as an example of this, a minister just died of a heart attack about 3 weeks ago in, I think it was Baltimore, because what the informant does is dial up the 1-800 number. It's a booty prize number. He rat-finks on whoever it is that he wants to call in on. They give him a code number, and he collects 23 or 26% of whatever they take from the person as far as profit goes. Now, this character that was just doing all these anonymous calls called in an apartment complex and apparently didn't give any address. They sent the assault SWAT teams in, not knowing where they were going, burst into the reverend's home, forced him to the ground, beat on him a little bit. In the process, he died of a heart attack. They said they were sorry and walked away. The motive was profit. This is exactly how the Russians did it with an extra crust of bread or an extra political favor, that type of thing. It's the same system they're using right now. The 1-800 number is active throughout the country. We know that beyond a shadow of a doubt. The original cover story that it was only a test in the Detroit area. It is everywhere because we've tested it across the country just to see if it's working. I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
Okay, my question was, actually two questions. One, how much time do you think we have before, and also, when do you think the first startup point is going to happen?
Okay. Very quickly, something that was touched on, this will overlap with that. The markers on the signs was a question earlier here, and it's something I will touch on. every part of the nation has, if you look, well, when you're traveling down your secondary roads, let's do it this way. When you're traveling home tonight, when your lights are on, I want you to look in your oncoming traffic on any of your 2-lane highways and in your back roads, mostly on your back roads and state highways. If you look closely, you'll notice that there are a series of markers now in the oncoming traffic signs, which will be facing, of course, away from you. This is on the back of the signs. You'll find in some cases they're DOT signs, Department of Transportation stickers, actually look like say DOT, have numbers and everything on them. Those may or may not be neutral. We don't know yet, but they are consistent with only certain routes. The others, which were done as research by people first out of Indiana, Linda Thompson also brought this up. Many other people have discussed this. We, of course, looked into it in our area and have found it all through the country, everywhere we've gone, that the entire nation is being marked with this sign system. They started out with simple triangles done in colors. Then they went to rectangles. We've seen circles. We've seen diamonds, what look like a diamond shape, like looking at a cut stone from the side. We've seen diamonds, as in the card-shaped diamond. We've seen hearts, like the club suits. And in addition to the club suits, usually you'll find specific numbers. In Indiana, for instance, to your north and west, not only do they have the color codes on the signs now, but they've now added numerical values, which go up next to physical objects, such as 0 to 1 or 2, roads and small secondary dirt highways. 3s through 4s or 5s, personal residences. 6s, 7s, and 8s vary from small manufacturing to small farms. Higher ratings, such as 10, 11, and up to 12 and 13, are factories, food depots, warehouses, that type of thing. And it varies, but the code is consistent across the country. Now, these signs markers are going to be used for one thing and one thing only. You get a lot of people that are foreign troops who do not speak English. No speako Inglés. And what they're doing is just, anybody here was in Europe, served in Europe at all? A couple of you guys might have during the 60s and into the 70s. You might have experienced it. They use this with NATO for foreign troops, especially the French and the Germans, to mark all of their highway nets in Europe. It's the exact same program they're using, but it's not in Europe. It's here now. And they've never used it here before. Now, in Michigan, we're so heavily marked that virtually one end of the state to the other is being used. Now, one would question, of course, whether or not those should disappear. And, of course, heaven forbid that somebody take a sign and trade it with another sign, not doing any damage to the sign network, but perhaps one should cut the bolts off the back of the signs, put a new bolt through with thumb screws. You never know when you want a convoy to go down a back road somewhere. And when you're done with it, you can put the signs back where they belong. And, of course, they never find what went down the back road. So the signs may be a mistake also for them. You know, yes, up in the UP, it's always secondary roads again, not the main highways. Mm-hmm. Okay, we can show you. In fact, we've got pictures. I think we've got some here. If not, it's also on the tapes. Okay. Didn't seem okay. What you may not have seen in the better states, because this state is one of the last of the South before they go to, and what you got to watch. I'm sorry. Thank you. She's asking. In some states, we haven't seen markers everywhere. Not all of the roads are marked, and not all of the states were started at the same time. Strangely enough, for whatever reason, in our area, Indiana was the hub. It started in Indiana and spread out like a bomb from there. In other parts of the country, it varies, and Georgia may be for this region where it started. We've run into them in Florida. We have run into them in the Dakotas. We did see them in Texas. When we were out to California, though, we have pictures of it, and also when we were on the East Coast, they're using a series of other physical signs on the signs with multiple colors or with different key code numbers. And again, we're not sure what the codes are. We haven't worked that all out yet. But these have only appeared in the last few months. They have not been there forever, for the last 2 or 3 years. They've only been there in the last few months where they've been expanding the program. And no credible explanation has been given yet that fits. In Michigan, 131, Highway 33, which runs the length of the state, any east-west, all east-west roads are marked. So if you get back up into the state, you'll be able to find them. Give me just a, Well, that's an option. I would think, and I might want to find a nice matching color that looks almost like the back of the sign, just purely to do maintenance on the sign. You're not going to bother with a sticker, I'm sure. No, we would never do that. Of course, they do peel off nicely, too. It's a little different. They don't peel off well. They break up when they're peeled off. Just a minute. I got to answer this question here. I wanted to finish the one. Okay. First of all, how do I think they'll do it? Or how soon do we think it'll happen? Okay. Everybody asked that. First of all, how much time and how will they initiate it? We are in the middle of a window of opportunity for them right now that started probably 3-4 weeks ago. For the last month, we have been in a peak situation. The reason I say that is for what I described in the first session. It is not until December that they actually perceive the strength of the Patriot Movement across the country. They've been very lazy, and they've actually, and I won't say lazy or sloppy so much as they were just simply not given the tools necessary to identify what was going on. Now they perceive that we're here. By January or February, they were giving marching orders to try and accumulate more data. Since then, though, we've geometrically expanded in strength, and the other side's perception has done so at the same speed. They now have to act very quickly, and that's why the Korean War things come up the way it has. That's why you're seeing all the public announcements. Like I said, if what you heard tonight, if you don't believe all of it, doesn't make any difference. At some point in time in the next few weeks, you're going to see most of everything else that you haven't seen yet, because they are going to be very, very aggressive in trying to indoctrinate everybody that they can as quickly as they can. Like I said, they're plastic. They're not worrying about going through the motions or illusion anymore. They've got to get it done quickly. They're in a race for time. Now, with regard to how they will do it, when we left the Carolinas, we were at Virginia Beach. Before we did, watching on the news, there was an article that was done regionally, not nationally, about the next Waco, and the next Waco is in the North Carolinas. Well, we've been on the road for 2 weeks. We came back to Michigan, and when we get back, lo and behold, all across the state, which is very rare because Michigan's divided in half with regard to how they give information out, we were being told in Michigan's papers and on their news programs locally, the next Waco is in Michigan. Well, wait a minute. We just heard in the Carolinas that the next Waco is in the Carolinas. If you take and divide up regionally, and they did this intentionally because of communications and control, regionally they've been announcing this in different parts of the country. There will be more than one Waco. It will be much more aggressive than anything you've seen in the past, and that what they will do, they will try to make them terror raids. Waco was an experiment. It failed in some ways, so they fine-tuned the machine. When they do this, it'll probably be 5 actions simultaneously, maybe more. They will bring armor and some air mobile capability with them, in other words, air assault, air helicopter services, and they will bring their own media. They will not use public media for the next action. I remind you, if you got the Waco tape at home, go through the first Waco tape to the later half and take a look at the action when they're burning the houses, when they're burning the house and the church. You'll notice that in some shots there's as many as 3 cameramen with camera equipment that are ATF filming the fire while they're burning. Which means they were filming probably a lot of neat things like little kids' hands shriveling up in the flames and other good stuff like that they needed to cover. Of course, you never saw any of the footage, but we have pictures of them taking the pictures, and it's obviously moving footage. They will film whatever they can film and decide whether they're going to pick or take whatever they use, whatever they have. If it's not successful, and if they get the snot kicked out of them, you're never going to hear about it. If it's successful, you will hear about it first regionally, and then the mutual successes will be brought together with some other cover story about a successful attempt at squashing the resistance to the New World Order in the United States. Now, of course, the new states of America. And it'll be all kind of gobbledygook that goes with it. You will never, ever hear about a successful Patriot military action, even if it were to take place in your own home, in your own town. Because traditionally, they will never offer good intelligence data to the other side. So if we are successful and you did beat the snot out of them, just be thankful you won and gird yourself for the next phase. Now, as far as where they'll go, we know that we've got Claire Prophet out west. She's got a fairly effective military force. She's dug in. They were pretty well prepared for this 2 or 3 years ago. They, in fact, physically pointed them out with a series of propaganda pieces that were done just to identify them. And also, Clinton himself talked about the fact that he would go after other groups of people. Well, I will remind you of something. They never lie. There is something about their dogma. They will tell you in advance what they're going to do, and they will do it. It may take them a little longer, but it's like NAFTA, the crime bill, and everything else. It's being done. So it's not done yet, but we're not that far away from it. Now, what's bothered them is this. These meetings don't make sense. We should all be sniveling and cowering in the basement. Oh, my goodness, they're coming to get me. Oh, take my guns, I'm not a criminal. It hasn't been happening. That's right. Well, actually, like I've said, I'll be quite honest, is that we've had them sit over some of our friends' houses at about 30 feet at 3 in the morning. I spread the word out, and I'll say flat out, and you're going to hear about it, if I have one come over my house at 3 in the morning and sits 20 or 30 feet over the house to the point where the window is shuttered like this, there will be a helicopter either sitting in my wheat field to the right, the orchard to the left, or in the backyard where the dogs can get them. Period. Now, before we announced that, my wife had a helicopter that was out the back window so close that the strut, if you're familiar with the lower landing strut, was as far as that panel right there. Since we've made this announcement, strangely enough, I haven't had any helicopter traffic around the house because I've got 275 round drums with their names on it right now, sitting just for that purpose. And anybody who knows about helicopters knows they are not flying tanks. That's right. They don't take flak well. In fact, they don't take bullets at all. And you can only put so many 22 caliber and 30 caliber pop rivets in a plane before the airframe's not sound, okay? Just doesn't work that way. Here, go ahead.
Two questions. One, relative to the black helicopters. Are you familiar with the puff gunship?
Yes.
And
What?
the report I have is they were doing maneuvers over Freeport.
Were they Spectres? Were they Spectre fixed wing, or were they rotary wing with rear-mounted guns?
No, they were sitting.
The Spectre was KC-1.
The C-130, I believe.
Yeah, those are Spectre.
All right. And the second part of the question is, you mentioned in a previous presentation that you had the radio frequencies for the MJTF and the FinCEN.
Yes, we won't put them on here for a reason. We'll give them out quietly. Okay, I've got some in the briefcase right now, as a matter of fact. One of the things that we will say, we do know for a fact that there's a problem with them scrambling the transmissions. It reduces the range of everything that's being used. So they prefer to fly in the open, but usually keep their frequencies to themselves. However, Federal Communications lists the frequencies also at different times. So you just have to know where to look, and we've got a few of them on hand. There are 3 basic frequencies that they'll use locally in every area. They're their tactical short-range frequencies. So they are available. Okay, the question was about the Puff gunships, or what were presently called the Spectre systems, Spectre gunships. Originally, the Puff system started out as a DC-3 C-47 package, utilizing the 7.62 millimeter miniguns. They were also used as door guns for many of the attack helicopters in Vietnam. What they did is they mounted a brace of these guns in a fixed position and attached ground radars and also laser systems, limited ones at first, to the aircraft along with optical sights, and they could actually fly into an area, circle a target, and zip it with a large amount of firepower in a short period of time, kind of like a bullet artillery burst, just saturating the area with firepower. The present models are C-130s. They just retired all of the original fleet of C-130s that were Spectre ships, and they've received an entire new fleet of C-130s that are the latest configuration and model with 20 mil. Well, as I recall, I'll double check because they may have changed the gun configuration. They had both 20 millimeter and 105 howitzers on board for rapid, accurate, long-range fire. They've also gone to larger guns, and they may have used one of the Gauss cannons, the 30 millimeter cannon, similar to the type that's on the A-10. Again, most of that is classified, but the new systems have some overt data. These weapons are limited, first of all. Yes, they are very potent, and in fact, it's demonstrated that they can engage an area the size of this target at out to several thousand feet. In fact, a couple of miles, actually, depending on the range, depending on what weapon they're using. The problem is, as with, which is a concern of everybody, is the air threat. And unfortunately, we will hope, although I'm sure they've chosen the crews properly, those particular weapon systems are under the control of New World Order pilots, almost guaranteed. The only way that probably they would be dealt with in the future, if you have to deal with them as an aggressor threat against the American people, would be to deal with them on the ground. I recommend that first. A plane does not fly if a pilot doesn't make it to the plane. Tank doesn't go anywhere if there is no crew. And then it's your plane and your tank, and you're going to need them too. So as far as the capability of the aircraft, they are very effective. They were used in the Iraq War. They were used first, of course, in Vietnam. They used them in the Panama excursion, and they also used them in Grenada. But they did have some problems in both actions with targeting and identifying friendly forces, just as they did during the Iraqi Gulf War. and so there were some friendly losses from the same weapons. Your best bet is to hug close to your enemy if you have to engage them and those pieces of equipment show up. If they want to make hamburger, they'll make everybody hamburger, and they got to take everybody with them. It's not too polite when your ground pounders get taken out with everybody else. So they have a tendency to back off on that idea. Yes, I'll go from the front to the back. We'll just go ahead.
Have you ever heard the term sea changes?
Yes.
In relation to the phase-in disarmament process,
Yep.
I understand that provided relatively required, we started to go back to the 60s, we had continued administration put in place.
Yep.
That we're actually facing about now the third phase of that.
Right on the edge of the beginning of the third phase, yes. Yeah.
Well, I understand the first phase was enhance the conventional forces of the UN,
And
the second aspect of that was dismantle the nuclear arsenal, put it under the authority of the UN.
Yep.
The question in relation to that is, if they, well, we know they're in the process of doing that, where would such nuclear arsenal be restationed or replaced?
okay, that's a good question. First of all, okay, the question was, are we familiar with sea changes? In addition to that, with regard to, and the document is 7277, document drawn up by the State Department to abolish the military forces of the United States in a peaceful environment, a peaceful world. That ties into, by the way, first of all, if you get a chance, and other people asked during the break, report from Iron Mountain. It is eerie to read now because the report from Iron Mountain is dated back to the 60s also, and it discusses the alternatives and the way that they would manipulate the population to keep them busy while they're doing this. And that gets into the whole concept of bread and circuses, blood sports, and all the other fun things to keep people at each other's throats while they get away with this at the strategic end. Sea changes are great changes in the political arena. What they have to do with or go back to is the whole concept of the British Admiralty law and its empowerment over all people if they were to have their way, to spread it to the whole planet. That is statutory law, which is against the Constitution and against the concept of the Republic. Great sea changes was referred to by George Bush. Also it was discussed and alluded to at least 3 times now by Bill Clinton with regard to the changes of the political spectrum and outlook and composition of our nation. It was? Oh, no.
Larry Abraham had it on his tape 4 years ago, or actually 3 years
Mm-hmm.
ago, tape I have, where they had written a booklet about sea changes, about the CSR,
Yeah.
part of the 90s. So he made reference to it on his tape and said this is going to be a buzz for the sea changes.
You'll hear it more and more. It's been used by different parties. With regard to that, remember that in the eyes of the British Crown, the subjects are not to be armed, for they are dangerous. And what this is alluding to also publicly, this is a word spoken, when he's talking about sea changes, and the fact it was, what was the name of the paper again? The Atlantic Constitution. Was it in the story itself? On the front page is a headline, sea change. It was regard to the crime bill.
Sea change is crime bill.
Okay. What that is a message to all of the insiders, to what we call the ring knockers. And for them to know full well that everything is in high gear and to expect a major or catastrophic change across the country, if not the globe. And I wish I'd seen that. In fact, yes.
Now we see the president on the front of the Atlantic Constitution using that same term. You said it one of your tapes. You hear it more than so many times. It's like
They've been indoctrinated. And what it is, well, what this is a signal. This is their signal to everybody who feels that they are part of the order, the order that's coming about, the New World Order, for them to get into gear. The idea behind it was to put on the front page of this particular newspaper, in parentheses, sea changes. Now, sea changes have to do with, we were just, I'll repeat it again. SEA, was SEA. Sea changes as an ocean, but what they're referring to is the political sea the ocean of politics, the sea of politics, the machine as it exists, that there is going to be, what that is a catchword and a symbolic, it's a message to the insiders, not all of them insiders, many of them are what Orwell called outer party members, to let the outer party members know that the machine is now in high gear and is in motion now, that it is going now, that it's not down the road, it's now. So that's, can we get a copy of that also? Is it possible? If you would, please, anybody who can, we'll take your address, or if you give you our address, if you could send us a copy of it, we'd greatly appreciate it. See, this is the problem with regional media, first of all. With regional information, they can compartmentalize whatever they're targeting for particular groups, and we might never see it. It happens in your part of the country, but it doesn't happen with us. Whereas California might see it. We're fairly well armed, and we have a lot of educated individuals. It would be dangerous for them to put something like that in our nose, because we'd use it, and we'd be armed with a better weapon. We'd be armed with an excellent tool. Well, okay, you were late. He was patient. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask if there's any new intelligence been developed on the urban warfare training. I have a cousin 2 weeks ago in the Marine Corps, as a guard down in the Naval Base in Charleston, who participated in some kind of
Yes.
warfare training.
Okay, we have several reports. The question was about urban warfare training facilities throughout the United States. What activities are taking place that are new? Or what's...
He told me their instructions when they went in was to annihilate everything.
Right. That's the new technique that they're training everybody in. Thank you. The point is that the individual that this gentleman knows, when he was taken to class, they were told to go in and annihilate everything. There are no friendlies, even if there are hostages. Shoot and kill everything. Now, there are several examples of this forced entry class, which is being given all over the country by military personnel to law enforcement, to civilian enforcement personnel of all categories, all secret police formations, and many of the new MJTF elements. It is forced, high-speed, fast entry, shoot everything, identify if you have any wounded, come in, finish off the wounded, identify and capture documents, document who it is that you've killed, and leave. Don't even worry about filing reports. There will be no such thing. Now, there's somebody here that will be familiar with this activity. Mac v. SOG, during the Vietnam War operation, the Phoenix program, operated identically to this. I will remind you, as an example, that SOG, S-O-G, was the code name, or is the name used for the Federal Marshal fast attack units that attacked Randy Weaver in Idaho. It is not accidental that they use the term SOG. MAC v. SOG, Military Assistance Command, Vietnam, Special Operations Groups, participating with Phoenix, went into hamlets, villages, identified perpetrators and aggressors, and would interrogate individuals and, if need be, kill them and identify them, photograph them, or take specific body parts to identify. This particular program is identical, but they're not doing it to somebody else, people. They're planning on doing it to us. Who is the perceived threat? The American people again. Now, this type of training is going on all over the country in at least 5 sites that we know of. And it is being performed also at Fort Polk. They're training them also at 2 sites, one site in Mississippi, 1 site in Alabama. From good first-hand sources, we have this. There is a new site that actually is in Michigan that originally was being run by Smith & Wesson that is now being run by the federal government to train in the same area. I will remind you of something. A month and a half ago, Lloyd Benson went on national television and told you all that there are 10 target counties where they will take forced house-to-house search and seizure to, period. He announced it publicly. He told you all in the national press, and everybody ignored it. Janet Reno said they were going to take these programs that have been so successful that they did just in the housing projects and now take them to the rest of the country. Well, what does that mean other than the fact they're going to come to your home and eat your lunch if they have their way? They figure the American people will cow down fast enough. I will make a point before I answer another question here. Some people ask me real quick about this. Well, what about all the weapons they let us have? Well, let me point out something. They hoped that more of the criminal element would be rearmed. They hoped that they would give us just enough to get us killed. What they made the mistake in doing is letting the floodgates open, and we have enough actually to win. And that's what's bothering them now. That's why they have to turn right around and go back after this. It's becoming a real problem for them because the American people don't need much, but what little we have, we sure as hell know how to use. You give me enough weapons and equipment. Actually, you give me nothing more than a knife, and I will have a rifle within a period of time. Once I have that rifle, I will have an aircraft. I will have a tank. In fact, if I were them, I'd be scared about just going to the bathroom nowadays. Be quite honest, yes. Yeah, the Bobbitt syndrome. Yes, please.
Around your community and your town, how do you spot the staging areas that
Thank
you
you.
can use? And what would you look for, say, in 48, 72 hours preceding the big hit? What street signs?
Good. Okay, first of all, the question about the 10 counties, I know Wayne County is, and that's the best I can do. I think Orange County, LA County itself, Dade is also counted, but I can't list them. I'll rattle them all offhand. Benson listed them publicly and on a live broadcast when he did it. We've got the listing at home, but I might even have my briefcase under here. I'd have to look. Yeah, California. 2 counties in California. We're both going to be hit. Now, with regard to how would we know what the staging areas are, or where their detention areas are, their temporary ones?
No, I'm talking about in any given community.
Right.
They're going to have an area where they understand they're going to get together. There'll be a place for the helicopter.
Rally points, yes. Okay, well, what the question is, how would we identify rally points? The last 3 actions that took place, that were MJTF actions, took place utilizing either state parkland or federal property that was adjacent to the communities that they were going to attack. When they were in Louisiana, they used an old Confederate prisoner of war camp that was used to house Union prisoners. The area was about 15 acres in size. It was not developed well, but it had open fields and it had areas that could be used for LZs. They advanced into the area 48 hours prior to the activity taking place. They staged their troops, their equipment, and everything within that area, and then they deployed against a 15-block area in Amite, A-M-I-T-E, in Amite, Louisiana itself. This was one of 3 actions that took place within a 48-hour period in 3 different parts of the country. There was supposed to be a 4th one. I do not have the data on it, but it was supposed to have taken place, and it was a lesser action in the Oregon-Washington state area. But 4 actions, points of the compass, simultaneously, house-to-house search and seizure, no-knock search warrants, confiscation of all guns. In the Amite situation, they confiscated 130 firearms. They confiscated 5 little crack vials of cocaine in a 15-block area, $350 in cash, and 25 or 30 little paper baggy bags of loose-leaf marijuana. Now, God knows how much it cost to pull this thing off, but what they were really after, if you take a look at the math, 130 firearms were confiscated and not returned. That was their primary issue. The rest was a fallacy otherwise. Now, as far as what to look for, first of all, you should be very familiar with the sign markers we've been talking about. Use your eyes. You will see a dramatic and very quick change in the markers. They will add several different identifiers. We found that if they are going to do this, as they did in Europe, you'll have a team that goes around and pops the stickers on so they can identify the staging area very quickly, go in and go out. And it'll also probably be marked from the staging area to the attack sites, whatever they are. Rally points will have to be clear areas because of the air mobile capability that they want to have. In other words, to support helicopters. Now, typically they've used military facilities, such as Army aviation sites. Example, probably all of you have a small airport in your community right now. I guarantee that 50% of them are not owned by your city and they're not owned by the county. They were old Army aviation bases during World War II, and your township or your county rents them out at $1 a year. What that does is create a strategic reserve air base for the military, and you maintain it, not them. You could go to the city. Usually they'll let you know because people don't think twice about it. In many cases you'll find if you can get the budget, if they won't talk to you right away, get the approved budget for your township, your city, or your county, and if you look at the itemized listings of expenditures, you will find that they have to itemize that $1 as part of the approved funds that have to be authorized by the county in taxes to pay to the state or to the Fed to use the airport. And typically it's just a token fee. It's just $1 a year. It was an economical way for the city to get an airport and for the government to maintain the airstrips. And that's the most common that they're using as holding areas for their own aviation aircraft, their helicopters. Real quick. You got a follow-up? Oh.
Best way to store your firearms so that somebody who comes against it.
Well, first of all, the best one should be at arm's reach. The question is, where should we store our arms? I'm sorry. The first one should be at arm's reach. If you have a lot of them, then I put a couple in different parts of the house, and then the first one at arm's reach, and then the rest. Actually, the way we do it is this. Your combat arms, the rule, if you're worried about having to leave some outside or you don't want them all in one place to be taken, you should have your personal combat arms directly available. You should have 10% over that if you have excess weapons, 10% over on site. Somebody may come to your house bare butt naked to the wind who barely got away from something and may need a weapon. Better to have as many bullets going down range, as many barrels as possible. Beyond that 10% at your discretion, I would pre-deploy in a friendly area, in other words, another part of the community, or better still, in an outlying area, an agricultural area with a farming community or whatever, farmer, friend, relatives that you know, or property that you've purchased. It could be buried. That's an option. And people said, well, they could find it with spectrograph readings, with infrared. Yes, they could if they knew where to look, first of all. And this is a big country, people. You're talking 50 states, most of them bigger than most countries are that are in the United Nations. They have to know, first of all, where to look. I would recommend that there are many old farmyards across the nation that are so strewn with debris that you don't even know about, that to bury one more thing in the backyard isn't going to make any difference at all. You got old axles, cats, dogs, the proverbial mailman, a couple of milkmen, maybe the grandma and grandpa buried back there and you don't even know it. You might have another structure that's buried back there that's full of pot iron and junk. Usually if it was an old farmstead, people walked out back and used an old gully for debris. So you've got tin, steel, and iron laying back there. All of that's going to give off all kinds of false readings. The most important thing that you can do with securing anything that you bury is this. When you dig the hole, what you have to do is line the area with plastic. First, save the topsoil down to its maximum depth. If you can, scull that off as a piece of sod. Take the sod and pull it away from the side. Reline the hole again and take the subsoil and put it around the edge on the plastic and then haul it away. What is important, well, the reason this is important is because all of the infrared surveys that are done are based on changes in radiation. The fact, that his body radiates a different temperature than mine does, and yours and hers and his. Earth and material products do the same thing. Well, if you fill a hole in the way everybody usually does, you don't care what dirt gets in there first, you just want the hole filled. Well, what do you think that looks like when you look at that with a spectrometer? You've got green, 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 red, red, red for inorganic dirt because it's stuff that was from the subsoil on the surface. Well, that's a flag marker for me. Here, shoot here, shoot here, shoot here. So what you want to do is pull the subsoil away, disperse it, or bury it, or put it under rock. There's a lot of different options you have depending on where you are. And then reestablish the sod and secure the area and walk away. Now, a couple of options that are kind of interesting, although you got to watch it. They might be patrolling power lines. High tension lines and power lines are easy to survey. You run one wire from one to another, and then another to another, and you have X marks a spot. And the electromagnetic field that is being generated by the power lines will do more enough to disrupt everything else that's trying to survey the area. It creates false readings galore. And of course, it's almost always metal products that are in the area, plus old insulators and other things are dropped on the ground. A metal roof would help, but remember that they can actually layer, although I don't think the technology is as exciting as Hollywood would have you believe, because they don't have enough to go around. Remember, they only have so many units. So what you've got to deal with is a handful of elements who have to survey so many thousands of square miles each. Thousands and thousands. First, they have to suspect. And so, of course, you try not to create a red flag in that particular area. Second, even if they do suspect, there are ways you can camouflage and screen. Sheet metal will offer some protection. The material that is used, everybody here has done microwave popcorn, haven't they? Okay. In the bottom of the microwave popcorn bag, the material that reflects the radiation is the same material that will reflect the radiation survey equipment that they're using. It is available in sheet form. I don't have the name with me. Several different names for it because it's made by different companies. That is a very good protection device. Somebody complained about, when I mentioned this the other day, about using blankets, for instance, thermal blankets, that, oh my goodness, it would create a signature. Well, you don't just put them in one place. you layer the blankets at different depths, for instance, from the ceilings, etc., so that they get a clouded reading or an indefinite reading. It disrupts the transmission of radiation from your site. You create variations in the field. Now, still your best bet is to bury, but if you do bury, you've got to make sure it's properly stored. Absolutely, it should be double sealed, double stored. Don't rely on one system. If you're going to wrap it, also remember ammunition will be easily compromised by moisture. Ammunition is already a problem, as everybody knows. In fact, if you've tried to go out and buy ammunition, yes, you can buy it. If you can get it, it's about $600 or $400 or $300 a case. The problem now is getting ammunition. And that's become a real problem in general because, trust me, we have gone through billions of rounds. That by itself opened their eyes. They planned on giving us just enough to get us killed. I'm telling you that you cannot count the number of rounds, and instead of them being in a warehouse somewhere where they could go to one place and grab them, they're spread all over the continent now. All across the country. Want to try and find all those? They will the hard way. Oh, we're going to work our way across here and then back over. I'll be patient. Well, yes. Yep. National Police Force.
Do you think the MJTF
Yes.
trained and then blend it into local police forces?
Thank you. That's a good point. Okay, the first question was about Russia joining NATO. Second was about the 100,000-man National Police Force. Remember, that's phase one, and he wants 300,000 national police personnel overall introduced. Two ways they're going to do it. One is they're financing a limited amount of personnel. Two, through local procurement. You know, in other words, we'll hire people, but they have to follow federal guidelines and criteria for hiring. The second phase is that they have already got the bodies in uniform, guys. The MJTF already exists. It is, while this is an after-the-fact way of financing it and calling it something else, Bill Clinton didn't create the MJTF or the National Police Force. George Bush did. What Clinton is doing is bringing public that which George Bush created privately and covertly, and he's bringing it all into the open. The only kinds of countries that have national police forces like that are Communist China and Russia. Russia's standard law enforcement agency is called the militia, and they're the only ones who are armed. The general population goes to their little triple-locked fortresses and pulls guns out to use on a limited range and then hands them back to the government. Now, with regard to Russia getting into NATO, what they're doing as much as anything else is trying to soften the blow by offering, you know, they're throwing things to the wind, first of all. Well, let's see how this sits with the people. Example, Hillary Clinton running for president. Everybody heard it? They actually did it at the White House. That was real. That was a real statement. But what that was is to test and see how far gone we are. Well, yes, that's, in more ways than one, that means many things. Yeah. With regard to Russia and NATO, the part of the 7277 document we were talking about earlier, and you can get a copy of it from the New American in a magazine they published, I think it was 3 or 4 months ago at least, has a blue helmeted U.S. soldier on the cover with a UN helmet. Inside they have a copy of that document because the State Department refuses to give you a copy of their own document now. Why? Because it spells out exactly what we're experiencing right now. Russia has always been, and I will make sure I get this right so nobody makes any mistakes, Russia has always been in charge of all UN military activities, period. A Russian military commander has always commanded all UN activities, period. Yep, it's going all the way back. An interesting point. When the first founder, or the first officer of the UN, of UN forces and UN operations, left his post, his next position was to go to Korea and be put in charge of all North Korean defense forces just before the outbreak of hostilities for the First Korean War. He knew everything there was to know about NATO and the United Nations and all of those activities, and then he turned right around and he was now in charge of the friendly opposition. And that's why MacArthur did what he did. As a twist, to give you an idea, MacArthur was vilified because MacArthur knew what the picture was, and when he did the Incheon landing, he did not tell his Russian counterpart in the United Nations what he was doing. And that's why the Incheon landing was successful. because it was the first and only action where we did not tell the UN, because remember that was a UN peacekeeping action, he did not tell them that he was doing what he was doing, and he won. Every other time, it's always been alluded to in a lot of movies, boy, it seems like the enemy always knows what we're doing before we do. Well, that's true, because all these UN operations, we tell them before we do it. And they pass it right on down the line to the other side so they know what we're up to. Gorbachev is, yes. Okay, question was, is that why Gorbachev's here? Gorbachev is in the United States. He has an office in the Presidio, U.S. Naval, that was the old U.S. Naval Intelligence Headquarters, Pacific Operations. What a slap in the face. He has an office in the Naval Academy now. He has the Gorbachev Foundation in the United States, and you'll notice whenever they do articles on him, they're real fluffy articles with no specifics on where he is. Time magazine just did something, and it was real nebulous, other than his warm, fuzzy feelings. Don't you feel good about Gorbachev? Well, in reality, as we know, he was a butcher. He has always been a butcher. He will always be a butcher. He was involved with the KGB. This is a man who, if you'll recall, before you could become the man who told people to pull triggers, you were pulling triggers. He was around when Stalin was around. He moved up through the ranks. This is a man that our State Department now embraces. This is a man that the Clinton administration now embraces. Think about that. KGB, same old business, same old job. Okay, back in the back.
Relation to reduction of population?
Yes. Absolutely. I would say the question, let me get right into that, because the question is, do you see AIDS playing in as a way to decimate the population, used to destroy population elements? Absolutely. In fact, one of the questions we've had, a couple of our friends are in immunobiology. We discussed this a year and a half ago. The greatest fear inside the medical field that they're not talking about is that AIDS will mutate. AIDS could mutate to a variety of other family and strains of viruses that are very, very dangerous. It has been the greatest fear of scientists for years, and Lorraine Day talked about this. But in their own circles, and I'm talking to people who are actually doing the research right now, because they only live a few miles from me, what they're saying right now, their greatest fear is that they will come up with an airborne cancer that could easily be mutated with the AIDS virus. Now, everybody's heard about, yes, thank you, this strep, we just had in fact, I work, give you an idea, guys, I'm only a block, I'm not even a block. I look right across out of the back of my building to where that man just died. The one that was in Detroit, actually it was in Ann Arbor. This particular case, by the way, they've already, there were two contradicting stories. One is that it wasn't transmittable. Well, I'll tell you something that they didn't want to broadcast too heavily. 3 of the people who were working on him contracted the virus the same day. And they're presently fighting to try and keep them alive, and they're not talking about that. And that's less than 300 yards from where I work every day. So it is happening. It is an interesting threat. The AIDS virus itself, but what they're saying in Africa alone has killed, or will kill, 55 million people. It's killing the middle bracket of the population, which means the very young are starving out, the very old won't have anything to eat either. It will easily and effectively decimate whole population groups within a very short period of time. It seems to me that either, number one, they're concealing the numbers now, which I think is very obvious, because you're right here where the people do the concealing. Remember, you've got disease control not far away, Center for Disease Control, and also that they may have also compartmentalized it to a limited extent because they didn't want to use the card too quickly. Remember, they need to regulate how they're going to use this panic in different ways. And would it play into using the detention camps? Yes, it could also be used as a way to play into using the detention camps we were discussing earlier for quarantining, which hasn't been used in a long time.
You see the idea that they've actually created fear for individuals to touch each other, to be together, to, like you were talking about, divide and conquer.
Yes.
That the media has created this image of, just you got to be away from everything and everybody, even people you love.
Yep, isolation, which is the whole concept, yes. It fits in line with the program, too, that they used in the past. You've already done one, I'm going to be fair. Way back in the back.
The media just pointed out that in April, 88% of the workforce in Hawaii dropped off. And now we hear that Hawaii is going to become a
Oh. Yes, there's an interesting, this is an interesting point. The secession of states from the Union, or the threat to do so, is taking place at a very high, very fast pace It is taking place because of a series of other actions that have not been heard about by most of you. Fortunately, we met with a couple of Patriot lawyers that are in New Orleans who have taken the case up for Nevada. All of the county commissioners of each of the counties of Nevada have filed a common lawsuit for the state against the Fed and against the Park Services and the federal government to take back the state land that the Fed has taken from them. And they're going to kick the Fed out. Now, well, another point here, as a matter of fact, a very stupid thing that the people who were the controllers on the federal end did, they sent a threatening letter. They didn't call up and say, gee, we're going to do this to you. They were stupid enough to actually send on official letterhead a threatening letter through the Federal Postal Service, and that's part of what they're going into the court with. You know, it's called LOH, loose operator headspace, when brain cavity case exceeds brain capacity. You know what I mean? Yes?
Besides arming ourselves, what would you suggest that this group go and start doing?
Thank you. First phase right now, we've always caught it in advance before it hit us square between the eyes, and we still have a little time. I highly recommend that you go for volumes of inexpensive foodstuffs. We have already seen over the last 2 weeks a big primer that we're going to have food shortages. They're already talking about the future food shortages. They've also hinted through the Department of Agriculture. Remember, we've had managed food production for quite a few years now, guys. That's why we're going to starve. It's not accidental, it's intentional. We've had planned agriculture for years, just like communist Russia. That's why the farmers are down to the numbers that they're at. Well, they're already hinting at that because of the terrible rain floods we had last year, of course, in the Mississippi, that this is now going to catch up with us. Well, just like the ammunition, which everybody didn't listen, not everybody listened, but a lot of people did, when it was only $60 a case and it's now worth $400 a case, a bag of rice that only costs you $3 for a 50-pound or 25-pound bag right now, depending on what volume you buy, will be worth a hell of a lot less within a short period of time. If you buy it for $5 now and it costs $10, $12, and $15 next week or the week after, you have not lost a penny. You have fed your family for 3 times the capability of all the people who don't do anything. Now, I'd say that's an awfully cheap insurance policy. Think about it. And again, it's foolish not to. Now, okay, wait a minute. There's another part of that question, okay? I know that's not what you want to hear. Okay, strategy and tactics. What do we do and how are we so successful and why it is the New World Order hates us with a passion? Because we ignore the general media, and you should too. Unless it's a friendly radio station or a friendly TV program, we shut the TVs off. I talk to people. I talk to everybody I can get my hands on. I talk to anybody I can get my hands on, as long as rigor mortis hasn't set in. And sometimes I probably don't catch on and rigor mortis has set in. I don't know. That's right. Well, okay. Rush Limbaugh won't talk about a lot of what we're talking about right now, but what we've done is this. The strategy that we've recommended that people use is like a battle board. Take a map of your county. Take a highlighter and mark out your townships. Now, take another highlighter in a different color and circle the large metropolitan areas and give them about a mile or 2 mile leeway all the way around. Now, color those in deep and ignore them. When I say big cities, I mean like Atlanta proper here and any towns that are outlying suburbs. Do not go near them. Now, take a look on the map at every 4-corner burg that has a barber shop, a gas station, a party store, and a video store, or whatever the combination is, okay? And they all have a barber shop, I guarantee. If it's Pittsburgh, Dexter, Chelsea, Monixburg, whatever it is, it'll have a barber shop. Take the tapes and make copies. 4 copies of 4 different tapes. Go to the barber shop, give them 1 tape. Go to the grocery store, give them another tape. Go to the 4 different locations and give them 4 different tapes. Everybody goes to the barber shop, trust me. So when they go to the barber shop, the guy's going, hey, Frank, I got this tape in there. The guy walked in and gave me this tape. It's really weird. Have you ever seen this? Oh, I got a tape, and it's like, hey, wait a minute. That's not like my tape. All of a sudden, you're going to have intercommunications. 2, somebody's going to go, well, I saw that tape, but I didn't see your tape. I'll tell you what, you want to trade? All of a sudden, you've got interaction, and the next step is people start to talk. Now, we don't care about the 8 out of 10 that don't listen. The idea is the 2 that do are your allies. What you do is concentrate on outlying areas. Don't concentrate on areas that are already controlled. Take what the enemy considers to be worthless Now, if you take a look at a map and you take a township and do this systematically, and again, none of you are made out of money. If you are, step up here right now. Say you're not made out of money. So since you only have a limited amount of resource, $5 or $6 for blank tapes. Ooh, big whoopee. Take that $6, which you spend at McDonald's in a heartbeat and don't think twice about, and instead invest it in your future. Walk over, make the tapes, walk out to a place, make a bunch of photocopies of what you consider to be worthwhile multimedia documents, hand out one of those to them and give them a tape, give out the tape, give out the tape. Don't talk, just walk in, smile, say, hey, you'd like to see this, or drop it off anonymously. Walk away. Go to another township and do the same thing, or another part of the township and do the same thing until you've saturated all of your target areas in that township. What you've done is created a bed network. You're not going to get everybody to listen, but a lot of people will see things they've never seen before. And now you have a whole population group that has been, which would fall in line with their activities in the past too. Oh, they did? Yeah. Oh, here, wait. You still changing the tape? Okay, go ahead. Okay. Okay, he put his question. Okay.
Yes, I'd like to know what you know about the new money, what the exchange rate's going to be, and what can we do to avoid it?
Okay, first of all, thank you. This is going to get into something everybody's close to their wallet and hearts, wherever their wallet is. Okay. The New World Order money, or the new money. First of all, if you want to find out where the authority for changing the money came from, we'll go right back to a document we've mentioned to people time and again. It's the PL 100-690 law, Public Law 100-690. Do not pay for it. They're to give it to you for free. And if they try to tell you they have to charge you, tell them that it's your right under the Freedom of Information Act to have a copy of that, because the government, if they come after you, will argue that freedom or that ignorance is no excuse. And so you, as a good citizen, want to make sure you're not violating any laws, and you want to see this law. Now, all through it, there are a lot of different points, but the one in particular had to do with the initiating the surveys to change the money, and it authorized the withdrawal of the $100 bills. Was that just last month? No. This was generated in 1989. All of this has been done in advance. We've been telling people for a long time about this. You just heard that the $100 bills aren't safe, are they? Oh, those $100 bills are not safe. Oh, the Iraqis have been counterfeiting them, and so have the Syrians. Let me tell you a little story. Back when I was an intelligence analyst, and we predicted in advance, by the way, the taking of the embassy in Iraq, it was very fascinating, some of the things that we did know. The CIA has, of course, a base of operations in every embassy that we have in the world, and they, of course, have operatives that work out of each one. Well, Iraq and Iran and Syria, and of course any place in the Middle East is no exception. Except that our embassies are built like brick shit houses, and you could knock them down with an H-bomb if you wanted to. Well, in the basement, or basically the equivalent to the basement of our particular embassy in Iran, the Central Intelligence Agency had a money machine. And it's not like a magic money machine, it was a real treasury press. They also had treasury plates and large quantities of real treasury paper money sitting there. Whenever they paid an informant, they would crank out with their whiz machine a few hundred or a few $1,000s of real American currency, because it's not real currency anyway, it's Federal Reserve notes. See the problem with paper money? You can fake it anywhere. Well, what they did is they'd crank it out, and remember they even mentioned the little flaw that you can tell the difference between their evil currency and ours? That little flaw was put there by the Treasury so they could identify the flow of the currency as it was used throughout the world by the informants who may be part of terrorist organizations. It's real money, it's made on our paper, and it was made with our plates. They're not counterfeiting anything. They're just doing what our own government does and making lots of counterfeit money. Okay? Because it isn't real money anyway. But when they came about with this, we kind of waited for this story, and they've generated all these cover stories for different reasons, of course, hoping that we won't necessarily catch on. This was common knowledge amongst almost everybody in the intelligence field back when the embassy fell, because everybody was worried about this. It is probable that the poor guy who wasn't let go, if you'll recall, when the Ayatollah took the embassy, all of the individuals who were black were released except for one. The reason the one guy wasn't released is the others, it was designed to try and split the population, okay, to create a wedge between the people here. The one guy that wasn't let go was down a corridor behind 3 blast doors busy using a shredder. More paper. All the while they were taking the embassy in for 2 days afterwards. They didn't know he was in there. They thought it was a closet. They burned down the first door and found it went to a room. Burned down the second door, found it went to a room. They used a torch. Well, when they got to the third room, they found where this guy was, busy trying to destroy everything he could. Well, he didn't destroy the money machine, obviously, and quite a bit of the other equipment, but he did a good job. They were a tad pissed, so they didn't let him go. So that little bit of history you don't know about. He did a real fine job of doing his job. In the process, though, I keep dropping this. I'm going to have to use this in a minute. In the process, they did, of course, touch on the fact that there could be some very sensitive things that the Ayatollah got hold of that we didn't want him to have. Probably the most sensitive was that old money machine sitting there where it was. And now, of course, it's come to light. It's more than a decade later, and obviously it's being put to good use by the Iranians and the Syrians. They're paying for their national debt with our national debt. Wonders never cease to amaze me. They're not, you know, the Daddy didn't train no fools over there either, obviously. Yes.
Could you please comment on the Lyndon Thompson ultimatum to Congress?
Okay. Number one, before we get started here, there's one thing I want to point out. Okay, and Linda Thompson, we've been in communications with her at different times. We have a variety of different Patriot elements all through the country. There have been some disagreements on activities, and there's a disagreement here on this particular one. I do not recommend that we do it the way it's been being promoted, simply because we become a target of opportunity under an unfriendly territory, away from our power bases. But the proposal is that we go in August 1st, I believe, and then, of course, September we go back armed because they won't listen to us in August. The date that was chosen is a Monday. The House and the Senate would not be in session the day that we show up to begin with. Number two, as with the original revolution, when it took place, and this is not a revolution, we are protecting and defending the Constitution. We're not going to have to revolt. We already have our documents that are sacred. But as with the original revolution, there was a need to, first of all, format some form of, there has to be hostility in motion to make this declaration the way that it's been made. And it's out of sync for the other activities that are taking place. Now, I've seen and listened to a portion of the literature that Linda's used that is the basis for what she's doing. It is sound, provided the other side were listening. But the other side isn't going to listen. You're not going to have your day in court with regard to this. And if it were there, that day in court the court is controlled by the other side, period. They own the courts. You are not going to get a favorable disposition in your favor to try and eliminate or cease hostilities before they get started. So what's going to happen is this would create a catastrophic event in which, if we're not careful, we would lose a number of people we can't afford to lose. In fact, people of good nature and good stature and good honor would show up, I'm sure. The problem is the other side would also have one heck of a turkey shoot on their hands. Unless I have my armor, aircraft, and air support there on hand, and I've got some, but not enough, for a toe-to-toe fight, I don't plan on a toe-to-toe fight. I want to bring that up, by the way, because that's where the problem is with this. We are going to fight as conventional forces. All of you will understand, and all of you have experienced, if you've been in the military, what a tank does and what an airplane does, what tactical aircraft can do. For that reason, we aren't going to fight on their terms. You dictate the battlefield. You dictate the time to fight. You decide where it is you're going to fight. And when you do fight, you destroy the enemy utterly. You cannot afford to let him leave the battlefield intact. And all I need to do is point out what happened at Waco. Those people found out the hard way and died. And what they did is they had the initiative and they won the original engagement. They let them get away. I would have had the cameramen because that was all of the evidence. I would have had the individuals captured alive or dead, but I would have had them all. I would have run them across the plain of Texas until there wasn't anybody left to run down, because they could not afford to do otherwise. And what happened is, as we know, 51 days later, they were butchered. And that's because, again, there's a problem with the situation we're in now. None of us want to necessarily do this. There's a tremendous amount of frustration and hatred that is here right now because we know what their intentions are, and we would like to strike even now. There are people that would like to think that we should not wait any longer. We have to balance that, though. For every day that my voice can work, and for every day that your voices work, we multiply our numbers 1,000-fold, 100-fold, 10-fold. I can't even. It's just hard to explain because of you. To see it personally is amazing. It's a blessing. It's fantastic. But what's happened is this: Linda is in a situation that we're all in, where again, with the information we have, it is sound. We're talking like about fighting the IRS. That is a sound objective. But we are not going to be heard, and none of our papers will be read or listened to. We are at that point in time where lines have been drawn all around us. Every one of you is in the same boat. Choose what it is you're going to sacrifice. You're going to give your kids away? You're going to hand your property over to them? You're going to give them your firearms? Are you going to hand over what you do have left in the way of retirement money or properties because they've decided that you need to be taxed more heavily and that they need to take everything from you that you do have? Well, that's the point. You've got a line drawn, and if you try to defend yourself in one direction, you're going to be pushed in another, and you're going to step over another line. If you have to defend in another direction to stop one action, you'll be pushed over another line because you are encircled now. The lines are not in front of you, they are around you. You have all been compartmentalized into literally a box. Now you get to decide whether or not, like I said, free man or slave, you're going to stand. I got to be fair because you did ask a question. Over in the corner there.
Okay, you mentioned the Church Universal and Triumph that are listed in Clear Prophet.
Right.
Now, other than that, do you know of any other similar separatist type groups that would be likely targets for a Waco type deal?
Well, okay, in the Carolinas and North Carolina, they were very obscure, but there are several different militia units that have been in place for over probably 2 decades. They are known by most of the Patriot elements, and of course the other side has been able, I'm sure, to get agent provocateurs into their circles and are identifying particular target threats. Now what they will do, they're not going to telegraph who, but they will, as the gentleman asked earlier, telegraph where, because they must stage prior to the activity. Now, the North Carolina is a target for a reason. If you take a look at the regional control of the eastern seaboard, they have to create a physical blockade of the colonial states. Just north of the Carolinas, that's a logical demarcation line because of the terrain, the nature of the water, and where their military forces are located. Now, personally, that's something that's been considered for years with regard to continental defense. In this case, remember, you're dealing with a New World Order, and most of what you're going to be dealing with won't be American anyway. In our old colonial states, we have different nationalities dealing with each part of the country right now. And we've identified, for instance, in Michigan, a lot of Belgian troops. In Florida, they have a lot of German troops right now. And they're being fairly well documented. They're also staying fairly mobile. The other sites in the different parts of the country, by the way, all vary, and some of them have been fabricated. Example, the gentleman that was targeted in Michigan that I was talking about earlier, we didn't even know the man existed. And what it is, he's very wealthy. He is not a common middle-class person. This man has millions of dollars. He bought a piece of real estate on Lake Michigan in a fairly depressed part of the state. It's been economically depressed. He built what is, to my eyes, a mansion, a very nice house. He surrounded the property with fence. I've seen many wealthy people do that in Michigan, by the way, so he's not the first. And he had the worst crime he committed. Number one, he's a Christian. And number two, he has one of the largest, most comprehensive Bible collections in the United States, if not the world. And they specifically pointed that out in these articles, that he was a Christian. His crime was that he was a Christian, and that he had these Bibles, and that he had a bunker to put them in. Well, if I had several $1 million worth of Bibles, you can bet your bottom dollar that I'd have a bunker to put them in too. Okay? Not only that, but myself included. But this story was propagated regionally. It was just for our benefit. It did not get any national news coverage, but it was an AP story. It was on the AP wire service. So it hit, for instance, the Lansing Journal, Grand Rapids newspaper, and the Detroit paper. And that's very, very rare because that's across the state. Normally, you just see things printed on the west side of the state and then something else printed on the eastern side of the state. And they're always separate. They never illuminate anybody to what's happening on either side. So this was very rare. And then in the Detroit area, they covered quite heavily 2 video stories about this man and his property. And that's rare by itself again because it had to do with Michigan. And hardly ever will you see any local news on your own state. You always hear about Bosnia-Herzegovina, but you'll never hear about what's happening in Michigan if you live in Michigan or the Carolinas, etc. Now, just a moment more. One other interesting thing that came out of this, the day after they did this carpet bombing of information, Janet Reno came to Detroit for special meetings with different political entities in the Detroit area proper. Okay, wait just a minute. Now these guys have been real patient on this side, and that's why they're not raising their hands. Who had a question here? Okay, please.
Really 2 questions. One is, group ran SKS
SKS, yeah.
getting Russian 7.62 ammo. Is that safe?
There's a good question about that. Number one, I had a, and of course this will vary. There's different loads of ammunition that they've been bringing in. Some of it, or most of it, in fact, probably all of it is, to one degree or another, safe. But there was a batch of ammunition that came in that was listed as Russian hunting ammo. It has a hollow point on the end of it, right? It's an open tip. I want anybody who's a machinist to look at it. I caught it right away. There's a knarl on the tip, on the end of the cartridge, on the end of the bullet. And if you look down, you can see a steel core penetrator inside. What they've done is they've taken AP ammunition and run it through a machine and taken off the tip of a regular ball round bullet. Now this is technical, but anybody who's loading will understand the threat here, because a jacketed bullet is poured from the back. If you cut the tip off, what you now have is a copper cylinder with a piece of lead in the middle of it. If there's any adhesion going down the barrel, the copper jacket will adhere to the barrel, the lead will be pushed through along with the AP round. Now you have a restriction in the barrel 1/1000th or more thicker, actually twice that, 2/1000ths more than what is normally required. You will either hammer the action, you may bulge the barrel with the next round, at the very least you'll strip off the next copper jacket, the lead will be pushed through along with the AP penetrator, and you may have a catastrophic failure with the rifle if you're not careful. Now on the other hand, with regard to that, we tested, or had some of our people that said that they tested up to 1,200 rounds at a time, because they're buying ammunition in bulk. They had no problem with it. But remember that catastrophic failures, or when you sabotage, you want it to be random. Now I'll balance that in this way. Number one, the SKS is cheap. I have a bunch of them. I don't even know how many, but let's put it this way. I'm grossly beyond the federal minimum requirements for an arsenal, okay? If they do go through all these 4.473s, I'm up a creek without a paddle, and I know they are, so that's why I don't worry. If they wanted to come after me in some way, they probably would. And I've bought many other arms. The SKS is an excellent rifle, maybe even over the AK-47, especially if you purchase the original military rifles, not the import rifles. The import rifles are good, but remember, if the Chinese make it for themselves, they make it well. If it's been used by them, then chances are it is a very well-constructed piece. Needless to say, it's not a Cadillac. Remember, you're buying a Volkswagen. But with the bayonet, I can get another rifle, even if the barrel doesn't work right. So it's pretty straightforward. And I have I really, as I've demonstrated to a lot of people, it is a very accurate rifle for its class. It is listed not as a rifle, if you'll recall, it's listed as a carbine. And as a carbine, it fits that niche perfectly. As a utility rifle for garrison troops, like the situation in Waco, they should have had a larger number of simpler, cheaper weapons, I think, because they concentrated on the AK, which was higher priced. They would have had more weapons on hand, which have been more weapons to use. You can't share a rifle, and you can't share a gas mask. You ever tried that? With a rifle, it's no fun. Your turn, go ahead and shoot. With a gas mask, it's my turn to hold my breath for 3 minutes. Go ahead. You see? So you need gas masks and you need weapons. The SKS, the AK, I have no problem with, is a volume fire rifle. Most people ask me, what would you do with the AK? Number one, how much ammo can you carry? How much weight can you carry? Ever tried carrying your kid on your back? Don't go very far, do you? So you can't carry cases and cases of ammo. It's not like Hollywood where you and you never reload the magazine, right? Unless it's a drum, and I have a healthy belief in drums. What you need to remember is you can't sustain rapid fire. What you need is accurate fire. Aim at the target, hit the target, and make sure it doesn't get up again. That's more important than anything else. However, for your AR, automatic riflemen, and you just call them that. They don't have to be. My finger's fast enough, you wouldn't know the difference, okay? But with the automatic rifleman, tick, 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 as an air defense gun with a drum, the AK is beautiful. A 75 or 100 round drum on an AK against helicopter threats is awfully nice because you don't have to worry about reloading. You can concentrate on the target. Now I also, myself, I was trained originally with the M14. I was not trained with the M16. I went into service with that later, about 1979. Originally I was trained with the 14, and I mostly used the AK-47 as a battlefield rifle. The M14 by far is still one of the best weapons available if you can afford it now. 6 months ago, you could have afforded it. Now, as we all know, price has gone to the point where it's 3 and 4 times what it was. Now, any of the other standard martial arms, as long as they're standard for magazines, are acceptable. FNFAL, M16 AR-15 series rifles. Any of the old battle rifles like the M1 Garand. The Garand is still, in 30-06, a common rifle to find anywhere in the country. Can you find spare parts? Yes, I can. And more important than anything else is it's going to have to fit your budget. If anybody here is made out of money, offer some to everybody else so we can arm better. Well, if not, this is how you got to work it out. You can buy 10 SKSs for the price of one AR-15 at least right now. Probably more like 20, because we all know where the price of the AR-15 went. Well, with 20 SKSs, I better be able to get a few AKs out of that. You know what I mean? Or a few M16s or a few FALs, whatever it is the other side has when the time comes. They are serviceable enough, and they're more than I'd be more than happy to carry any one of them into combat. I have. M1 carbine is excellent, especially for the ladies, for the younger people. Myself, I use it as a security arm, as a garrison rifle, and I've carried that myself also. The only thing I'll say about the carbine is because it's a smaller ammunition and really in a pistol caliber, it's a carbine again. Get hold of all the ammo you can and buy lots of mags. They're cheap. Carbine mags, I can be standing here in front of you right now with a mag in each pocket and you'd never know it. Plus the rifle with 2 magazines on the stock in a slip pouch with the old carrier pouches and a 30-round mag. The advantage to the carbine, we're getting real technical here, it's not exciting for everybody, but I'm going to do it. The carbine is a beautiful rifle because even if I stepped out of the shower bare-ass naked to the wind, if the only thing I could do was grab a weapon, I can grab a rifle with 2 15-round mags and a 30-round mag in the clip. If that isn't enough to get me out of something, I don't know what is. Now, it can also get me into a lot of trouble too, but chances are I'm trying to get out of something or get out of a situation. As a firepower weapon, again, anybody here who doesn't think it's effective, stand over there in the back of the room and we'll take a shot from here. That's okay. Yes. We've heard about it, yes. The question is, President Clinton has signed into law an executive order declaring martial law. Well, that was one of the other questions we had about traveling. What I have heard so far, and what the information we have, and we will probably have a copy of it shortly, is that all of the executive orders with regard to FEMA and all other emergency powers have been consolidated into one executive order. However, unlike the normal circumstances where the executive order would then be left on the shelf unsigned until it is used, they have signed this executive order which puts it into effect. This is a monumental step in obviously the wrong direction, but in order to implement much of what we're talking about, the FEMA and all of the emergency management executive orders must be in place, and they will be. It's just a matter of a stroke of a pen. Another thing, no executive order in the history of executive orders has ever been challenged by the House or the Senate, and they have always become law, period. Because you don't want to piss off somebody else's president. You never know when yours is going to be up there and wants to sign one too. So they've all gone along with the game. Way in the back, any question? That's what I thought was June 3rd. Thank you. There was June 3rd? Okay, that's what we'd heard. Thank you very much. That it was signed June 3rd? Okay, it would have been approved. Okay, if it's in the Federal Register, it was approved and signed June 3rd. You have a copy? Okay, we do have if you can bring that up a little later, that would be fantastic. There is a copy here that people could look at. Yes, in the back. I'm going to be fair. Everybody's been real patient. That's good.
My biggest perceived threat is helicopters being used to roadblocks and to carry the troops into the local areas of
Yep.
the where to carry prisoners out. Two questions, please. Effective counter-helicopter measures, number one, and number two, what about drilling steel pins into the center of bullets to make an AP?
Okay. Well, okay, technically, first of all, the question was how to deal with the helicopter air threat, especially during the initial phases when they're coming in. To relate a story, because of course we would never shoot down black helicopters, but of course we might, and somebody may have. First of all, small arms fire concentration is important. I would recommend there are a couple of good manuals. If it flies, you can shoot it down. It was done by the military. It's a more recent air defense manual. You're dealing, first of all, the mental image you've got to understand of your aggressor is the pilots that are involved are looking at this as a police action. During the Waco attack, which is probably the best example of this, there were 3 helicopters involved in the initial lightning raid. All of them were shot down. All of them. With nothing more than standard 30 caliber rifle fire. Why? Well, you got a 30 D-clip, a 30 caliber AP and an M1 rifle. It's good out to 1,000 yards, and it drills 3/4 of an inch of steel like butter. I'm telling you, I've done it like butter. Now, with that in mind, 30-06, 308, 8mm, 303, and of all the mother of cartridges, the Browning 50 caliber machine gun cartridge. And trust me, you can find them. I would aim number 1, depending on range. If it was very close, I'd dump it right into the crew compartment. If they're at intermediate range, aim center of mass and lead the target. The reason is that if you can accurately engage rotors, that'd be nice, but you have to assume that you're firing on an area target at distance. You want to get rounds into it to do damage. With the Russian air, let's do this properly so everybody will feel comfortable. The Russian helicopter threat being what it is, okay, since obviously those wouldn't be our helicopters, these are Russian helicopters we're dealing with. Since the Russian helicopter threat is active, you will engage the targets at center of mass and try to dump as much munition into it as possible. Now, the way you have to do this if you're a ground infantry unit is you have to start working with control. You'll give a key or signal order that identifies to all of your people that they are to concentrate on air defense fire. All ground fires, all infantrymen, all auxiliary people, even non-combatants that can use a weapon, will engage the air target, the air threat, first. Remember, once damaged, or if they suspect hydraulic damage, rotor damage, or in any way, shape, or form fire, no pilot in his right mind wants to be in a flying barbecue at 400 yards. Okay? You're going to leave the AO and start to try and find a place to hit hard and get out, because you remember, you can't leap from a helicopter when it's crashing. The rotors catch up with you. Okay? As one of the sheriffs in our own state found out only a little while back, a sheriff's deputy jumped from the helicopter while it was crashing 20 feet off the ground. The only one that died was the guy who jumped out. And he was found in 4 pieces. So they're real dangerous to the crews on the ground, or the crews in the air and on the ground. But with regard to this at Waco, what I'll remind you of is that the helicopters were engaged after they actually, when they initially attacked, they did kill quite a few people with the helicopters. That did a lot of the lethal damage by all indications, and that's from the insiders, people who got out. However, once they finally realized the threat, because they weren't fully ready to really fight at all, they engaged the helicopters and did damage to all of them. The command and control helicopter left. It left the troops high and dry on the ground. You know, we're going to fight to the last drop of your blood. Goodbye. The 2 assault choppers that were infantry transporters both left, both of them damaged. One crashed 2 miles from the Waco church. The other one crashed 4 miles. In both cases, they probably came down in what sounds like an auto gyro crash hard. They didn't just break up. They were able to gain some control, and they went in hard into a plowed field. A local farmer who was passing the field, and mind you, this is 2 miles from Waco, from the Waco attack. A farmer jumped out of his truck and went over to the helicopter to help them, thinking they were hurt. They grabbed him, threw him into a mud puddle, and tried to drown him, swearing at him and kicking him with their boots all the while. So they were just looking for anybody to strike out at, and they didn't care who it was. They were already beefed up and geeked up to go in and kill somebody, and they did kill somebody. Now, the helicopter threat was eliminated. Once the helicopter threat is peeled off from the infantry threat and any kind of air mobile assault, then all of a sudden you're on a toe-to-toe footing with the enemy again. You look eyesight. You don't have to look like this. What this situation did is the same thing that will happen in most of your ground activities. Helicopters are used for hammer and anvil activities. Infantry move forward. Helicopters land and drop troops off ahead of the formation that's moving or being pushed. And then they, of course, take up the stragglers. With the helicopters destroyed, the helicopter threat is non-existent, and the aggressor loses a percentage of his combat force without it ever participating in the ground battle. That's very important. And the air threat can be dealt with. Yes?
I'd like to ask a question. Have you ever heard of this? When I was growing up in Michigan, also, we used to have little stones that we put parachute on and throw them up in the air.
Yep.
Why could, I'm not a munitions expert or a helicopter expert, but it seemed to me like if you had some kind of shaped charge with steel around it, and were able to launch it above the helicopter, the air would pull it into the rotors and knock the helicopter.
The Russian threat concept for taking out any tank weapon, or taking out tanks with a handheld anti-tank weapon, used that principle with nothing more than something like a simple kite tail. Now, what would be a better technique, and you'll have to improvise and use your own imagination. During World War II, our naval forces, our merchant marine, had a terrible threat with dive bombers and torpedo bombers coming across the ships, of course. The solution that they came up with was to launch steel rods, not much bigger than this one right here. Attached to it were steel cables. Upon the approach during a run, the steel cables would be launched into the air. The aircraft would fly into the steel cables and, oops. Now that's devastating with a fixed-wing aircraft, but a helicopter, well, the helicopter rotors are what keep it in the air. So, needless to say, you can all imagine the end result. It's a very simple and cheap response. The Navy built hundreds of thousands of these things, launched them or attached them to merchant marine ships in lieu of more guns, and they worked quite well against the torpedo threat. And they would work in any area where you might know, where you might want to set up helicopter bait. In other words, if you want to lure something in and bring it down, which is another option. Of course, Russian threat helicopters only, in defense of the United States. Wait.
So, explaining also how we would be detect spies.
Okay, thank you. First of all, and the question was, does the other side have an intelligence apparatus capability? ATF, FBI? Oh, our side? Oh, yes. Well, yeah, we won't get into that too much, but yeah, we do. We have friendlies everywhere. We have good friends throughout the system, and they're people that have been reliable. With regard to collections and operations, or how to detect a problem in your own midst, I will challenge you to do exactly what I've said every time when I've been with other patriots. First of all, we do not organize big. Company strength units, platoon strength units are about as large as you want to go, and then make new units. They can have a mutual command, but they should all be separated so that no single unit can be decapitated with a pyramid attack on the command structure, on the people in charge. With your own units, with these people here, or any of you right now who haven't organized, I want you to go and choose people that you feel safe with. I can't stress this enough, but I trust this right here more than anything else. Most people have a sixth sense, or what we call it is actually what is the subconscious is evaluating all the input and has come up with a solution already to what's going on, and usually you feel it right here. You know, the hackles on the back of your neck. When that happens, don't ignore it. Question why it is that some part of your mind is registering something that the conscience has talked you out of. You need to be able to look into the eyes of a fellow patriot, the man that's going to be with you and you're going to trust your life with, and you get to decide whether or not you're going to stand with him. That's a personal experience and a personal thing that you have to decide amongst yourselves. If you don't feel good about it, be polite and recommend maybe that there be a change in how you interact. But you need to collect a handful of men and women, families, 6 or 7 combat people involved with that group, maybe 10, and you need to organize privately. That is the best protection that you have. The Founding Fathers organized that way in this country for a reason. I'll remind you something, because people complained about me using Mark from Michigan. Remember all the ridicule we got over that? Some people are familiar with it. There was all kinds of, why doesn't he use his last name? Anybody who knew me knew my last name. The Founding Fathers of the United States never used their names in any of their documents that they wrote, and many of them are still not fully identified. They used, for instance, Shakespearean names out of Antony and Cleopatra, and also out of Caesar, because they knew full well what the ambition of the crown was if they could find out who wrote the documents that were being used. And so even George Washington or Patrick Henry and all of the others had different names that were applied to their works. Sometimes they weren't even given credit even years later for what they'd actually written. They didn't care. The idea is not to profit or for ego or to make money. The idea is to broadcast and get out information. See? The difference is, that's why those things are said, we reproduce. There's no protection, there's no nothing on them. We just made good copies so that you'd have real good copies to copy from. And the information is out there so that you can challenge it, if people can argue it. People have argued on and off and have wasted some time, I won't say a lot of time, trying to debate this. I wanted to spark the people. And I know I have, because there's some people right here that are sparked, okay? But what's happened is you had to ask the question, well, wait a minute, this is right, this is right. Well, I don't know about this, but I can see things right here from my own experience. And then all you need to do is wait, and your enemy has announced the rest. There's not a single thing that, if you look at American peril, is not future history past now, literally. And unfortunately, I should say, because the sad part is I'd hope to hold them back longer. We are fighting a rear guard action. That's really all we're doing. Every patriot you've seen that's been making all the noise that they have, my logic is this. The longer that we can hold them back with words is the greater the amount of time that you'll be able to collect bullets and bayonets. Because there's still going to come a time where you're going to use them. I can only hold them for so long. We've been fighting a holding action for years. We've dug trenches. We've expended wealth. We've spent our lives and our time. We gave you everything we could. Now it's your turn. Like I said all day today, it's your turn. They're going to get us one way or another put out of the picture. One way or another, trust me, I plan on living through this, guys. I don't have a suicide wish. I want to live to see the end of all this so that I can be there for the trials, so that I can see the elections, and so I can participate in a true American government when we're done, so we can all be free. And trust me, it's hard. Now, wait a minute. I'm going to be fair now. I'll finish. I know you hit a little more. Right there, sir. Yeah. No, you're good. It's okay.
Everything I've heard at this point is reaction.
Or, well, response. We won't do reaction. We don't want a knee-jerk, but response, yes.
That's what I was taught in the
I agree. This is part of our problem, and it is the difficulty is this, and I got to remind you something. I've looked into a lot of good guardsmen's eyes, so we can't just shoot at the. We'd never just shoot at the guard. The aggressor, when we identify him on the ground, and especially people ask me about this. I came in a different uniform. Most people said I thought that was a bad uniform. Well, it is unless you want to get close, and then it's the right uniform. Okay. Well, there is going to come a time when we can identify the threat easily enough, and this has been asked by many good people just in the last 2 days. I've had a lot of conversations on this. It's a hard decision to make, but it will be obvious when the time comes that we will have to go on the offensive. That offensive's mission for the people who participate in it will be, again, to buy yet more time. And it is still the best way to fight. Because like I said, I can't face tanks, and I don't expect any of you to, and I don't want to hear about any silly actions with people charging with bayonets against armor, okay? Don't do it. There's no need to. Back off, walk away, pick your time, and come back in when they're sitting on the pot, or when they're trying to mix up lunch, or when they're in the wrong place at the right time, and then the tank's yours. Okay, then you can go down the road in a 52-ton Cadillac and have fun, okay? But in the meantime, that's the type of offensive action that will be needed. Now, many units will be coming to us complete. See, that's one of the other problems. I will say this, the way that you will identify them is by that right there. Because they will bear the American flag, and they will also have been told already, and in fact our aircraft will be marked. So that's one of the ways. Somebody said, well, what do you know if they're a friendly helicopter? Well, initially, no helicopter's friendly, trust me. Unless you see it with a big American flag painted on its belly, and it may be hand-painted, but you'll know it's one of ours. That'll be the difference between the enemy and us. We do not skulk, we do not hide, we do not cower at the fact that we are patriots. The other side is based upon terror and sedition. We're based upon truth and honor, and so it will be easily identified as far as being threat or non-threat. Well, but in most cases they can't afford to, because confusion of targets is a dangerous thing, and they'll already be committed to the UN. By the time this, in fact, you're seeing this right now. We're in the middle of, with the executive order that we just talked about, that actually is an act of war against the people right now. We don't know. I think what it is, well, let me put it this way. I can't say that. Let's go through a logical step here. Did he not just come back from the Bilderberger meeting in Europe? If he just came back from the Bilderberger meeting, as I said, he's received his marching orders. These were part of the marching orders that have been given. Oh, thank you. He's accelerating because every day that you and I have is another day we talk to people, and we're very dangerous. This tongue wags everywhere. Okay, very good. National Defense Industrial Resources prepared this executive order. By the authority vested in me as President of the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, including the Defense Production Act of 1950, as amended, 64 Statute 79850 USC appropriated 2061, et sequestered, and Section 301 of Title III United States Code, and as Commander-in-Chief of the United Armed Forces of the United States, it is hereby ordered as follows. Purpose, policy, and implementation is included. Priorities and allocations, and this includes the implementation the Director of PEMA shall attempt to resolve issues or disagreements on priorities or allocation between federal departments or agencies in a time frame consistent with the urgency of the issue at hand. And, if not resolved, such issues will be referred to the Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs for final determination. The Director of the International Monetary Fund becomes the Director and Coordinator of all activities. That's an international director. In other words, what they're doing is saying clearly and publicly what they've been saying privately for the last 2 decades. So there's more to this. In fact, I'm going to give it back. I'm not going to keep it. Again, thank you. What this is, what this will do, in fact, if you'll recall, under the FEMA Act, U.S. citizens can be sequestered into labor forces. Women, oh, it is in here too? Okay, then what they've done is made it overt again. Men and women can be separated from their children. The children can be put into separate labor forces. The men can be put into separate labor camps. And the women can be put into separate labor forces and camps also. So it is just a matter of time before, of course, this is initiated. Linda Thompson had some of the did you get this from her system? Okay, very good. This came from Linda Thompson's computer net. And I'm sure that we can probably, well, of course, it can be duplicated now too, or copied. Yeah, gentleman right behind the other blue gentleman.
But where we have situations there where people are not in a single building or structure.
They're spread out. Yep.
How might we expect that attack to come? It's obviously not going to come the same format, the same way.
Right. First of all, they won't be using the ATF assault transports, you know, cattle cars, which were appropriate. Instead, they're going to probably use a series of, again, air mobile operations, hammer and anvil. They'll infiltrate and exfiltrate out with their ground troops. They'll infiltrate within probably the first 20 or 15 hours. The attack will come somewhere between 3:30 and 6 o'clock in the morning. It will typically involve probably a platoon per each site. The assault element will be 10 to probably 12 men. Again, typical PASGAT armor with reinforced threat level 3A armor for all frontal portions. My personal response to an assault team, especially an entrance team, is flame weapons. I want them dancing in the front yard with the plastic burning to their skin, okay? And the way to do that is alcohol is your friend. If you don't want to have alcohol sitting around, which is not really all that combustible when sitting in the room, put a plastic, take a 5, it's real simple here. This is a real stupid way to do it, but it works. Again, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. 5-gallon pail full of high-proof alcohol, preferably laboratory grade. All you do is just to kick it over if all else fails near the entrance, or if preferably I just give them a bath. Anybody touches it off. They touch something off, you touch something off on the way around, it all goes. Preferably a nice 12-gauge flare or an improvised munition will set it off. When it burns, it's hard to see, so they won't even know right away that they're burning. Once they do start burning, have you ever tried shooting somebody when you're doing this? It doesn't work. The other option is the poor man's nuclear device, chemical weapons. Ammonia by itself is a very desirable chemical attack weapon. You don't even have to atomize it. Anybody in this room right now knows if we bust open a gallon, lay it in the middle of the floor here, I'd say I'd give us less than 20 seconds to decide we want to leave. Okay? So what you do is a nice high-test ammonia product can be used near the entrance, and again, it can be used in an atomizer form. You can use a dump bucket from above. It need only be a spill bucket with something that covers the lid, so of course you don't have to worry about vapors. Glass is nice, yeah. The other option, if you want to use an enhancer and come up with our friend phosgene, is ammonia and Clorox. 1 gallon mix each, boom, splash. Again, if they're doing that, they're not doing this. And of course, I wouldn't shoot the ones that are burning. I'd let them burn. That's right. The ones that are burning are upsetting the ones that aren't. Isn't that right? World Order, which we're in the process, we started trying to finish it up as quick as we can. We may not get it out in time even. If it's done, it'll have a lot of neat little tips in it for cooking. In the South Pacific, they call people long pig. Remember that. Okay? Many manuals are, that's right. Also, thank you very much. In our area, they've really been attacking gun shows, of course, and you've heard that all over the country, too. Any literature that you can acquire should be acquired now. Now. Not 2 weeks down the road, not 4 weeks down the road. Anything on how to make or assemble or do anything, do it and then duplicate. I don't care about copyrights. When the time comes, they won't make any difference. Duplicate it and send it to the wind. Spread it everywhere. Give it to everybody and anybody that's in the system. The reason I say this, if you have one copy, you need only destroy one site. That's right. Yes?
Copy it on CDs, floppy.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right. Yes, on the floppy disk, and you can... That's right. A lot... Yeah. CDs, any type of computer database with floppy disks or whatever, you can hand it to somebody, they'll crank out 15 million, and they're everywhere. And you won't have to worry about it. They're hidden in 100 different places and can never be found. He was real polite. He's been waiting. Go ahead.
That was a two-part question.
Yes.
Address the improvised armor-piercing homemade.
Thank you. Lumberyard. One of the tricks, though they're antique, that works quite well, are old phonograph needles. Down here you can find them. Go to the old, you got all kinds of great flea markets. Those are case-hardened chrome steel needles. We have found, strangely enough, and I don't know, of course, if the research was done by somebody, that these will penetrate almost every type of conventional body armor known to man. So it's rather desirable to have the phonograph needle. You simply center the bullet, drill it, and then impress the phonograph needle, and then putty it over a little bit on top. Plumber's putty works fine. Hydraulically, you can do, we did a lot of research back in the 70s with this anyway, for when the reloading was a problem then. Hydraulic or hydrostatic rounds, you need to do nothing more, not even mercury. Simply use latex caulk. Make up a hollow point out of lead, use latex caulk. You have the same effect as a shape charge when it hits. It forces the thing through and creates lubrication, and as it collapses on itself, the lead follows the latex through the armor, and the rest is history. Carbide drill bits. Old carbide drill bits are thrown away constantly and are very desirable. That's another option. Yes?
TIG welding rod seems to work well as well.
Yep, smaller. Any kind of steel. Oh, by the way, I noticed something when we were visiting your highways. You may have noticed, we're going to look at Mark and go, what the heck is he talking about? I've noticed in all of your restroom areas along all the highways that they've been doing a lot of renovations, haven't they? Have you noticed that they've redone all the toilet stalls in all those bathrooms? Everybody's going, huh? Have you noticed that it's plastic? Do you know what kind of plastic that is? You know how much those toilet stalls cost? The gray, and they're gray, and the other ones are black with little model covers on the outside of them. Well, those doors are 5/8 or 3/4 inch laminate Kevlar. That is a solid block of Kevlar plastic sitting there in that bathroom stall. If you ever get shot at, head for the toilet. Okay? It is the safest place in that truck stop or rest area to go. They look like battleship gray. You'll find when you scratch them, they're made out of plastic. People have already been scratching them. The reason they were purchased is because they have color, full depth, and if you have to repair them, you just bring a sander in with a fine grit and sand off the graffiti. The color's already there. But the neat thing is, so is the Kevlar. Now, I don't know who did this, but in testing these, we found that they will stop 30-06 butt cold flat. It would be awfully nice to have that in the back of my truck or my car going down the road. Might be nice to have under the windows at your house, too. Be a lot of rest areas without doors now. I know that. Shouldn't have said this, but it's true. But there might come a time when those rest areas won't need to be used all the time, and it'd be desirable to recover that stuff if there's been damage, of course. Way in the back. Yes.
The collection of us gray and black category Patriots, I think we figured that they would synchronize their watches all over the country when they pick us up. Someone told I some lab tape about a new law enforcement agency that would coordinate this.
Yes.
What advice would you recommend for method would you recommend for us avoiding that or quick notification of other cases in case one of these is synchronized results or perhaps letting neighbors know what has happened to us before and maybe that was something that sort of disappeared and they will know.
Okay. Well, yeah, the numbers will become obvious very quickly, but they're, excuse me, they would hope probably to act within a 48-hour period, 72 max, probably, of course, starting on the initial phase of a weekend, Friday. The reason for that is that in many cases, most people wouldn't catch on to the fact that if you've been arrested, a lot of people would assume, oh, he was picked up for traffic violations or something. I don't know, but the police were there. They'll go get him Monday. Well, you got 3 days to play with somebody because most people don't realize that you're going to a camp and not to the local jail. That's the first technique that's been used for a long time and is usually used when law enforcement wants to harass you, even if they don't have a solid case. Pick you up on a Friday, a magistrate's not going to see you all weekend. You're going to spend 2 days in jail even if you're innocent. Okay? Now, the point being here, though, that they'd still probably start at the end of the week simply because, again, lack of communications, people taking advantage of the holiday period. You know, weekend is a holiday period, guys. People are away from home. They'll figure that the communication nets are down and your defenses are down. Now, personally, I think all the time because they're going to pick their day. But, as I said, the window of opportunity for most of it is the pre-dawn hours because it's their assumption that even if you're prepared, you are going to decide to let your guard down if something doesn't happen immediately. Let me give you the most recent example of that, Red Beckman. Okay, is anybody familiar with the Red Beckman situation? Now, we warned him. We actually sent couriers through different messages. We explained to them what we expected. They had 500 Patriots show up for several days. The government backed down completely. Well, a few days later, they got another little bit of a warning, and several hundred people showed up and rotated out of the area for a few days. Unfortunately, what the other side did is they waited 2 weeks. 2 weeks after the last initial security effort was made, rather than taking these 500 people and spreading them out over weeks and weeks so you'd have somebody there all the time, since it didn't happen right away, everybody went home figuring he's safe, everything's fine. 2 weeks after the last person left, they came at 6 in the morning. Red Beckman apparently came out of his farmhouse, walked to the back to do his chores. A couple of platoons of black-clad ATF, FBI, DEA, and whoever were there. Apparently it was multi-jurisdictional. They grabbed him. They took everybody off the property. The next day they brought a bulldozer in and flattened the place. So nobody's going to collect on a house, guys. Now, this is typical, again, because they rely upon the fact that we don't think about them as doing their job full-time. They do it for a living. You have to start thinking that way yourself. Your defense is a full-time, everyday experience. There are certain times when they feel you will be at your weakest point. Part of this is logic is through research. REM sleep. What block do you usually experience REM sleep? The average individual goes to bed between 9 and 11 at night. First, you identify and observe your target. Identify what times he goes to sleep. Once you know approximately when the lights go out in the house, click. You know that within so many hours, REM sleep takes effect. Once you're into REM sleep, it's very difficult, short of a 2x4 or a cold glass of water, to get somebody up out of it. And, of course, when they do respond, what was that? Who's happening? Who's there? They count on this. They've done research. That's what all that research is being collected for in all these universities for the benefit of the government, not for you. They pay for it. They get it first. So they've already worked out the basics. Now, that doesn't mean they won't try other events. Most common is people make the mistake of going to the mailbox, first of all, by themselves. If they're in a rural area, they're in a situation where they decide to walk down to the mailbox. Nice idea, but if you think you're in a threat environment, I'd be going down with a car, and of course I would be armed. And I might even have a friend with me who's cocked, locked, and ready to use. That's simply policy. We never leave anywhere without somebody, always. I don't let anybody go anywhere without somebody, always nowadays. And that's just common practice. If you get into the practice, it becomes common trait. It does not become a special event. It becomes part of everyday life. Then it's nothing special, nothing exotic for you to start thinking, rather than walking along with blinders most of the time. Way in the back, she's real urgent. I'm sorry, just go for it, that's okay. Oh, that works right into this here because I've dropped it twice. This is a sample of one of the larger chips. It is probably the size of the one they were also using on the horses, though it could be used on people. There is a smaller version. I want to pass this around. You got to make sure we get it back. Somebody else owns this, not me, please. Okay, here we go. We'll be fair. Okay. Now, the chip technology has been in place for a number of years, and it was available first to the military for identifying combatants, military personnel might be dropped behind enemy lines, and to identify and perhaps control them. There are discussions and arguments about using them to create super soldiers by being able to affect the nervous system in different ways. Case in point about what the chip's for on the mark of the beast. Already, when the Emperor showed you, Bill Clinton showed you the card. Remember, he did this in the House of Representatives and the Senate joint session. This is the card you're all going to get, and if you don't take it, well, guess what? You don't eat, and you don't get medical treatment. They also said this, that as quickly as they came up with it, we were going to have health care card abuse. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Create the problem, demonstrate the problem, come up with a solution people would not have accepted otherwise. First of all, we don't need the national ID card. Since we're traveling off into this brave, warm, fuzzy new world order, and all the borders are going to be down, why do we need any ID card at all? Aren't we all going to be one big happy family of people? Aren't we all just going to be able to travel from, oh, that's right, we won't be able to, will we? Well, you know, but the idea was nice. In reality, what it is, it's word speak like Orwell. What they want is for the card to have, for people to abuse the card, and that's going to happen, because I'm not going to take the card, none of my family is, everybody I associate with is not going to take the card also. We also know we want to have a job. Well, what's going to happen is this, we might have a card that somebody else had at one time, and I can see this gentleman, if he shaved his beard and cut his hair a little shorter, could look enough like me, our glasses are the same, I could darken his hair and almost get him pass. Probably a quarter of the people here are close enough that we could walk in with the other guy's ID. Well, that's why they said, even in the same session, that we were going to have the medical police. You know, the doctor SWAT teams. They're going to bust into the operating room, rip that artery out, rip out those hearts, and throw them back because you don't deserve them, you know? Bits and pieces. Well, you all can almost picture that, but in a different vein. Oops, pardon the pun. The problem here is that, of course, we would have these abuses, and then they would have to search out the perpetrators and destroy them. How would they punish us if we did commit a medical crime because we needed treatment? Well, the best thing to do is put us into a prison camp or jail and not treat us. That's a death sentence without ever having to charge anybody. If you're going in because you needed cardiopulmonary surgery, and they say it's going to take 2 to 3 years to get you through the criminal system just for trial, do you think you're going to live to see the end of the trial? And if you do live to see the end of the trial, you're not qualified for any of the surgery anyway, so you're not going to be in jail long either, are you? So what sense does that make? Well, first of all, it creates another police force. Remember, they're trying to create as many law enforcement agencies as they can. Second, the card abuse then puts or sets up the scenario which was already discussed in PL 100-690 with the National ID card system. There were 4 programs proposed. 4, count them, 4. Cost $127 million. Part of the program was covered on C-SPAN in the House joint session with the committees that were discussing this very subject 2 years ago, 2+ years ago. Now, in it, they explained that the chip was an option, but they didn't think people would accept it, so they had to work through a series of steps. The step was first offer the card. The next is to go to the chip. That chip is old technology that's being passed around. That is actually 1978 through 1983 technology that is sound and works. The new chips are smaller still. They say that, in fact, with a series of tapes, there are 2 of them. It's called the Mark of the Beast 1 and the Mark of the Beast 2. If you can find them, get them. They were not made by anybody. You know what they did? They took state-of-the-art business advertising from electronics companies that are doing all the research on these chips, and that's all that the tape is. So you don't get to hear somebody like me talking. The only people talking are the sales representatives showing how the technology works and how it will be used. Yep. I was just saying AT&T was testing in North Carolina. Now the chip, again, before we ever get the card, before I get to the chip, I'm not taking that. I'm not taking the card. We are going to be enemies of the state one way or another. As I said before, while I'm defending here, I get pushed over the line here. It's going to happen one way or another. Can't accept it. Now, some of the options, what do you do to prepare for that, for instance? And this gets into what everybody else asked. Medical support items are crucial. Agriculture does not only include food production, but also drug production. And we're not talking anything that's illegal. But herbology is very important right now because most, and I can tell you this for a fact, the people I'm talking about work for Warner Lambert and some of the other companies that research this. Most of the drugs that you take are nothing more than the simplest of weeds and chemicals put together in the simplest possible way because they want to make maximum profit. Probably the best example of this is chlorets. Anybody ever take chlorets before as just a breath freshener? You know what it is? The green is made from grass, literally, grass. It requires some corn syrup, and they also use a little bit of spearmint. Total cost per pack is less than ½ a cent, including the paper wrapping. For the whole pack, how much do you pay for a pack? And the candy coating was developed to be used in medication. It was a byproduct to sell it as chlorets as a candy for you to eat to freshen your breath. That's how all the drug system is. That's why they're called the Seven Sisters. The drug cartel are the Seven Sisters, like they were the Seven Sisters of oil. There's the Seven Sisters of the drug industry. And they're all, the top 9 chemical and drug companies are owned by who? Rockefeller. Whoops. I'm sorry. This one can be, okay, now we have, we don't have it here. Up in Michigan, we do have a copy. They sent one of our people 3 samples of the chip and the injector unit to install the chip. It's the smaller one than the one that's here. This one is a larger unit. This one would work with people, by the way. It'd be very easy. This could be... Yes, okay, talking about the vaccination problem. It is possible with the latest of chips that they could incorporate in the vaccination program, but I don't think they're going to bother to conceal it. I think that instead, that will be the way to get people in, and then you're just going to explain to them why they're there. Well, you know, if you want any further treatment, considering these terrible plagues we're having, and the fact that people are having a problem getting food, if you want to eat, you'll take this, and you will eat. And if you don't, go over there to the other door, category B. It works that simply. Yes?
At what point do you see the military saying that's enough? We're going to go in and we're going to start drawing the lines ourselves, and you know, if it happens to be North Carolina or wherever it happens to be, the patriotic military says, okay guys, we're on your side, we're behind you. That's one question. Number 2, the location within the country. Obviously it's harder to, let me say, it's easier to defend swamps and mountains.
Right.
So as patriots, do you see geographically there being an advantageous location to be situated in versus Georgia where it's flat versus the mountains where obviously it's hilly?
Okay.
And communication, which I think is important.
I'm sorry.
How do you see the patriots? Once all this happens, communications are virtually going to be shut down. How do you see one group communicating?
Okay.
And communication, which I think is important.
I'm sorry.
How do you see the patriots? Once all this happens, communications are virtually going to be shut down. How do you see one group communicating with the other?
That was something that was asked earlier. I apologize I didn't finish on that. Asking about communications. How much time do we have? Whatever you want? Okay. Do you want me to keep going? Okay. With regard to communications, first of all, diversify your communications as much as possible. We have shortwave, we have ham radios, which are good, but I would go with older technology. The older the technology that sound, the better. The newer technology, probably most of it was made just in the last 4 years. Much of that already has a clipper chip in it. It already has the technology in the circuits. We know that for a fact. That's been admitted to in many of the trades magazines. But what you need, even the newer stuff would be better than nothing. What you're looking at is trying to use as many different frequencies as you can. During the siege of Waco, which gives us a vast amount of intelligence data on how they operate, during the siege, they jammed all shortwave and they jammed all ham radio frequencies on site. Now again, it was a pimple target. In other words, if you want me to, I can hammer at this desk all day with all of us, and it isn't getting away. When you have to deal with this whole room, and you have to try to deal with every square inch of it, it's a totally different environment. Now, there are some very nice shortwave, long wave, well, you got VHF, UHF, and I think there's also some ultra-low frequency stuff that's ex-military that's hanging around at a couple of the surplus sites. It's virtually new in the box. No, it's not light to carry, but most of this is cheap. If it's cheap, you can afford to burn it, and you won't cry when you leave it. So it's hands-on, first-phase technology that you're going to use. If you have to abandon it, you will destroy it yourself to ensure that it's not used. For handheld communications, I warn everybody that, first of all, you don't want that much radio equipment out there. You want to know why? Because people abuse it, and it becomes a shoot-me target. What you need is an absolute minimal amount of communications, and most of it has to be word of mouth, direct command. I want this done. You 5 do it. Goodbye. I don't want to see you for 2 weeks. The reason that has to happen is you also have to have time dilation. People have asked me, how long will this last? I originally would say we had anywhere from 8 to 10 years. I think we've knocked it down to 8 years, maybe a little less. But it's going to be 8 years worth of fighting if this actually breaks out. The reason is because of the vast areas, the types of combatants we're dealing with, and the fact that we also have to deal with production and manufacturing. Communications with your couriers is going to work like this. A second shall become a minute shall become an hour a day, a day shall become a week, and a week a month. You're in no hurry to go anywhere. You have all the time in the world, and one way or another, the other side's got an appointment with death. It's just a matter of when he meets your knife. So you take your time, and like you said before, you pick your targets. Now, short-range communications, if there's good discipline, is always done with handheld units, and again, you got to watch it. Squelch will kill you every time. These things are going to have to be, your people are going to have to be trained that use them. Now, shortwave transmitters for behind-the-lines use, if we have a behind-the-lines, cellular phones are nice, but they can all be controlled. They're still usable. Strangely enough, well, that is short-term, and if we control the area, we'll have them again. There are windows of opportunity. I agree. They've already restricted cellular phones, and cellular phone was the only way that the Davidians called out for 3. They made, supposedly, either 2 or 3 telephone calls by cellular phone, but they didn't have enough batteries. A lot of people buy the technology, but don't buy the capability to run the equipment. I got a nice radio. I don't have anything to run it with. You need batteries, cellular charging, or solar charging, I'm sorry. Another thing is there's a lot of these neat little handheld crank units out there for generating power. Trust me, you got lots of extra bodies for that. You know, the 8-year-old kids want to participate. This is a lot of fun. You always see in the old World War II movies the guy cranking the generator. Yes, in the back. Field phones work exceptionally well and are economical. The idea is right now that they're what we call a drug on the market. They're everywhere. They can be set up economically. They can be shielded, utilizing a variety of different products that are on the market now, so that they're not going to fry on you. Long-range communications, it's still best word of mouth, but there is going to be a need for a communications net down the road. Buy the technology and take recommendations from the people that are specialists. And again, don't standardize. I got to remind everybody of that. In your own units, standardize, but for overall units, don't standardize. The reason for that is amateurs are the most dangerous thing on the battlefield. Okay? They don't know how to do it, so they're going to do it the way they find is best. What this man does is different from what this man should do, which is different from what that man should do, etc., 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 with regard to your units. When I was an intelligence analyst, one of my missions is to predict enemy capabilities, weaknesses, strengths, etc. To do that, I have to know, first of all, be able to get good intelligence on you, what your activities are. I collect the data on it, target your actions, identify specific traits, and then I can predict what you do. We do not want predictability. So you have to avoid that at all costs. Now there was another question you. I'm sorry. There was another question you asked first, though.
When do you, realistically, do you think that we're looking at a 60-day scenario? Basically, ask what could be the tripwire for the military?
Okay. Probably the best example. The question is, what would be the tripwire for our U.S. military? We already had an experience of this kind in Idaho with the Weaver Siege. The Idaho National Guard was called out with several others to attack the Weaver house and to surround it after the initial sniper attacks. The Idaho Guard was actually, after they found out where they were going and what they were doing in the first 24 hours, refused to cooperate with federal forces. Now, they did a passive resistance thing, because what the Fed then did, they had everybody disarm. What they did is they said it like this: as a show of good faith, the Idaho Guardsmen had to lay their weapons down so that they could be deactivated. After they disassembled the internal mechanisms of the rifle, they gave them their weapons back, gave them radios with no batteries, and sent them out into the woods to hills that were nowhere near where the Weaver's place was. In this way, people didn't know that the Idaho Guard had mutinied, and they had no idea what activities were taking place. which was crucial. Okay, no problem. Yeah, no problem. We can. I'll call it. We'll call tonight. Uh-oh, looks like we're spending some time here. Okay, location as far as the country, I'm sorry. Location as far as the country goes, it is, personally, I'm committed to Michigan for a reason. I'll probably be bouncing around when things take hold. But Michigan for us we think is crucial, not because we necessarily choose to fight there all the time. There's some nice terrain. We got a beautiful situation for the most part. We're fighting there, or we will fight there, because we have to deny the enemy that resource. They obviously consider the Great Lake area a crucial crown gem in the overall victory. The longer that we can deny them the capability to produce what they want to use on you, the better off you will all be. Now, I pity, I'll give you some ideas, what I have seen strength-wise. I pity any fool that goes into Pennsylvania. I pity, because I know they will not come out. And if you ever seen Ridge Runners of Pennsylvania, you'll know why. And I've seen the militia, and I know how they're organized. In the Dakotas and out to the mountain states, same thing. You may go in, but you aren't coming out, and if you are, it'll be in little pieces when we decide to send you back out. Yeah, Virginia, West Virginia are beautiful. Again, it varies because remember, the Marine Corps, unless it doesn't, I won't say defect, but if it honors its pledge to the Constitution, the Marine Corps is what secures Washington, D.C. And in fact, it is the predominant strength, not the Army. So there's a question about the Marine Corps and how they would side initially. I think if they realized what they were doing, they would not be trustworthy for the New World Order. In the initial stages, remember, you also have spooks and kooks. You've got the CIA right there in their backyard. They will ensure with money that they consolidate some of that area for themselves initially. And they don't plan on staying here. One thing to remember, if things don't look good, these people all leave the AO. I won't use the right term. They're going to leave. They're going to DD out of here when the time comes. They'll come back when they think they can pick up the pieces. Now, time frame, as far as response, by what I have seen, the guards and the reserve units have already stated they will refuse in any way, shape, or form to aggress against the American people, period. So there will not be another situation like Idaho. They know that passive resistance is futile, that they'll simply be disarmed, and that then they will still torture, torment, and destroy whoever it is that they're after. They'll just bring other forces in. So there's a commitment, and it is a genuine commitment to stand against this when it comes. Now, which commands? There are many out there. That's the best I can say, especially right here, right now, the way it is. And we don't talk much about it anyway. And I'm not the only one in touch with them. Trust me, there are many, many other people who are part of this infrastructure. I can't be the linchpin. After all, take one person and we all go. I can't have that.
6 days, 120 days after November elections,
I don't think we'll get to September. I'll be quite honest. I'll be quite honest that I do not foresee and then people are going, oh my goodness, we're setting a date. I'm not setting the date. I think the enemy's already set the time. The only thing they've already set the time that they're going to do what they're going to do.
does that have anything to do with September?
No, well, the thing is that she's thinking about going in September, and I just don't think we'll have to wait that long. We won't go to Washington. I think they'll be coming to you. It's just that the whole vision of what I just handed off to him, this executive order tells me that they're in motion, they're in high gear, they are acting now. If they gave you 6 more months, let me ask you this. They can't give me 6 months. They can't give us 6 months. We've been doing this everywhere. Do you realize what we would look like in 2 years if we had 2 years to do it the way we are right now? I mean, I could not allude to all of the toys that have been developed. I mean, the things are out there. God help you when you fight Americans. They're terrible. They use everything as a weapon. You won't be able to walk, squat, or do anything without finding some part missing from your body, or some part that was attached to you missing in general. So, yeah. Give me a second. He's been real good in the back there. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay, first of all, thank you. Take a little water there. The first question is about euthanasia. Well, of course, we got Dr. Jack in our state, as everybody knows. Everybody always wonders, how is it he's still walking around? It's very simple. The government wants him walking around. It was not a right to death issue. The idea was it was a right of the state to get rid of you issue. And what they were trying to see is, as with the vampire, whether or not, we would let the vampire in. Once you let him in, if you invite the vampire in, you can't get rid of him. You have to kill him. You can't talk him out. We'll see. And in this case, what we're dealing with is the fact that they let this issue come to a head, and if you've ever read what Jack Kevorkian put together, he calls what he's been doing negative euthanasia. Negative euthanasia is where somebody comes in and decides they want to do themselves in, you put some gas to them, and they kick the bucket, and you put them in a box and bury them. He doesn't want to do that. If you as a young man, if your girlfriend left you, he wants euthanasia clinics in every part of the country. And it'll be just like an abortion clinic. They'll tell you that you have a right to life, but since we're not going to argue, you just sign on the dotted line and we'll take care of it. Trust me, it's painless. Just the way abortion clinics right now tell you that you have a right not to have an abortion, there's other help. Okay, sign on the dotted line and get the abortion anyway. We don't want you to stop. With a euthanasia clinic, let's say your girlfriend leaves you, you're all distraught. Oh, I can't live with this. You go to the euthanasia clinic, they read off the government form. Oh yeah, you have a right to life. You can do this, you can do that. Now sign on the dotted line. And you ask the question, is it painful? Oh, no, no, no. We've never had a customer come back to complain. Which is true. And then what he wants to do is this. They take you into another room. They make you brain dead. They incapacitate you. And they set you on the shelf for about 2 or 3 weeks while they take body parts off you. You know, take the corneas, take your flesh, take some of your spare organs that you have duplicates of, and ship them out and sell them. This is his idea of what Dr. Jack clinics need to be like. And of course, he'll be the person that led it, so I think his assumption is his name will be on the bill, which it would be. And if he had his way, there wouldn't be any trying to tell you that, yes, there's a higher force than you, that yes, you will live beyond this day, that we will find a way to help you through this, that we can find people who will help you right here in this room, excuse me, if need be. They aren't going to have any motive to talk you out of it because they make profit off you being dead. And when they're done, they finish you off, of course, a little knife to the back of the neck or a little extra injection, and they send you off as dog food or whatever. What difference would it make? You're just a carcass to them then. That's already been proposed and it's already been talked about. And the thing is, they just couldn't get the momentum going. You'll notice something. Every one of the lawsuits against Jack Kevorkian, they've all been dropped. He's free and walking around. That should tell you right there. Yeah, right in the back, yeah.
Yes, I understand there's about 3,000 to 5,000 hardcore conspirators who've done this to our once great country.
Yep.
And in your speeches around the country, I was wondering if there's been a groundswell of support and actually going directly to the problem and dealing with these conspirators themselves instead of having to go through the
chain of command?
8-year war that you mentioned.
Well, the problem is the idea would work were it not for the fact that the number that they have here are simply the first layer of the onion, so to speak. What they've done, and of the 3,000, for instance, that we're talking about, 1/3 of them have not just good security, but in fact are on the move constantly just for that reason. An example would be Henry Kissinger. Let's say that we assume he's a hardcore member of the older Ulster crowd of the New World Order. He's middle management. He's not really high, he's middle management. His security contingent is such, and in fact they're looking for this threat constantly, that he would be a hard element to destroy. Now there's still the option, if that were the case, to go after their other next level down, but this again is going to require an effort that right now is sensitive at best. First of all, I wouldn't be talking about it in any circles. It is construed to be, of course, a big negative that they could use under, the most common is conspiracy charges. However, I will say this, that of those 3,000, if I have my way, they will be charged with crimes. They will be brought before a court. The treason and sedition is punishable by hanging, and that is the appropriate measure that should take place. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there, if they had their way, would beat these creatures to a bloody pulp, and there wouldn't be any way to figure out who they are. Please don't do that. The reason I say this is because historically this nation has experienced this situation for as long as we've existed. Do you not think that our enemy has contingencies so that if they need a corpse, they would have a corpse that look enough like and taste enough like and feel enough like that we'd accept it? We want them living and breathing for the trials so that we can positively, absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, know that we have who we are looking for. I don't want, we want to abide by the Constitution. We have specific guidelines. There is a proposal that I would make, and I've said this to other people, and I will say this, and I've said it publicly. I think that we should temper our justice with mercy, and sometimes mercy is more deadly than any practical application of other punishments. There are some people who will be fringe elements who thought they could profit from what's happening and go along with the regime. Those people are traitors or have committed treasonous acts, though it would be difficult perhaps to prove them and in fact identify them. In the past we have learned a word. It is called deportation. It is still the best way to punish them that I can think of, but with a different note and a different flavor. We should have a new tablet of stone put in Washington or somewhere in a predominant place, and the names of all those that have been tried for treason shall be bared thereupon, and it shall be there forever, never to be forgotten. Those names shall never be allowed to rise again. Don't think your enemy isn't thinking about this, though. So, those that are questionable but could not be brought before the law and properly punished, or could not be punished with execution, shall be deported, and their name should also be written in stone. The difference is this: none of their progeny shall ever be allowed to re-enter the United States in any way, shape, or form. And from outside the country, think about it. Their daughters and sons and grandsons and great-grandsons and children will see the growth and the strength of the United States and our prosperity, and they shall curse their forefathers for the treachery which they committed. And so it should be, yes. That is the best punishment. That is justice tempered with mercy, and it is a punishment that would be passed down through the ages. They would never outlive. That for as long as they live, even their forebears would curse their names. And that is an excellent punishment in itself. Giving them no properties, do not let them leave with anything that they possessed here, for that is part of the punishment that should be expected. They planned on taking everything that I owned. They planned on taking everything that you own. It should be the same punishment returned. Oh, I got to be nice. Here, you haven't asked a question before. No. Well, the problem with that is, first of all, remember this. The question is, what about a mass exodus from the United States? Canada will be at war because the Canadians are fed up with this, and they're going to be fighting too. Mexico is already at war and has been at war for the last 3 months now with no public broadcasting, with the exception of a few small articles. They've been waging an all-out conflict in most of the provinces. Most of the rest of the Central and South American plate it is true, parts of it are 100 years behind us. The only reason they're 100 years behind us is because our spill-off technology is keeping their heads above water. If we fall, and if we were to walk away and this nation were to fall, for a period of time even, they would be 1,000 years behind us within a very short period of time. An example of this, and this is historical, is to remember what happened after the Great Depression. Before the Great Depression in the Roaring 20s, Central and South America were boom towns with the same type of crust technology that they have today. After the Great Depression hit, no money was available to play in these second circles, these other environments. And so everything that they built, great opera houses, great storefronts, areas that looked much like Venice, central Rome, I mean, there were beautiful constructions, fell into total ruin and literally into dust. And they were sent back 40 and 50 years behind where they were sitting at that time, perhaps farther in some cases. We're at the same point with the way this interlocking economy is right now. If this interlocking economy, which they're already saying is starting to teeter, they're already warning people that don't mess with us or we'll break your back. If they do that, that ripple will go around the globe just as it did in 1929. And it will affect everybody in such a catastrophic way that I actually do shudder to see what that would do to some peoples and what populations. Even overseas in Europe would not be safe. And remember, the Europeans as a socialist state aren't going to want to see any more of us than they already have. They're already trying to kick everybody else out of their borders right now. Asia, on the other hand, has always had a problem with its ethno-sensitivity. It doesn't want anybody around. Japan doesn't even want other Asian populations around, which is understandable. They want to be Japanese. Congratulations. If this goes the way we expect, they will have what they want and then some. Because theoretically, with the technology being less user-friendly, example, everybody knows how to use this mic. How many people here know how to make this mic? Yeah. Just like a lot of the technology, we can play with the computers. How many of us can make the microchips? That pyramid technology is so fine that it would take very little to destroy that veneer. And in fact, I've argued this for a long time. I learned from our forefathers from World War II and the American war effort. They stated categorically that they must diversify their production. We have done just the reverse. We've closed everything inward. You know that there are only 3 plants in this country that make all of the fighter aircraft frames for all of the planes that we make. 3. Now let me ask you something. Daddy didn't train no fool. If you were the other side, what would you destroy first? Yeah, one of them. That'd be enough. Yeah, because it's all share time too. We adopted all this foreign concept of share time, on-time delivery, and what it's done is it's created no reserves. We have no spare parts. If you have a factory failure, you cannot produce what you need, and there'll be no way to get it for months at a time. Yes, way in the back.
What about the cost of going to the
Yep. One interesting thing, though, I still don't have the printed article on it. I saw it as a blurb. Did anybody catch this major earthquake that we had that was 400 miles below the surface? 8.4 on the Richter scale, right? More devastating than anything we've registered so far. The next day, it was stated that the cause of this may have been the Chinese thermonuclear device that was detonated underground the day that happened. Now, you realize how big that device would have had to have been that they tested? The Chinese are not out of the picture, and they're part of this next phase with the concept of the balance of power for the New World Order. To go the next phase, they need another ultra superpower, and China most assuredly is that. China, in my eyes, by the way, is also their chosen puppy. We are not. We are a failed experiment that they are going to do away with. They would prefer the Chinese over us because of the overall social structure that they've already created there. They are decades ahead of where we are. Now, with regard to tactical nukes, it is very likely that in some areas they'll use them, but there's an old saying, you don't shit in your own backyard. Okay? One of the reasons that they're fighting, one of the reasons that they're fighting is to grab resources. Thank you. Well, there's an option, yes. They might, there's a consideration. Urban renewal is only one glass parking lot away. Yeah, I know. That's one of the considerations. And remember, they do want to do away with large elements of the population. And they don't care who they actually kill. Let me put it this way. Remember something. At the World Ecology Conference in the Dakotas, and I have it on tape at home, and I don't have it here with me, they stated, and I'm using the Rothschild's terms, when, their words, not mine, when they get rid of the cannon fodder, 75% of the American people, then they would be able to bring in the people that they wanted. Now what that means is right here, right now, 3/4 of us are dead. 3 out of 4 of us standing here aren't supposed to be here in the next 10 years, period. They don't care who it is. In fact, they'll be pretty indiscriminate, I think, with a lot of it. They just have to get rid of us because we are not manageable. And like I said, their consideration is you're all a failed experiment. You're all a negative as far as they're concerned. First of all, we're too uppity. We're too bullheaded. We're certainly intelligent. I mean, we give it a chance in the proper school systems, and if we do it right, we can produce one heck of a product, and we know it. We've done it. From going to the moon, well, we can argue plus or minus on that one, and whether or not we did it, of course, I've heard that argument, all the way to building some of the finest aircraft and finest ships on the planet. That requires tremendous skill, and we have it. And microprocessing on down. We invented it. They just keep stealing it. That's all. Yes?
One is, you stated in the slide a while ago that they didn't want to cause a financial collapse in this country or all over the whole world. And my second question is, when the proverbial hits the fan, what do you think their response to the secular media would be?
Okay, I'm sorry. First of all, do I think there's going to be a world economic problem?
No, I got the impression you were saying that you didn't think that they wanted that.
Oh, no, they do. No, they do. I'll give you an idea of the overview of the strategic concept, and some of the people have argued this, and it makes sense. The reserve notes that we have in our pockets are temporary. The next step is the currency that they're coming up with, which everybody's seen in the media now.
How far away?
They said by the end of next month they could have it in place. And they're already going to start pulling the $100 bills, and right now they were talking about, well, in other countries, they have exchange rates. In this country, we haven't done that yet. But this country hasn't had the national debt that Puerto Rico and Bolivia and all the others had 20 years ago when they did devalue their currency because their money is worthless. Now, people asked about that. That ties to this whole thing about the economic collapse, or if there was going to be one, how would you use it? They have not been able to use it because a lot of us have been standing around with our act together for too long. A lot of people did store food. A lot of people do have survivalist traits. That's just being American. Traditionally, we know what it's like to go without food. A lot of our people have come from places on the planet where there wasn't any. So we are smart. We're intelligent enough to figure on thinking for the future. It's that old parable thing. Remember the ant and the grasshopper? Oh, you're not supposed to think that way. That's common sense. Well, a lot of our people have been doing that, so it's been hard. It's been a hard nut to crack because it does not have to be the majority that are prepared, just a very strong element. If you can get the whole population to starve, you can lead them around by the end of their nose. But if a people can eat, they will make sound judgment, not with their stomach, but with their mind. So again, the first thing to do with your money, which we talked about, I'd convert some of it into food. That's cash on hand. You know, somebody said, I got gold. Gold's nice, have some of that. Silver's nice, have some of that, but can you eat it? Because if you've gone past the monetary system for a little while, it still comes down to what people have been arguing for years. Wheat is still a bargaining chip. Corn is still a bargaining chip. A can of beans will go a long way when somebody's hungry. A can of beans could buy an automobile by the time you're done, or a coat, or a pair of shoes, or whatever you need. We'll barter. The other thing is, how can you protect the money in other ways? Well, first of all, the sharks diversify. They don't stick in any one camp. Rockefeller's not just tied up in one mechanism. He's tied up in thousands of things. The other thing you can do is as a stopgap that you can all do, and it doesn't cost you anything, is just plain pocket change. The most recent example of that is when Israel converted its currency back in '72. They didn't tell anybody, oh, everything's fine, everything's okay, money changes tomorrow. Well, the day before it happened was Sunday. Nobody could go anywhere to get anything. Congratulations, you're out of luck. You didn't have time to get what you needed. But if you had pocket change, you ate the next day. Because the coin, this cost money, and I don't even have any in my pocket. Oh, well. See, I'm poor. The coin still had a value because it's expensive to remint. But paper, well, that's just like this photocopy right here. Come on, congratulations, we'll make 400 more tomorrow. They could print paper all they wanted. And so a lot of people who were in the know, who did listen to the indicators, bought a lot of coin and rolled change. And they were actually able to make their house payments. They were actually able to pay for their food. They actually were able to have electricity in their home because when your debt when your money changed at a 6-to-1 ratio, the debt did not. This also happened in Germany after World War II. In 1945, the bankers wanted to suck the Germany dry the rest of the way. So what they did is they had a currency change. The currency exchange rate was as high as 11 and 12 and 14 to 1. But the debt range change was 1 to 1. Now try and think about this. You get to choose between heating and eating. Take your pick. It's the middle of a German winter, and you have to either make the house payment, and you can only have 1/14 the purchasing power you had before, but your debt's the exact same level it was. Within 2 years in Germany, 72 to 75% of the private property was in the hands of the banks, and the people were paupers on the streets that they originally had built. In Israel, with the situation with the currency exchange, people lost their houses, people lost their cars, people went without electricity because they did not have the money to pay for the normal everyday debts that were necessary. There we go. Thank you very much. And that's the problem here. Well, let's illuminate that one. Why is it they haven't gotten away with this? Because some people say, well, boy, I think we've been talking about this for years. Yeah, and we still have our guns, too. And the rule number 1, as you said, possession is 9/10 of the law. I'm not giving anything up. So you can walk in with that piece of paper that says that Bolivia or China or Belgium owns Michigan. Come on and take it. I'm standing on it. You're not. That paper's worth, well, let's see, you got some Charmin over there? I'll trade you. And they know it too. And that's why, again, let's go full circle. What you just said makes sense when you look at why they're attacking the guns. With the guns gone, you can foreclose on the mortgage. You can confiscate the car. You can take the mink somebody can't pay for anymore. That's why they're doing it, because it's the way they get into every country they've ever been in like this. Way in the back. She's I don't know. I haven't heard that, but he almost looks dead most of the time. Like I said, rigor mortis has set in. When he was sitting next to Hillary, he didn't look too healthy to me. The question was whether or not Alan Greenspan may have actually already died. I don't know. He's all wrinkly and pruny, and he wears a suit and kind of sits there most of the time, and only his lips move. I could do that with a doll, you know. So it's possible, but more likely he's very much alive and just a belligerent and obnoxious problem. As we all know what he's been doing with the interest rates, they certainly aren't worried about inflation per se. What he's doing is putting a little crimp in the economy so it doesn't run away too quickly and do very well. They need to be able to keep it right on the edge so they can belly it over quickly. And that's only going to take one little push when the time comes. And they've got to remember, all this is like, it's like dealing with a team of 6 horses and 2 of them are hard chargers. They got to keep trying to hold them in rein and manage them until they get to the finish line. And when they do, they're going to bust them all loose for that last burst of energy 75 yards away and go for the gusto. That's what they're doing now. Yes, I'm sorry.
The patriotic movement, the constitutional people concerned with the Constitution, have made contingency plans for constitutional money when they go back to the economy?
That's a good question. Thank you. The question was, has there been a plan, or is there a plan for coining constitutional money? An organization that did succeed to a certain extent with this is, and of course are still printing coin, and again this comes back from the early to middle 80s, was the Committee of the States. There were 14 to 16 member representatives. They actually held a meeting of the committee, which is the first step towards our union. The Committee of the States was never dissolved. The federal government charged them with conspiracy, though. Typically, again, they try to do it with paper. The government charged them with conspiracy. The 14 people who were in the management positions were taken to a military facility and over a 2-year period were put to trial. All of them were found innocent, but it collapsed the system. There is a consideration, and many patriots, and there's a lot of maybe in here who are participating in it, who are already involved in working with silver bullion, as in round coin, rounds, 1-ounce rounds, troy ounces. We, first of all, in order to get back to legal tender, have got to go back to the proper weights and measures that go along with it. And that's very important. Yes?
I make a comment that pure silver round will disintegrate within a matter of months of circulation, whereas constitutional money is 90% silver, 10% gold.
Right. The specifications were laid down. Yes, I agree. But you have to have the raw material. That's the best way to draw on the raw material in reserve and storage. Wait, there's one other thing about that. That is a consideration. For the time being, remember that non-Federal Reserve money is coin money. All of our silver coin, all of our old silver coin, we never paid a single debt on. That was our money right from the beginning. And your government stamped it, and it is still yours. So I'd highly recommend putting a percentage of coin silver away. It doesn't have to be collectible. As much as anything else, it simply has to be spendable. Because when the time comes and he has a loaf of bread to sell, is he going to be able to relate to the denomination I have here, and can I use it? Can we come up with a negotiable substance or a way to negotiate and transfer resources and money and food or whatever? That's the problem. We're going to have to come up with a whole new system. It's going to be a lot of fun. Really, you get to enjoy life again. Yes?
But there's full engagement with the enemy throughout the country. And the other countries of the world to see what's going on. Do you expect a foreign invasion?
That's what this will be. Okay, thank you very much. I'll clarify that. I'm sorry. There's the idea, what I see partaking here, is that you will see a facade for only a short period of time that this is an American affair. But if our American forces decide to stand free and with the Constitution, they will have no choice but to rip the mask away. And you will see the true enemy incarnate there before you. What will happen is the foreign forces that are already here are already wearing the black uniform. They're already wearing the ski masks. They have no insignia. They have no rank. There's no way to tell who they are. I've argued this for years. What is the difference between a knock at the door at 11 o'clock at night with black leather and a coal scuttle helmet or a KGB helmet with a pepish, and a guy coming to your door at 3 in the afternoon with a black ski mask? None whatsoever. The idea is terror. And also, it has to be anonymity. They have to have the eyes as the only symbol of power. That's the all. What is the key to the soul? What are the windows of the soul? So what are they going to let you see? The soulless person that's standing before you, and that's why all you see are the eyes. Then otherwise, what you see is black, the mantle of death, and you're going to see legions of them. Even their vehicles are black. Even their equipment's black. And the reason is that overall impression. Now, it's a sharp color, I got to admit. Okay, sorry, guys, it is. But unfortunately, it's a uniform. We're going to have it used. We're going to use the components of it. We're going to use some of the equipment. But with regard to what these guys are doing, in fact, I'll pull the stuff off of myself as long as I can clean it up. Okay? But with regard to what their concept is and how they came up with this idea, this is what they were looking at. How are you going to terrorize people at 3 in the afternoon instead of 11 o'clock in the morning when you're on the street? That's how they're going to do it. Everybody here who was a soldier in the 70s will recall that we were trained to shoot at people with ski masks, weren't we? Now they work for the government. Isn't that alien? Way in the back, yes.
We're confident that you crime bill has been proposed, and also there a part of that that says that you cannot stockpile food as well as other munitions.
Actually, before we even get to that, that executive order that was just generated as of the 3rd incorporates the Department of Agriculture to restrict the transfer of food and foodstuffs. So it's already in the executive order. Huh? And fertilizer? I didn't get a chance to read it all. That makes sense, though. Because remember, the power to produce, as I said before, if the power to, if you control the food, you control the people's hearts and minds, because their stomachs will follow. And if you control how to produce it, water, fertilizer, etc., you're going to make sure that there's no competition for the government-run operations that are taking place. So that. Oh, now we don't want to mention that right here, right now, but I understand what you. Yes, I agree. Yes, fertilizer is our friend. A 50-pound bag and a little extra oil, and we're all set. Yeah. A copy of it right now, what I would recommend, there are 2 ways to do this. Now, at this time, the Schumer, the committee is being run by Schumer. Out of Washington, you should be able to access the number. I don't have it here. And through his office, you should be able to acquire a copy that will be generated from the Federal Register. You'll probably have to ask for a copy of the Federal Register on the date that they were working on it, because they will not probably have received a copy from the GPO, Government Printing Office. So it'd be the Federal Register itself, because the scribes take all the information down right there, and it's on hand. Yes? It is, I'm sorry, I wasn't, yeah, you remember. Okay. Thank you, that's good. Okay, right here. Yes.
And I know anybody who made a claim against the president would be marched from Washington within days of having made such a threat. How can you explain, or would you speculate, please, why she's not in jail?
Well, there's a balance here. Number one, they know that some of the activities are taking place, and they don't necessarily mind the idea of us going to Washington. That's an awful long road, and they control that backyard. Personally, like I said, the heart was right, the mind was not properly, it's a little, not askew, but it's just improperly in gear. We'll go to Washington eventually, but it'll be on our terms.
Why haven't they come after her?
Again, there's a bit of a problem. Okay, one of the things that they had, I won't say they can't do it, and everybody, it's the same problem they have with me and some of the other vocal speakers. Jack McLam, McIlvaney's in the same situation. We're so public, and they're not sure how people would respond to an attack. And in fact, I'll be quite honest, don't bother me for the time being, and they might live in peace a little bit longer. And it's that not everybody's going to rise up and help Mark, but we have agreements. I also agree that if somebody does anything to any of our people, that is the line that will be crossed, and that we will initiate activities, period. That is not as a covert terrorist, but purely as a militiaman defending the Constitution and defending our people. And that's very, very important right now. Oh, thank you. Did everybody get a chance to look at this? Oh, okay, well, here we go. Go to the other side. There we are. We won't leave without it. Now, as far as that goes, again, I guess we have to, if you get a chance, I'll try and find the information. Linda's information on the subject, on why she did what she did, the man who came up with the work is sound. The problem is he's dealing from the administrative perspective. and we're past, I think, the administrative for the most part. I still write letters, by the way. I still call, because I'm obligated to do so, to explain to them that if they do this, it is an act of war. That's all that I do, though. If you pass, this is dangerous. You're going to get somebody killed, and it's not going to be my fault. It's their fault because they're acting in an unconstitutional manner, and we will have no other redress but to fight. And they know that too, but they're trying to pick a time that will be advantageous for them. We'll balance that out too. Way in the back, yes. Oh, yeah.
World Cup soccer game starting this week.
Yeah.
A little nervous that this might be a good time to disperse some of these foreign troops to protect the foreign soccer players.
That would make a great deal of sense, and in fact, the very idea that they're even here is amazing to me, considering our lack of enthusiasm for international soccer, if you know what I mean. It isn't exactly priority on America's list, but they're trying to make it that, because that is, yes, like the Olympics. There has been some discussion about that because protection elements from the different nationalities have been brought in. And I think the only good part about that is that some of them are very specialized units that probably won't be kept here. They're needed as a Praetorian Guard for their own regimes. Now the lesser elements and the bulk forces that they bring in, there'll be some, those probably will stay. Anything that they can bring in, it's like I said, anything they can put in uniform, and any way that they can justify or excuse putting a gun into somebody's hand with a uniform right now, they will. Anything. The Postal Service is being armed. I mean, they've already got the contingency set up for that. The Postal Service, under Appeal 100-690, it allows for a contingency, and it's probably in the executive order, I haven't looked yet, which authorizes that the Postal Service, your local postman, can be armed and is in fact a law enforcement officer in form, in that if he identifies any activity on your property, he's to report to his superiors, da-da-da-da-da. It has all kinds of guidelines. It's already in place. And in fact, of course, we always wondered about that. You know, the post office does have a SWAT team now. There's a postal SWAT team. Yeah, you know they look like. They've got black postal shorts with the black socks and the sneakers. They got this big black leather postal bag. You remember, ever see the 3 Days of the Condor? And he's got this pasty white complexion. He wears this coal scuttle, of course, Kevlar helmet. It says the mail must go through on the side. He carries a MAC-10. I've seen this. The Inspector General's office is being armed? Well, that would make sense. And what the comment was made here is that the Inspector General's office of the Labor Department, they're being required to carry firearms also now. So again, everybody will be shooting at you. Oh, well, what the heck, we shoot back. Oh, wait a minute, he was, okay.
Do you have any suggestions, do's and don'ts about communicating friends, relatives, and causes?
Okay, if you don't feel comfortable, one of the things I've told everybody, like I said, some people get good response, others get bad. I'm fortunate. I'm blessed right now. Everybody's come around that I know, so I don't even worry about it anymore. Everybody, all my relatives are like, oh my goodness, because they've been around me enough to know that first I was crazy and later on that we were telling the truth. That's scarier still. But what's interesting is what I've done very quietly with some people is just leave it anonymously like I would with anybody else. Just leave it on the car, on the windshield. Leave it in the mailbox. Leave it somewhere where they can take a look at it, and if they get it, you would be surprised. A lot of times they'll come back and go, "Oh, you'll never know you'll never guess what I just got. Have you ever heard about this before?" And it'd be like, "Oh, well, really? That's interesting. Yeah, as a matter of fact, here's some more." And once you know how the water feels.
Discuss these things over long distance crossing.
All long distance telephone communication is monitored and intercepted. As of 1981, one of our people was with Defense Intelligence Agency when they hardlined all of the overseas and in-country long-distance lines with the old cable system. Now that's 81, and we're talking now 13 years ago. I think you can all use your imagination and figure out what kind of technology is out there. We've seen most of it. Almost all of you have caller ID if you want it now on your own phones, and if they have it there, how long do you think the government's had it? They didn't have to worry about you staying on the line. That was for propaganda purposes in Hollywood. So what I would recommend is use use caution. Again, be very direct. Keep your conversations short. Again, I would also use key phrases to identify particular whole comments. And in fact, phonetic coding is still a very good idea. The only people that know know the code are you and me. And it doesn't seem strange to anybody else when they hear it. Yes. Yep. Yep. My vocal cords are like nobody else's, the same as yours and everybody else. Yes. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, wait. Okay, the question is that the Chinese were supposed to have come into Florida and that there were terrorists involved. Well, I'm not sure about that. We had some reports on activities that had taken place. I've experienced myself when, while in Florida, actually talking with Chinese and Korean crews at not port of entry, but at docking facilities out away from the mainland, where I've been fishing, etc. You get a chance to talk to some people sometime when you're docked up. The Chinese, it is not unlikely, have a large number of personnel that they've brought in over a period of years that, yes, could be used for covert activities. See, that's another problem, is balancing this out. Our enemy is going to create a great deal of confusion just because of that. The other side, we have external forces that would like to eat our lunch, would like to come in and visit. Not the least of which would be the Chinese would like to just neutralize us. On the other hand, I don't think the Chinese perceive the American population as the big threat. Be quite honest, the Chinese also understand there's a big ocean between the two of us, and it's the New World Order crowd, mostly out of Europe, that they're worried about. Now, as far as activities where the Chinese go, we have heard some things, but more what we've heard about are foreign military forces in Florida. And we have good first-hand accounts of actual movements taking place and photographs. In fact, there was a packet that was given to us here that had the T-72 in it. I think everybody saw it. But that's just an example. We've seen Frog 7s, free rocket over ground, tactical nuclear delivery systems on flatbeds, have photographs of them, the whole 9 yards. Yes? Probably both. Well, we're calling it, the regime that's presently in power is letting them in because their strings are being pulled by the New World Order. So yeah, our own people are letting them in. It's kind of like the bombing in New York, okay? Think about this. The bombing in New York would not have taken place were it not for the fact that the informant that was working for the United States government decided to teach the bombers how to drive the truck that they had to use because they didn't know how to drive it. So in other words, if our own government hadn't trained the bombers to do what they were able to do, they would never have bombed anything in the first place. And it's already been shown in the court that the people who were going to do the bombing had actually thrown their hands up in the air and were ready to go back over to the Middle East. And at the behest of the informant, who was being prompted by the federal government, they kept them there, got them to make the bomb, got them to go in and use the bomb. So as we've seen in the past, it doesn't surprise me. A little variation on that. When I was on active duty, and we were given briefings on all kinds of terrorist organizations, some I question now anyway, but one of them was the FALN, Puerto Rican Liberation Front. Has anybody ever heard of it? Okay. Puerto Rican Liberation Front is a handful of bodies. There's no more than 36, maybe 37 that were ever real hardcore members. We were given dossiers, files, reports on these people literally shit showering and shaving. We knew what they were doing from day to day. I saw whole portfolios. We were told not to touch or interfere in any way, shape, or form with these people, even if we caught them in the act of some form of aggression. They had performed over 8,000 bombings in the United States over a 10-year period when I was in. They had been responsible for several very successful multiple bombings. One was in Chicago. 11 different shopping malls were bombed simultaneously, and it didn't even get national news coverage. That's where my little mind here the brain gears started to go back then. Because it bothered me. First of all, this doesn't make any sense. Why aren't we stopping these people? Well, because we need thesis, antithesis, synthesis. We create the problem, demonstrate the problem, and come up with a solution we wouldn't have accepted. Interestingly enough, at one point in time, we caught the leader of this ring. You know how they caught him? In Boston, he was making bombs in one of these sandstone front 7-story buildings in the basement. They had 700 pipe bombs put together, and one of his henchlings made a mistake and set off one which set them all off. When they caught this guy, he looked like he was put together with a Singer sewing machine. He did. He was the guy, when they finally got him, they had him in a hospital prison ward for a couple of days. And there was a picture of him in the file. He had what looked like sewing machine marks over his whole body where they had stitched him all back together. He'd lost all of these fingers. This arm was torn in half and was just basically all just bone. This part of his hand was ripped off also. This man supposedly, on his own power, escaped from the second floor of a maximum security facility on his own power without keys. Now, you explain that to me, you know, excuse me? You know, he couldn't even use the doorknobs. So what happened? Well, obviously, they didn't want him talking, and they got him out of the way. To this day, he's still free. I've never heard of any accounting of him ever being captured. And you would think he'd kind of stand out in the crowd. Maybe I'm wrong. Yes. Okay.
About a week ago, I heard a blurb on the news about joint U.S.-Russian maneuvers.
Yes.
And the Russians countered that they would do it if they could do joint maneuvers in this country.
We expected that to happen. We talked about this months ago, that they would flip-flop this because the Russians are already here in some numbers. What they did is, again, sampling the water to see how the American people would respond. They were very honest. It's just behind the times. They've already been bringing them in. In fact, we don't know exactly what the full strength is yet, but we know that it is probably tens of thousands just of Russian personnel. They have been participating in Fort Benning on regular activities. The most recent accounting that we have, which will be a person-to-person accounting when I'm done, is that they did bring an element into Fort Benning and that the Special Forces officers who were involved refused to participate with the activity. 3 lieutenants, 3 majors, and a lieutenant colonel are up on charges. The lieutenants are the only ones that apparently are going to be, they're up on courts martial because they argued that their position as constitutional soldiers, they would not participate with Russian forces under arms in the United States. So they're bringing them to court now because of that, because they were good patriots. Young man against the wall first. He was being good. Okay, question is, what kind of fronts and businesses would support the New World Order? Well, they're pretty diversified, actually, but they've definitely been into money changing for a long time. Obviously, the banking system. You see a lot of banking operations that support them. You're also seeing in the bonds and stock market, many of the people who deal in paper. Not all of them, but many of them. God bless. We'll see in a bit. But it's still a predominant number. There's still a predominant number in financing. In fact, it's amazing. I've never attacked personally any particular element, but I've gotten a heck of a lot of heat off the wall because we've been attacking the New World Order and we've never singled anybody or any particular group out. It's interesting who comes out of the woodwork to try and support the New World Order by trying to counter whatever it is you're saying right now. That actually is the best way to do it, is the best litmus that I've found, because they're in all walks of life. They recruit from many areas. The only thing in the military that's consistent is that they recruit from command and control in the military. Example is, and I hate to break anybody's opinion of anybody, but Schwarzkopf is affiliated with the CFR, Council on Foreign Relations. Colin Powell is affiliated with the Council on Foreign Relations. And Colin Powell, what that means is he was taken off to the side for 1 year. He's given a leave from the regular military, and there he is trained by the CFR politically before they let him come back into the military again. Now, not all of our generals are trained that way. Only some of our generals are trained that way. And they don't pick all of them. A lot of your guard generals are good patriotic men who have served honorably in the armed forces and who are simply in command of line infantry units, communications, command and control, etc. They do not believe in, nor will they follow these people. But the important thing, remember, while they're not going to follow them right now, if they disarm them and if they deactivate the guard units, what do they have to fight with? If they keep taking their planes away, if they keep taking their tanks away, nothing. This is what they're doing. Right there. Open the front.
These people are left here are diehards, and when they run out of there's a substitute that was passed on to me, a tip about an 85-year-old that tried it when he was 10 years old. The substitute for black powder is pine pollen with ground charcoal.
Okay.
I don't know the proportion. Try it out.
Research in the backwoods, away from the house. Okay, we got it. Yeah, okay, let's go. Yeah, okay, here, in the back first. And then you, okay? Yes, it does.
Florida.
Thank you.
Whether you expect this regulation, and if you're going to go for searches, how can you tell? Is it going to be everyone, or will certain people be targeted? How can you tell it's going to be?
Okay, we'll start from the top. You asked, with the crime bill, as we stated, the existing crime bill bans meetings like this from taking place. It does. And in fact, Schumer's office stated that very little that was in the crime bill was going to be ejected from it at all. All they were doing is meshing the two, which we've originally been arguing for a long time. With this, any meetings of this type would be automatically a felony. Your cars could be confiscated. They could go to your home and take your property. In other words, they're going to try and terrorize us into shutting our mouths. That will happen. Radio programming, let me give you another example. I'll try to keep it brief because we've got to get everybody out of here and get them home so they can at least get some sleep tonight, kind of. Sort of. With regard to radio transmissions, I warned everybody about this, that after the Weaver campaign, when they attacked the Weaver household, that they would shut down shortwave radio. We argued that probably within 7 days, no more than 7, probably 5, after they shut down the radio nets, you would see the attack on Waco completed, the second one. Sure enough, within a 48-hour period, virtually every shortwave Patriot program was burned down. Anybody remember that? They all went offline. They were all knocked down in different ways. Now what happened is it virtually shut the voice of live radio, or it shut it down for 3 months. In some cases it took almost 5 months for them to come back online. Now we warned people about this, so there's now some redundancy, and we've got auxiliary support, so we make sure that one way or another the word will get out. But it's going to happen in a more aggressive manner when they implement the rest of the MJTF operations. The way that this will happen is the FCC, if all else fails, will just come in and confiscate the equipment. Remember, Brother Stair has had equipment confiscated off his ship transmitters, which are at sea in international waters, and they've still gone out and taken them from him. So shortwave, while it's still a good option, and in fact I believe it, people don't understand, you could all have a shortwave station. It's not that expensive to buy time on a shortwave program. It's really quite reasonable when you consider one transmitter talks to the whole world. Not just to one part of the world, but you literally, that bounces all over the planet. When we spoke on shortwave, think about this. People in England heard us. People in Africa heard us. People in Asia heard us. And that is damaging, because you know what scares them more than anything else in the New World Order is the fact that other people are communicating. They know that there's a resistance movement in the United States and that we're not going to put up with our freedoms being stomped on. And that's what they're scared now. That's why the shortwaves are going down. Another short example of that, remember when they did come back online, they didn't get the same frequencies they were on, did they? Why? They gave them poorer quality frequencies they could more easily jam and control, because the old ones actually were pretty decent, and nobody had any idea who it was that was applying for the permits when they originally got those transmitters. Now they know who they are, so they knocked them down into a lower frequency range, in a transmitter range where many of the new radios have a difficult time picking up the frequencies. Now, one more question, part of the question I have to answer here, and then we'll go ahead and take you. No, actually, wait a minute, I'm going to be fair and take him, and then I'll take you, okay? With regard to who they'll attack, remember, we're talking house-to-house search and seizure. They won't care. They're actually talking about going counties at a time now. They're talking about shutting down a county and going door to door. That's what Benson was talking about. So they are not going to worry about being too selective with regard to, I want this man. They'll get him and shotgun the area to see if they can get anybody else in the process. That'll vary depending upon their requirements and needs, too. If they just wanted him, they might just single him out and make an example. That's possible. Okay. Now we got only a few. Okay, now these guys were really patient. 2 more questions. Yes.
You said there were leads to the Patriot Movement and victories.
Yes.
And what do you really think about Rush Limbaugh?
Oh, I'll start with Rush Limbaugh. On the one hand, you'll remember with radio formats, I'll take anything, in fact, take anything you can that's an open calling program and use it. You have to tailor it sometimes because they refuse to let you speak on all subjects, but you can at least get the word out. Do all the damage you can, even if it's not a friendly radio station, call in and create turmoil. That at least ties them up so they're not busy with their agenda, okay? Because they'll have to react to you. We respond, they react. So that's what he was asking earlier about whether or not we should react or respond. We're responding. We think when we attack. Rush Limbaugh, what we call him in plumbing circles, is a check valve with a diverter to the left. Okay? In other words, what's happened is he's friendly opposition. He gives you enough to make you feel good. Okay, boy, I can relate to that. But if you'll notice, when you start to touch on key subjects, he'll slap you down so fast and make your head swim. There's a reason for that. He's in the rock. That's right. He ridicules it. Is that sound journalism and is that sound broadcasting? But it helps to create confusion. And what's happened is he is allowed to let you whine, let you complain, let you cajole, whatever you want to do, but don't talk about a solution. He wants you, it's a whining program. But in addition to that, what it does is this, and I listen to this myself, and I wish to God I had a recorder in my hand, but I was on the road. Early in the morning, when he did his he did the early program, I'm sorry, it was late night program, some gentleman on there was beautiful. He knew how to use words, and Rush let him talk. And he had a beautiful, deep, resonant voice. And he starts talking about NAFTA, and he brought point after point up that was negative, and Limbaugh couldn't argue it. And then finally says, and you know, of course, this is all a socialist operation. These are all socialists we're dealing with. Limbaugh went into a diatribe for 17 minutes about the glories of socialism. Yes, he did. And we could probably get, I don't know if they'll offer copies of the tape, but I listened to this, and it's like he goes, socialism's not so bad. That's what he was saying. Socialism's not so bad. We deal with socialist countries all the time, and socialism actually is pretty acceptable if you do this and that, da-da-da-da-da. Well, what it is, he got off on this little tangent. He actually gave you more of their agenda than he should have. So what I said, he's a check valve because with creating friendly opposition, you and I aren't supposed to go anywhere else. Rush is our only choice. Ditto, ditto. You see? By him being the only choice, anybody who's outside his curriculum then must be a radical. See, now he's not a right wing. He says, I'm extreme right wing. No, he's not. He's a centrist at best, if not more to the left. If you listen to what he talked about NAFTA, he was fully in favor of NAFTA. If you try and talk about the New World Order on the Rush Limbaugh program, say the words once. Call in tomorrow. Try it. That's what he'll do. He'll stomp on you. He will, like you said, he will beat you into a bloody pulp on the radio for an hour if he can, and keep going back to you as a reference. It's because, and even though George Bush, his hero, is the person who brought it up, they aren't going to stand on it for very long. They have to control, and then they want to try and incorporate new thoughts. Not only are we going to keep you in check, but, well, aren't you willing to compromise on this? Won't you come a little ways to the left on this, and maybe a little farther, and maybe a little farther, and by the time you're done, you're left of Lenin. You know, so.
About 30% of Russian corporations owned by Phil Donahue or his wife, Mara.
Yes. And Phil Donahue is about as socialist, he's one of the worst leftists we've got. Yes, and who owns the building? The Rockefellers. Rockefellers. He's in the EIB network building, remember? Patriot victories, thank you. We'll never hear about them, but I do believe there have been several. Example, they have been providing helicopter cover for convoys on the ground in Ohio now. For the black convoys, for units that are all black vehicles with some military units attached to them, military equipment attached, transporting black APCs, etc. We've seen a couple of incidents of this that have been accurately reported and followed for many miles, in fact, the whole width of the state. Now, that requires a little effort for a helicopter to maintain a consistent ground speed and then still provide security in a good envelope for convoys. There are other military actions that if they were to take place, the reason I say this is that if they were to take place, we have no conduit to announce. And another thing is we're not going to tell anybody. You'll hear about it later. Because we don't need to, nobody really needs to know. Example, when somebody asked about, like the other day about this where I said that the shortwave programs burned down, the best covert warfare operation is one that is never detected. And they said, well, it was an accidental fire. Something happened where some wires were crossed. Well, the building was a brand new building, only a few years old, for instance, for Chuck Harder. And yet, needless to say, we had this terrible electrical problem. Well, that's what you're trained to do in clandestine warfare, is go ahead and do the dirty deed and make sure it looks like it's something else. The best laid covert action is one that you'll never detect. Yep, okay. Last question, and we got to go.
I have read where technology is where they can go by and find out what radio station that you're listening to and listening to at your house.
Yes. A similar technology is available with the TV right now that they actually were talking about, where they won't admit they can see you, but they will admit they can tell how many warm bodies are there, and even if Fluffy or Puffy are on the floor there in front of the TV watching it also, as in the kitty and the dog. And even know, of course, what you're watching, because yes, they can identify it by frequency with the transceiver that's there. Actually, it's a receiver, but it has transceiver capability. It's just not being used. It's cheaper just to make the whole circuit and exclude half of the assembly, which is normally what they do. Okay. Well, I think I've talked everybody's ear off. That's good enough. And then some. If there's any questions that you have, or if there's any information that you need, feel free to get hold of us or contact us. We did leave a way to get hold of us. We're going to have problems with communications, I'm sure. Don't worry about that. Just keep trying to get through one way or another. The reason I say it is because, again, times they are changing, as we all know. But if things go well, we plan on seeing a victory. In fact, a victory very soon in our favor with regard to perhaps some public announcements from our military figures. Whereas some person asked here, don't you think they're getting fed up with it? Yes, they are. You're going to see some people come to a head here real quick, and when they do, the feathers are going to fly. And the other side's going to have to make some decisions then also about what they think they can do. We got to hold them back a little bit longer. Anyway, last three things, and I say this every time I leave. God bless the Republic. Death to the New World Order. We shall prevail.